Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the first round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at the spectacular Teesside Autodrome just on the outskirts of Middlesbrough, one of the longest tracks on the British Minibikes calendar. We have perfect weather today. We're looking at about 19 degrees weather throughout the afternoon, zero chance of rain, and you would pretty much say perfect conditions for racing today at this first round of the championship. Teesside, as we say, one of the longest tracks on the calendar. Some pretty important features here, including the South Bank hairpin, where the riders complete their lap. Really wide part of the track that gradually tightens in on itself. Whole variety of hairpins in the infield. Looking out towards the back of the circuit, we have the hill and the corkscrew section. A little bit of gradient in there as well. And one of the key features of the Teesside Autodrome, the straights. This is up there amongst some of the fastest circuits that we visit in 2022. So for the second year in succession, we start the series off at Teesside. This year, of course, though, no COVID restrictions, and this running as a full point-scoring round of the championship. Riders have just completed their warm-up sessions. We're having some final preparations down on the start grid, and we should be getting racing underway very shortly. And here we see, looking up from the South Bank, the iconic viewpoints here. You can see in the far background there the Middlesbrough Transporter Bridge, and just hidden away slightly to the left-hand side of your screen, of course, the Riverside Stadium, home of the Middlesbrough football team, very much in the heart of the industrial Teesside area here. This Teesside Autodrome been going for well over 30 years, and a great venue to start things off in 2022. The paddock is back up here, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the great weather. Plenty of great action throughout the weekend so far. As we say, riders, of course, just completing their morning warm-up sessions. There are some changes this year, of course, in some of the race formats. We're looking nowadays at shorter races, 3 races throughout the afternoon. The idea, of course, being to give riders more track time over the weekend. As our first race of the day is about to get underway, the Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 riders making their way around on the formation lap down towards the grid. And here we see for the first time the real scale of this Teesside Autodrome track. Used primarily, of course, on 4 wheels like most of the circuits that we have on the BMB calendar. And here we see the South Bank hairpin. It's almost like a banked oval style corner that just really tightens in on itself. When we see the camera pan to the left now, you can see just how tight that hairpin gets. And there is the scope to get some overtaking done there, depending on the line through the South Bank hairpin. Riders can square the turn off and really get a drive down the inside, especially later in the race. 8 laps for each of the race classes, 3 groups of races today. There is expected to be a marshal's break after the first group of racing, when we'll take a pause and bring you back during the afternoon. So as we leave the city of Middlesbrough in the background, we go down to the grid. Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 riders about to get underway. There's just been some track markings on the grid there to make sure riders are ready and in position. Just a few moments, of course, for the riders' parents to give them some last-minute tips and advice, make sure they're all settled and ready to go. The starter will clear those riders away in just a few moments, and the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship season will be underway. Delighted, of course, to be bringing you the commentary once again. My name's Chris Solya, taking you through the action in 2022. 1 or 2 riders just lining up at the back of the grid there. As you can see, they're wearing the high-vis jackets. That, of course, denotes they are a novice rider. The shorter races mean there's potentially less scope for lapping slower riders, but nonetheless, perhaps some of those less experienced riders might be caught up by the faster guys later in the race. That just indicates that they're maybe a little less experienced, and the riders just taught to hold their lines and let the faster riders find their way through. So it looks like we are ready to go. Final check to be made down on the track, the timing system all ready. We are, of course, using the MyLap system this year. There is a link on the British Minibikes website if you want to get the live timing for the event as well. And racing about to get underway for 2022. And away they go, the green flag goes. One rider in trouble on the line there as they pull away, but everyone else seems to get through. Okay, looks like Harvey Saville's got a good jump on the field as they make their way around the back of the hill up towards the corkscrew for the first time. So Harvey Saville up there with Harrison Quincy, Jack Hamilton, Leo Solya also well placed. And here they come through towards the corkscrew for the first time. Very tight action as they make their way up the hill down towards the straight. We lose the riders just for a few moments, and we'll pick them up as they make their way back down the hill. 3 riders down the back straight, and here you see this wonderful section on the straight. It's left, right, left kink, but the riders can all straight line that into the first of one of these really tight hairpins here at Teesside. So it looks like Harvey Saville, Harrison Quincy, and Jack Hamilton all very close together, and that may well be the 755 of Quincy that's taken the lead. Guards that inside line as Saville has a look down the inside now. Harvey Saville may drift a bit wide here, tries to get down the inside, but it looks like Quincy's got the line covered as they make their way out of the South Bank hairpin back towards the finish line to complete the first lap. And you can really see the speed starting to pick up here as they make their way over the line for the first time. So the end of lap number 1, Harrison Quincy leads the way. Harvey Saville in second place, Jack Hamilton in third. Alfie Landemore on the 918 up to 4th place from Leo Solya, Joshua Herring, Harris Tall and Caden Herring a bit further back with Charlie Garner and Zach Richards a little bit further behind, but our focus here very much on this battle for the lead. Harrison Quincy, Harvey Saville and Jack Hamilton all very close, side by side down the straight into that chicane, of course, and someone's got to get the line for that first corner in the middle of the straight. And oh, 2 abreast, they are side by side, neither rider preparing to yield there, but in the end Quincy grabs the lead. Saville having a look down the inside, neat move through the hairpin. Oh, and he failed to cover the line, couldn't quite get ahead. But Saville gets back ahead on the exit. Just watching in third place is the number 28 of Jack Hamilton. They make their way towards the South Bank hairpin once again. Saville guarding that inside line. You can see the Hamilton going wide into the hairpin. You see riders trying to do this, sacrificing their position on the way into the hairpin with a faster exit speed. And seems to be working okay for Hamilton as they make their way back towards the line. Meanwhile, Saville pulling away slightly on the number 41. Over the line they go. And Harvey Saville on the number 41, fastest lap of the race so far. 125.604. Quincy having a peek down the inside as they make their way around the back of the circuit, up the hill now, up towards the corkscrew. Saville, of course, knows he's there. The lead of the Mini GP riders, of course, is Hamilton in third place. But this a 3-way battle for the lead here. Saville back on the power as they make their way down the back straight, fastest part of the track now, and that spectacular sweep through the chicane there. Of course, the riders don't treat that as a chicane, they're all straight lining it effectively. And into the hairpin, Saville guarding the apex once again. And Quincy in second on the 755. Got to try and find an opening here. He's watching the race leader looking for lines. We've just still got Jack Hamilton, the lead Mini GP rider, in third place as they make their way through the South Bank hairpin. At the moment, no scope for overtaking here. All 3 riders very close indeed. And Saville just trying to break away on the number 41. Here they come back towards the finish line once again. Saville pulling away under acceleration. Over the line they go. Let's have a look at the gap as they cross the line. So Saville leads. Harrison Quincy, fastest lap of the race, 124.757, but not very much in it between the 2 lead riders. 0.8 of a second covering the top 3. As Quincy has another look down the inside. This time I think may have taken the lead. Drag race down the straight into the corkscrew. And look how close they are, almost banging handlebars there through the corkscrew, and this is allowing Jack Hamilton in third to close up. They pulled away from each other slightly when they crossed the line a few moments ago. Down the back straight they go. We've got Harris Tall in fourth, Leo Solya, Joshua Herring, Alfie Landemore, Zach Richards, Caden Herring and Charlie Garner rounding out the field. But the closest battle on the track is this battle for the lead. Harvey Saville, Harrison Quincy, barely anything in it. And Quincy now, of course, taking the lead on the 755. Saville trying to fight back into the hairpin. There's the little left-hand, right-hand flick towards the South Bank corner now. And wow, we saw there Saville getting a good run out of the chicane, but not quite close enough. He's going to try down the inside. He's going to try and park that bike on the apex. Oh, and he loses the front end. Bad luck there for Harvey Saville. Tried to park the bike down the inside on the apex. The front wheel got away from him. And the unfortunate Harrison Quincy, he looks a bit dejected there. Really no one at fault particularly, and you can see there as well Harvey Saville quick to apologise for his part in that accident, and I think that was just a bit of bad luck there. Saville just trying to get down the inside there, and as we say, the unfortunate Harrison Quincy nowhere to go. This of course means that 28 Jack Hamilton cleared away at the front now, closing up on the number 86 of Charlie Garner, and there you see the slow rider Garner just holding his line, letting the faster rider find the way through. So Mini GP rider now leading the way, Jack Hamilton number 28, and all of a sudden all on his own at the front. Harris Tall some distance behind in second place on the number 36. Leo Solya in third, Joshua Herring, Alfie Landemore, Harvey Saville, Harrison Quincy of course tumbling down the field. And just looking to see if they've got back underway. I think one, if not both of those riders may well be out of the race, which means, of course, that this rider here, number 28, Jack Hamilton, all on his own at the front. This is what happens, of course, when there's a three-way battle for the lead. That rider watching in third place, looking to get involved. Sometimes the leaders tangle together and gives the third place man a bit of a free hit, and Hamilton really has grasped this opportunity with both hands, lapping very consistently. 126.4 last time round, and you can see in the background there the two riders who had that collision, Harvey Saville and Harrison Quincy, seemingly out of the race. So early drama in the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. Those riders of course will be out a bit later on today. They've got two more races to go, and it's a long season of course, and still looking out of the commentary point as well, just to check if they've got back underway, but it appears they are both out of the race at this stage, which means that 28 Jack Hamilton down the back straight once again. He'll have 2 laps to go when he gets back to the finish line, and I think he knows he's got the track to himself at this stage, looking very neat and very smooth into that tight left hand of the hairpin at the end of the straight. Left-right series there, and again you just see him glancing over his shoulder just to have a look where everyone else is on the track. He's got the course pretty much to himself as he goes through the South Bank hairpin. Smooth racing line down the inside there. You see just on the inside there the rather dejected Harvey Saville and Harrison Quincy both looking on. A bit further back here we're looking at Harris Tall, Leo Solya, Joshua Herring still fighting in the remainder of the top 10 as Hamilton's over the line. And back to the South Bank hairpin. The number 36 there, that I believe is Harris Tall. Second in the race, junior supermoto rider over the line. 2 laps to go, of course, in this race. And all starting to settle down in the favour, of course, of Jack Hamilton, who is 14.9 seconds ahead. That was actually Leo Solya over the line in third. Closely followed there, that's the 912 of Joshua Herring. So Herring just starting to close up on Solya somewhat as they make their way towards the corkscrew. Jack Hamilton, meanwhile, well and truly down towards the centre of the course, but we're looking now at the battle between Leo Solya and Joshua Herring. About 1.5 seconds between these two riders. They make their way down the back straight once again. This camera angle really gives you an idea of how wide open this part of the track is. They disappear out of view around the back of the hill momentarily. Absolutely flying down the back straight towards us. And at the moment, Solya looking neat in third place, but Herring just starting to close up slightly. Alfie Landemore a little bit further behind as well. Meanwhile, last lap underway for Jack Hamilton. He's lapping still in the 126s. Looking very neat so far. as the chasing field making their way through the South Bank hairpin back towards the finish line for what will be the last lap. Harris Tall's gone over the line in second place, 15.8 seconds adrift of the race leader. The focus at the moment on this battle for third, but at the moment it's certainly going the way of the third place man, number 36, who's over the line now. Leo Solya closely followed by Joshua Herring, the gap about 1.6 seconds. And here is Harris Tall in second position, looking very neat at the moment. So it's a Mini GP 1 and 2 at the moment. The bike's fairly easy to distinguish between the two types of machine. The Mini GP resembling, you would say, scaled down version of a Moto GP or BSB machine, and Junior Supermoto, as the title suggests, a bit more like the Supermoto style machine. So Harris Tall looking neat in second place, but Jack Hamilton meanwhile making his way back towards the finish line to complete the first race of the day. Inherited the lead, but certainly has gripped onto that with both hands as the checkered flag is about to go out. We're looking at Harris Tall around the South Bank hairpin. Meanwhile, down at the finish line, Jack Hamilton crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Over he goes, and Harris Tall a little bit further behind. There he is, Hamilton, the race winner. Comfortable victory for him in the end after that bad luck for Harvey Saville and Harrison Quincy. But Harris Tall bringing it home in second position. Leo Solya should be a little bit further behind in third. Closely followed by Joshua Herring and Alfie Landemore. And these riders, of course, split into their two respective race categories. And shout out, of course, one or two BMB regulars, the likes of Harley McCabe and so forth, of course. They are competing in the British Talent Cup this weekend, the BSB at Silverstone. And one or two of the leading names from British Minibikes out there in the Talent Cup this weekend. So we certainly wish them the very best of luck. Welcome, of course, to this broadcast for the first round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship, and we hope you enjoyed the afternoon's racing. First race then drawing to a close with the first race winner of 2022 being the number 28 of Jack Hamilton, Harris Tall in second, Leo Solya third, Joshua Herring, Alfie Landemore, and expecting the last riders on the lead lap to be Zach Richards and Caden Herring. Charlie Garner, the last finisher, in 8th position. And of course the drama in this race, racing incident between Harvey Saville and Harrison Quincy, both riders colliding whilst battling for the lead, and hopefully we should see them a bit later on today. We have, of course, 3 races per block. Next race getting underway in just a few moments is the Brat Bikes Super Minis. Brat Bikes, of course, the Lancashire company who really helped to modify these bikes. Super Minis, of course, very much based on youth motocross bikes. Got the likes of a lot of KTM and Husqvarna 85cc machines out there. The Honda CRF 150, which of course kick-started that class a few years ago, being the popular bike of choice. They'll be out in a few moments' time. But Jack Hamilton, 17-second winner of the first race of the day, Mini GP 90 and the Junior Supermoto 90. They'll be back underway a bit later on today, of course. 3 blocks of races throughout the day. We're expecting to have a marshal's break, of course, at the end of the first block of racing, just to allow the hard-working track crews to grab something to eat and drink, take a break from the circuit. They have a very demanding job, of course, so we're expecting that to be at the end of the first block of racing. But Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 drawing to a close, and there we see the unfortunate Harvey Saville, the number 41, walking back to the pits just behind Harrison Quincy. No real animosity between those riders. I think it was just a pure racing incident, and Harrison Quincy, I think, just a bit unfortunate to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But both riders are okay. That's good to see, and if not looking a bit dejected, we should see them a bit later on today. Of course, it is a long season and plenty of time for them to make up the points as the day and the season goes on. So Brat Bikes Super Minis getting underway in just a few moments. So riders down in the waiting zone for the Super Minis, the second race of the day, about to get underway in just a few moments' time. Don't forget, of course, the timing this year is courtesy of MyLaps. If you go to the British Minibikes homepage, there is a link to the live timing on there as well. And you can hear in the background the scream of the two-strokes as they make their way up towards the corkscrew to start their formation lap. Thanks, of course, to Brad Bikes for their continued support of the Super Minis in 2022. Quite a few riders getting involved in this class this year. It's steadily grown in popularity, and of course we haven't got our British Superbike guest riders here this weekend. The BSB underway at Silverstone this weekend, but we may see some of them during the season. So Super Minis about to get underway. Let's have a look. That's of course the lineup from the previous race. Harrison Quincy winning from on pole from Harvey Saville in Moto 1. We'll have a look at the Super Minis lineup in a few moments' time as the riders make their way through the South Bank back towards the finish line to line up for this first race of the day. As you can see and as you can hear, the mixture of the two-stroke and the four-stroke machines. From a distance, you can identify the two-strokes by the expansion pipes, of course. There are one or two mini-bike-derived machines out there as well. So a real mixture of bikes in this class nowadays, and increasing in popularity. Much like all of the BMB classes, fairly easy to get involved. You can get a mini-bike, of course, from some of the various manufacturers who are involved in the sport nowadays. The attraction being these riders can pretty much pick up a race competitive bike off the shelf. These Super Minis involve a little bit of modifications. That's where Brad Bikes comes in. Of course, they are essentially motocross bikes here, converted into supermoto format for the track. During the wheels, there's modifications to the back brake as well, usually, amongst other things. But a good grid of riders on here. Look at the popularity of the Super Minis in 2022. Looks set to be a good championship. Riders on the line. You can see the premix rising in the air as we wait for the green flag, and away they go. So Lawrence Wardle leads the way from James Mosticker. Phil Dickens, Jake Smith, Louis Smith in there as well. And they go charging up to the top of the circuit for the first time. Good clean start there. Everyone staying out of trouble through the first few corners. And looks like one of the championship frontrunners from last year, Lawrence Wardle, getting the jump on the field. Andre in second on number 13, trying to make a move down the back straight. Jamie Callan, Phil Dickens, Jake Smith also with a good start, but Lawrence Wardle getting the jump on the field as they make their way through the hairpin for the first time, and Wardle just starting to pull a small gap at the front as they make their way towards the South Bank hairpin for the first time. Through the chicane they go. Good clean start there though from the Super Minis. They all stay out of trouble on that opening part of the lap, and they go screaming through the South Bank hairpin for the first time. Very close at the front. And it looks like Andre down the inside may have taken the lead. So the number 13 into the lead. Lawrence Wardle seemingly making a small mistake on one of the exits of the South Bank hairpin there. As Andre into the lead, Mosticker into second. Lawrence Wardle then drops to third. And Andre on the number 13 just guarding the inside line there as he, of course, he's got a whole stream of riders behind him. Mosticker in second, looking threatening. The mini bike derived machines there in second place, and it's on the CRF at the front. Down the back straight they go. Lawrence Wardle, despite that mistake, still very much in there and moves back into second place on the KTM. So you've got two-stroke versus four at the front here. And Lawrence Wardle just trying to fight back as they make their way through the corners there as out towards the South Bank hairpin. And let's have a look at this now as Andre just holding that inside line. You can see Mosticker drifting wide here. He's going to try and do the cutback out to the hairpin, but Wardle's got the apex covered. Right on his tail there, number 51, Phil Dickens. back towards the line they go. So Andre leading. Wardle now up to second place and all very close at the frontier. Still a long way to go in this race. Mostiger third, Dickens fourth, Jamie Callan there, Ross Richards, Jake Whittaker, Jake Smith, Louis Smith, Robert Corbizan in 10th position from Charlie Hopkins, Derva Lane a little bit further behind from Robin Kyle. And not very much covering, about 2.5 seconds covering the top 8 riders, so there's certainly no margin for error here. Still 6.5 laps to go in this race. Down the back straight they go once again. Even further down the field we've got Mercia Vasquez-Can in 14th from Joe Quinn, Howard Taylor, Sam Wiseman, Carl Stewart and Glyn Jones rounding up the field. But all of the action at the frontier, still the top 7 or 8 riders only covered by about 2.5 seconds. So this race on a knife edge at the moment. And again you see the riders further back going for the outside sweep there. Dickens as well, which leaves him vulnerable down the inside from Jamie Callan, but it looks like Dickens has got the line to hold on to that 4th position. Not much scope for overtaking at the moment. They're all running a very strong pace out there. And the chasing riders there behind Andre number 13 at the moment, all they can do is look for lines and try and find a way to, we can see him very defensive going into the top corner up towards the corkscrew at the top of the hill. And he is certainly going defensive there, guarding those apexes, making Lawrence Wardle and the chasing pack do all the work here as they make their way down the back straight. As we wait for them to come back into view, here they come, 4 riders. You could almost throw a blanket over them, they are that close. Just tagging on now into 5th position is Jake Whittaker on the 1-2-1. And look out for Whittaker here, because he's getting quicker as the race goes on and has now set the fastest lap of the race. When the camera pans away, they can see him just tagging on to the back of this battle for the lead as they make their way towards the South Bank hairpin once again. Wardle very aggressive on the inside line, can't find an opening, and there in 5th position you can see the Danes logo on the front of the black leathers. 1-2-1, Jake Whittaker just closing up on this battle for the lead. You would say any one of these 5 riders could realistically take the checkered flag. Over the line they go once again. We'll have a look at the timing. And 1.3 seconds covering the top 5 riders. Whittaker there at the back just trying to find a way through. Jamie Callum dropping back a little bit down, the number 14. Coming under pressure from the 56 of Jake Smith as I look down the inside, and there he goes. So Jake Smith moving up a position, and still the action all at the front here. Andre number 13 doing a great job of holding on to this lead on the Honda CRF 150. It's 4-stroke against 2 at the front here as Wardle has a lineup down the straight. Oh, and I think he may have made the move. Yes, he has. Lawrence Wardle then back into the lead. Andre fighting back down the inside. Mostiger still in 3rd, still Phil Dickens in 4th, and Jake Whittaker, fastest rider on the track. Well, it's the old saying in racing, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another, and at the moment Jake Whittaker in 5th place can't do anything about the 4 riders in front. But Lawrence Wardle with a nice move around the back is back into the lead once again and trying to break away now. He would, of course, benefit if these 4 riders behind him start battling, but it looks like Lawrence Wardle has put a fast lap in here and just trying to break away. We'll have a look at the timing when they go through. So Lawrence Wardle pulling a half a second on that chasing pack, and Wardle with the fastest lap of the race, 1:14.825. Andre now in 2nd. And, of course, the risk here, Lawrence Wardle now through into the lead. What the other 4 riders need to do here is just tag onto the back wheel and prevent him from getting away. And you can see them almost line astern. The top 5 riders down the back straight once again. There is the 74. And further behind there is 127. That's Glyn Jones. Carl Stewart just in front. Sam Wiseman and Howard Taylor a little bit further ahead. Being closed on by the leaders now. And this, of course, is where it might get a bit difficult for Lawrence Wardle, the race leader. He's starting to lap some of the slow riders. Goes around the outside of the 27 of Carl Stewart. And the issue for the leader, of course, is they're closing up on riders having their own battle in the midfield and towards the back. Once they see the faster rider go through, they'll know the leaders are coming through, and Wardle just may have to work that little bit harder to get a front wheel. And over the line he goes, still retains the lead, but by no means pulling away here. So over the line they go. Lawrence Wardle, still your race leader. Andre having a look down the inside into the top corner. Oh, he tries for the apex, but is unable to get through. Wardle holds on. This might allow James Mostiger, Phil Dickens behind to have a sniff for second place. Still a very close battle here. Mostiger having a look through the corkscrew. Back of the track they go. They disappear down the hill. We look to them down the back straight now, and here they come. Still looks like Wardle leading the way and just pulling away a bit now. That KTM 85 screaming down the back straight. Andre breaking away a little bit now in second place. And coming out of the corkscrew, it looks like Phil Dickens on the 51 has made his way up to third. Andre having a look for the lead as they make their way through that really little chicane towards the South Bank hairpin. Andre down the inside, but Wardle's got the line covered. And that South Bank hairpin just turning in on itself into a tight 180-degree right-hand hairpin. Down the inside, having a look there, was James Mostiger trying to get back into third place. Here they come now. The one-lap board should be going out for the race leader. Over the line he goes. Lawrence Wardle, your race leader, and fastest lap of the race. 1:14.825, getting close to that last time round. The gap just under 0.4 of a second. And Sam Wiseman still there in 17th from Howard Taylor and Joe Quinn. Those riders may be caught up by the leaders, but I think there is a decent gap in front. So it looks like Lawrence Wardle should have a clear run to the finish line here. Down the back straight he goes. So Wardle leading the way, just pulling away slightly from Andre in second on the number 13. Dickens in third. Mostiger fourth. Whittaker still in fifth. And Dickens just battling for that second place. Wardle trying to break away now as he goes through the hairpins for the final time through that little back chicane towards the South Bank hairpin. That long, sweeping right-hand corner that gradually goes in on itself. Here they come. Back marker in front, but shouldn't affect Wardle all that much. Just needs to bring it through the last two corners. Andre still chasing in second. Phil Dickens holding on to that third place checkered flag. Now being readied for the race winner, and it's going to be number 414, Lawrence Wardle over the line. Andre second, Dickens in third, Mostiger fourth, Whittaker fifth. And that's as close as it was. There's another battle for sixth place over the line. Jake Smith holding on from Ross Richards. Jamie Callan brings it home in 8th place from Louis Smith in 9th. Robert Corbazan on the number 25 over the line in 10th place. And then a bit further back we've got Charlie Hopkins, Derva Lane, Robin Kyle, Mercia Vasilkan and Joe Quinn. But great first race win of the day there for the number 414, Lawrence Wardle. Andre in second, Phil Dickens third, Jake Smith just behind the 121 of Jake Whittaker. Super Minis race number one then drawing to a close with Lawrence Wardle, your race winner, after a very close battle for the lead. Our second race of the day now complete. First race of the day for the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup coming up very soon. This is the first race of 8 in 2022. We move to Rowra next month, 29th of May over at Cumbria. Red Lodge on the 26th of June. Pembrey, that really fast circuit in South Wales, 17th of July. Ella Park on the 21st of August. Another fast circuit, Three Sisters on the 18th of September. Wilton Mill, one of the series favourites, on the 2nd of October. And all the way down in Dorset, Clay Pigeon, the series finale on the 23rd of October. The amount of championship rounds this year reduced from 10 to 8. This in a bid to help just offset some of the costs for the riders. A little less travelling and perhaps make the series just that little bit more affordable. Effectively, we're looking at one round a month, except for October with the last two to round up the series. And during the season, we're just waiting, of course, on the confirmation from the ACU and Motorsport Events. We should be having the Talent Cup back, the FIM Mini GP Series back for 2022. Waiting on confirmation from the ACU and MSVR to confirm which circuits and the format the events will be running. But we're expecting the thrilling FIM Mini GP series to return later this year. Once we get the confirmation, of course, we'll let you know which dates and venues of the Rich Energy British Minibikes will incorporate that class. But we concentrate, of course, on this first round here at Teesside as the Brat Bike Super Minis draws to a close. Lawrence Wardle taking the victory, Andre in second, Phil Dickens in third, James Mostiger fourth, and Jake Whittaker rounding out the top five. Third race of the day getting underway in just a few moments is the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup. I think we're just waiting on the last rider on the lead lap to get through. So track is now clear, and Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup getting underway in just a few moments. Riders in the waiting zone. Don't forget, of course, if you want more information on British Minibikes for 2022, visit the website at britishminibikes.com. But we move to the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup, and riders making their way out onto the track for their formation lap, down towards the grid for their first race of the day, the first of three for this class throughout the day. All riders scheduled for 3 races throughout the afternoon of 8 laps duration. This is the third race of the block, and we have 8 races per block. After this first block of racing, we are expecting a brief pause for a marshal's break. We'll hold the live stream, of course, and come back to you a little bit later on. So I have to say congratulations to Lawrence Wardle on a very close victory in the Brat Bike Super Minis. We turn our attentions, though, to the Motul Oils Ovale UK Series, the 110s, getting underway in a few moments' time. Ovale, of course, one with Bucci, you would say, as well, one of the main manufacturers coming into the series over the past couple of seasons. Ovale, Italian manufacturer, and brought in, of course, the man frontlining the import of those machines, being none other than Peter Hickman, one of the top riders in the UK, fastest man, of course, on the Isle of Man TT. We hopefully will see him at some point throughout the 2022 season. Of course, this first round of the championship here at Teesside also coincides with the first round of British Superbikes down at Silverstone. So, of course, a lot of our guest riders will be naturally concentrating on the day job, as it were, but nonetheless, all the action here at Teesside with the Rich Energy British Minibikes final preparations being made on the grid. Everyone ready to go, and you see the Ovales at the front there. One or two of the machines about, all fired up and ready to get underway. The flag goes, and away they go. Oh, one rider stuck on the line. The machine dying on the line. Fortunately, the other rider is able to avoid that rider, and the race goes on. Around the back straight they go. So the pack making their way. Wallace Doherty getting a good start there. So meanwhile, down here at the finish line, I think the stricken rider was the 933 of Parker Cesari, and that rider, I'm pleased to say, is okay and has rejoined the action at the back of the field. But at the front, Doherty leading from Charlie Cunningham, also well placed, and Hudson Cooper on the 217. Another one of the real up-and-coming stars in British Minibikes, getting the jump on the field very early and making his way up towards the front. Through towards South Bank they go for the first time. And there he is, the number 217, Hudson Cooper. Did well last year, of course, and looking strong at the front, but down the inside, oh, just having a look there was the 88 of Wallace Doherty, who led them over the line. Gets a nice line out of the corner, really bringing the fight to Cooper as they make their way over the line for the first time. So Hudson Cooper just about holding on to the lead, but coming under some real pressure from Wallace Doherty in second place. Charlie Cunningham on the number 34, still in third. Yellow flags up as rider down just after the finish line. And the red flag has been displayed. Trouble at the front there with the battle at the front. Rider down just after the finish line and taking quite a high-speed tumble. It is a fast circuit, of course, so medics on the scene just after the finish line as the riders being dealt with by the medical crews, and the red flag has been displayed. So Hudson Cooper, race leaders, the red flag goes out, just drawing things down to walking pace as the medics just making their way over to the scene. Just after, you can see the medical vehicle just making its way to the fallen rider, and trouble there just after the finish line as they're battling for the lead. And of course our medical crews following the BMB series in 2022, as they do with all rounds, just making their way to check if that rider's okay. So just waiting for confirmation. I've been told that the race, we're expecting this to be restarted, of course, just as soon as the rider injury has been safely dealt with. Riders, in the meantime, making their way slowly back towards the start line. Race has been red flagged due to an incident just after the finish line. And just for confirmation, the rider down just where we see the medical crews at the moment is the number 88 of Wallace Doherty, battling of course with Hudson Cooper for the lead. So riders down on the starting grid, just waiting for the rider injury to be sorted out. Of course, rider safety is paramount and medics are down there on the scene assisting the injured rider. As they have been told, for confirmation, it is the number 88 of Wallace Doherty that went down. But in the meantime, riders reforming back on the grid. They'll cut the engines for the time being and just look to get the race back underway just as soon as we get confirmation from the medics and the clerk of the course that the circuit is clear. So this is our third race of the first round of the championship, the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup. Starting, of course, with a thrilling battle there between Hudson Cooper and Wallace Doherty, but unfortunately a tangle just after the finish line has brought out the red flag. And Wallace Doherty currently receiving some medical treatment and the bike being pushed away. Medics on the scene, and as we say, let's just hope that that rider's okay. Just to run through some of the changes though in 2022, there's of course the BMB organisers always keen to liaise with the riders and look to accommodate changes as necessary in 2022. As we said, of course, at the start of this race, in an attempt to keep some of the overall costs of the championship down, the amount of championship rounds has been reduced from 10 to 8, effectively once per month, starting here, of course, in April, taking us through to October. One of the classes that has been lost, unfortunately, is the vets. Numbers going down on that, and that effectively has been absorbed into the Minibike 160 class, amongst other things. And as always, of course, very defined and rather strict guidelines on what can and can't be modified on this machines, all in the aid of parity, you would say, just to make sure that the riders can compete on a relatively level playing field. One of the attractions of the series is that both youth and adult riders can pretty much get a box fresh bike out of the crate and immediately, with a little bit of setup, can be competitive. No need for any kind of expensive modifications. As you can see in the background, it appears that Wallace Doherty is up on his feet and hopefully he is okay. Under the rules, won't be taking part in the restart, I would think, but what's going to happen now, we're going to have a warm-up lap in a few moments just to get the temperature back underway, and then the riders will complete a 6-lap race to round out this first Ovali 110 Cup. So just to repeat, I have just been informed, riders getting the machines fired up. They will take away from the grid now for a warm-up lap, And of course the bikes have been sat there for a few moments, so they'll just need to get a bit of temperature back into the tyres, get back out on the track. The medic's preparing to leave the course, and I'm pleased to say that the injured Wallace Doherty is walking away under his own steam to the ambulance, which is a good sign, and hopefully he's okay. I think they'll naturally just perform some extra checks on him in the medical rooms to make sure he's okay before he goes out racing again this afternoon, but it appears to be just a case of him being badly shaken up and winded, nothing more. And I can tell you from my motocross background that when you hit the deck at high speed, sometimes it just a struggle to breathe for a few minutes, and no broken bones or anything like that, but sometimes you get badly winded, you're down for a few minutes. So the medics very quickly on the scene. As you can see in the background, they are just leaving the track now. So once we get the all clear from the clerk of the course, these riders will go back out onto the track for a warm-up lap, and then there will be 6 more laps remaining in this first race of the Ovale 110 Cup in 2022. Obviously still under the yellow flag situation, but riders are okay, and hopefully we should be getting things back underway in a few moments' time. So Hudson Cooper getting up to the front very quickly, but as always with the Ovale machines, very closely matched. Pretty much all down to the riders, of course, and we'll look for the likes of Charlie Cunningham, Jack Hamilton, who we saw in great form earlier on today, hoping to be up there at the front. You can see the riders just getting a bit of temperature back into the tyres as they make their way down the back straight through towards the corkscrew. Leads out of view here around the back of the circuit, and a little bit of gradient here as well. And this Teesside circuit, pretty well spread out, pretty wide open. It's, along with Pembrey, I'd say, is amongst the longest circuits on the BMB calendar, and you see a real variety of tracks in the series for this year, of course. Well, Teesside, of course, is amongst the fastest on the calendar. We go to Pembrey in July. I remember that blistering hot day in South Wales last year, and let's hope for similar weather again. That's another one of the fast circuits. There's Three Sisters, of course, another one that's pretty wide open. Then a few more technical tracks, of course. Red Lodge over on the Suffolk border on the 26th of June, very tight and technical. Ella Park, something of a medium speed track, you would say, and Wilton Mill, a bit of everything there in Northamptonshire. Clay Pigeon, perhaps a bit more technical as well. So variety of tracks. Some will suit some riders better than others. One of the things with Wilton Mill is, of course, it's very centrally located in Northamptonshire on the M1. A lot of riders practice there, and everyone very familiar with the track, so it does tend to be very competitive here. I think one rider in trouble on the warm-up lap seems to have gone down just on the approach to the South Bank hairpin, so there might be a delay before this race gets underway. There is a rider, appears to be okay, just on the approach to South Bank hairpin, and I think one of the parents or track crews making their way to check that rider's okay. I said the rider is up on their feet, but stricken rider out on the track, so we're just going to wait and see to make sure that rider can get back into the race. The rest of the field, meanwhile, are down on the start line here. We've got Charlie Cunningham on the number 34 with the 217. Hudson Cooper just behind him. Jack Hamilton, Travis Shaw, all well-placed riders on the line waiting to go, and I think these guys at the front are aware there might be a few moments delay. That fallen rider is back on the bike. Doesn't appear to be anything too serious, and should catch up with the rest of the field in just a few moments' time. 6 laps to go in this opening Ovale 110 Cup race in 2022. And I have just been told that the riders are going to go for an extra warm-up lap. We had that incident at the on the formation lap. So the race not back underway at the moment. This is just purely an extra formation lap. We did see a rider go down around the back of the circuit leading towards the South Bank hairpin. So the riders go around once again. As we say, it's just a case of ensuring a safe race start. We saw the riders down on the start grid for quite some time there, just to whilst that injured, while that fallen rider was picked up. So around we go again, and 6 laps to go in this opening race of the day for the Ovale 110 Cup. This, of course, another formation lap We are not under race conditions, but this is the rider that was leading once when the race was initially stopped, the 217 of Hudson Cooper. Quite a few quick riders behind him, though. We saw the likes of Charlie Cunningham, Jack Hamilton could all be a factor in this opening race. And let's hope we have a safe start once again. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast here from round number 1 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. And certainly from a racing point of view, how great it is that we are able to get the season underway with no restrictions and no worries. Certainly the last 2 years in the racing calendar, the pandemic has played a big part. And you may remember last year, this first round of the championship did take place, but it was as a non-championship round. 12 months ago, you were not allowed to camp over in your vehicles outside of your home. So essentially, Alan Lord and the team here at BMB thought it was unfair. Of course, we know how well travelled a lot of these riders are. It simply wasn't fair to expect them to drive for 5-6 hours on a Sunday, do the racing, and then go back home again. So it did take place, but very much was under a non-championship schedule. Nothing like that this year, of course. I think the 933 of Parker Jazari, the rider that went down last time, as the bike has hit trouble. Oh, and Jack Hamilton stalls the machine as the pack get underway. Everyone getting past him okay, but Jack Hamilton, who of course was victorious earlier on today in the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 race, is right at the back of the field. Everyone else gets away okay, and the 217 of Hudson Cooper picks up as he left off at the front of the field, with Charlie Cunningham right on his tail in second place. It looks like Travis Shaw has got a good jump on the field, looking strong in third as they make their way down the back straight. And just another note as well, we see riders of course falling, and if they do fall, they're not allowed to rejoin the race this year. So that explains why Parker Jazari has not taken part in the restart. So due to the incident on the formation lap, it looks like unfortunately that Jazari is out of this race with 6 laps to go. So here we go. This is turning into a battle here between Hudson Cooper and Wallace Doherty, very close between first and second place as they make their way back over the line. We have already run a few laps in this race, so over the line they go. 5 laps to go. And so after that delay, the field just starting to sort itself out here now. We see Hudson Cooper leading, Charlie Cunningham second place, Travis Shaw in third. And with the race, of course, just being picked up after the halt earlier on, that means Finley Hanna then up to 5th position on the number 13. Ethan Dunning in 6th position. Jack Hamilton, after that trouble at the start, is up to 7th position. And of course, Wallace Doherty and Parker Jazari out of the race. This is turning into a two-way fight for the lead here. So Hudson Cooper, the rider to beat at the moment, but Charlie Cunningham not too far behind in second place. And the fastest lap of the race, Hudson Cooper, 121.474. But Charlie Cunningham certainly keeping that pressure on and not too far behind. Look for the green machine, number 4. Travis Shaw keeping into contention there with the 2 race leaders. As Cooper tries to break away, you can see there Cunningham just trying an outside line into the hairpin, losing ground, but then closing it back up into the hairpins. He's carrying a lot more speed through the corners, and that should set him up nicely as they make their way over the line. So you can see once again that South Bank hairpin really does offer a bit of strategy between the 2 riders. If we watch that again next time round, we'll see what Cunningham does. And I'll tell you what, that's incredibly close at the front. Both riders setting the fastest lap of the race. I say both because they had absolutely identical lap times there. Hudson Cooper and Charlie Cunningham both setting 121.1. 0.3 of a second between the 2 riders last time round, and that's how close they are. And there you can see on the left-hand side identical lap times, and Travis Shaw not all that slower in third place. He is a little bit further behind. The gap just about 1.5 seconds between Shaw in third, Cunningham second. But this Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup race very finely poised at the front here. Charlie Cunningham Hudson Cooper absolutely identical on pace as they both set the fastest lap of the race. Here they come up towards South Bank Hairpin once again. Let's see what Cunningham does this time. You'll see Cooper most likely guard the apex on the inside. And again there you see Cunningham just drifting a little bit wide, leaving his apex a bit later there. It sets him up a bit tighter into that second hairpin and perhaps just gives him a bit of a drive as they make their way down towards the line, but Cooper at the moment has got the lead covered. Hudson Cooper this time 1:20.499, fastest lap of the race once again. Charlie Cunningham just a little bit slower, but I'm talking hundredths of a second. Travis Shaw just dropping a little bit of ground in third place, and then Sydney Marshall in fourth on the 4.61, alone in fourth at this stage. Battle between Jack Hamilton and Finley Hanna. Ethan Dunning a little bit further behind. Harvey Saville and Alfie Landemore rounding up the field. There we see the battle between Marshall and Hamilton, very close indeed. Leaders meanwhile making their way towards the South Bank hairpin as we look at the battle there with of course Jack Hamilton, Finley Hanna looking very close indeed. Hamilton lost the engine at the start of the race, was able to restart and join the race with, now we've got of course 3 laps to go. As we watch the number 13 of Finley Hanna closed on now by the number 10 of Ethan Dunning. Oh, nice move down the inside there from Dunning into the hairpin and takes the inside line away. So a neat move there, and Ethan Dunning now moving into 6th position. As the leaders go screaming over the line with 2 laps to go. We watch this battle a little bit further down the field between Ethan Dunning and Finley Hanna. Back towards the South Bank hairpin they go. And again there you see the lead rider guarding the apex, the chasing rider just shadowing on the outside as we move back to that battle for the lead. Hudson Cooper again with the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.499, but there's nothing in it. Charlie Cunningham only a few hundredths of a second slower, and as you can see on the timing screen there, 0.3 of a second covering the top 2 riders. 2 laps to go, and precisely now 1.5 laps to go as they make their way down the back straight, riding the curbs into the hairpin. Hudson Cooper just pulling away a bit slightly now, and you can see Charlie Cunningham trying to go for a wider sweep through the hairpins to keep the momentum up, but Cooper just pulling away slightly. Oh, a bit ragged through the chicane there. That might allow Cunningham to catch back up as they make their way through South Bank once again. Absolutely no margin for error between these 2 riders as they make their way up towards the start-finish line for the final time. Next time round, of course, will be the checkered flag. 1 lap board is about to go out for the race leader, Hudson Cooper, screaming over the line with Charlie Cunningham just behind. And the pace of the race continues to fall, 1:20.284 last time round for Hudson Cooper. Cunningham just a little bit further behind, still lapping in the 1:20s. At the moment, Hudson Cooper leading by 0.8 of a second. He's got a handle on this race so far, but he can't afford any kind of error because Charlie Cunningham would be right in there in 2nd place. Here they come down the back straight for the final time. It's still Travis Shaw in 3rd, but dropping the pace. Alone in 3rd place at the moment. Jack Hamilton's fought his way through up to 4th place now, getting past the number 4.61 of Sydney Marshall. And that battle between the number 10 of Ethan Dunning and Finley Hanna continues to rage, with Finley Hanna now getting through into 6th position. But the closing stages now of this Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup really drawing to a close here now, and Hudson Cooper has just got to keep it steady on these last few corners through the South Bank hairpin for the final time. He knows he's got a little bit of a gap here. He's just leaving that apex a bit open to put a smoother sweep through these final 2 hairpins. Charlie Cunningham still chasing. Checkered flag now been ready, and it's going to go to the number 217 of Hudson Cooper over the line. Chased all the way by Charlie Cunningham in 2nd. 1 second covering those riders on the final lap, and very closely poised there. Charlie Cunningham losing a little bit of ground on that final lap, but we're only talking a few 0.1 of a second here and there. And you wouldn't bet against him taking the fight to Hudson Cooper in the 2nd race a bit later on. Travis Shaw over the line in 3rd. Harvey Saville goes over the line, a lap down on the number 41 with the 918 of Alfie Landemore rounding out the field as the final finisher. Jack Hamilton then over the line in 4th position. Sydney Marshall on the 461 in 5th, and there you can see in the background the battle still raging between Finley Hanna and Ethan Dunning. Over the line they go, and it looks like Finley Hanna just about held on to that 6th place from Ethan Dunning. So race win for Hudson Cooper, Charlie Cunningham 2nd, Travis Shaw in 3rd, Jack Hamilton 4th, Sydney Marshall, Finley Hanna, Ethan Dunning and Harvey Saville rounding out the field. Coming up next then, we have the Motor Oils Ovale 160 Cup. Halfway through the first block of racing here. At the first round of the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Teesside, and the Teesside Autodrome just on the outskirts of the city of Middlesbrough. Great place to kick off the 2022 campaign on this fast, spectacular circuit. Very popular one with the riders. They've been here, of course, all weekend with their warm-ups and the qualifying sessions yesterday. The event format sees Saturday with practice and qualifying throughout the day. So riders, plenty of track time, of course, over the weekend. And with riders having a practice and qualifying session on Saturday, gives them plenty of track time out on the course. Bit of breathing space, of course, if there's any stoppages as well. We stick with the Ovale machines and the Motor Oils Ovale 160 Cup, and the riders out on the course for their formation lap. The 160 class, of course, catering for the slightly more powerful machines. And these riders age between 10 and 14 years old. So this is what you would say, a slightly older age category for these riders. Principles, of course, still the same. The bike's perhaps a little bit more powerful, of course, but all a showcase for these riders to display their talents on fairly equal machinery. And we see, of course, the next stage in the ladder for those sort of riders who are looking to kick things on in terms of racing career. We're seeing the Talent Cup at Silverstone this weekend as a side show to the main BSB event, of course, and one or two of our series regulars competing in that over the weekend. We wish them the very best of luck. And one of the great things, of course, with BMB racing is it also allows a platform for riders who may not be the next big thing, but they might enjoy their racing and travelling across the country, being part of the championship calendar, and that's what it's all about as well. So riders lining up now for the Ovale 160 Cup, and the first race of the afternoon for these riders, and this is our 4th race of the programme so far. Minibike 160s, including the vets coming up after this race, but we focus now on the Ovale 160 Cup. Riders about to get underway. Looks like riders in position. The grid is cleared and the race is about to get underway. All eyes on the starter and the green flag. And away they go. One or two riders creeping on the line there as they anticipated the drop of the green flag. Whether there'll be any action taken there, we shall wait and see. As away they go for the first time. But it's another good clean start. Around the back of the circuit they go for the first time. Looks like Tyler Humphries with a good start there. The number 19 closely followed by the number 85 of Wilson Dilks as they make their way down the back straight for the first time. Thorley Trevorrow, Lewis Mullen and Laken Payne all in there. Joel Grieg as well, Luca Wilkinson. Very strong field of riders here. But they are headed by the number 19 of Tyler Humphries, but coming under all kinds of pressure here from Wilson Dilks. Number 85 right on his tail. And these two just starting to break away now from the rest of the field at the end of the first lap. Through the South Bank hairpin they go for the first time. And at the moment, Wilson Dilks putting the race leader Humphries under some serious pressure. Oh, he has a little peek down the inside going into the apex of the hairpin, back towards the finish line. And Wilson Dilks all over the back wheel of Tyler Humphries, just trying to find a way through here as they go over the line for the first time. Still a long way to go in this race. There we see, oh, big spill there for third place. I think that was Thorley Trevorrow that went down, got into a tank slapper just going off the chicane. Well, we were looking at the battle between Wilson Dilks and Thorley Trevorrow, but red flag has been displayed. I think that was Thorley Trevorrow that went down in third. We'll get confirmation in a few moments, of course, but there was a big tank slapper in third. Very fast part of the track, and not surprisingly, the red flag has immediately been displayed. Marshals trying to get these riders' attention at the front. They're having their own battle at the front of the field, of course, but the red flag has gone out. The riders have seen that now, and they draw things to a close. So, unfortunately, the red flag out once again. Rider down quite heavily in third. I wait for confirmation, but I think it was Thorley Trevorrow. But we'll wait till we get confirmation on that one, of course, the number 42. So the riders just having this muster point halfway around the track as Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks just having a chat about how the race is going so far. Those two very close indeed before we saw the red flag displayed. And it was shaping up to be quite an interesting race there because we had Dilks all over the rear wheel of Tyler Humphries. So we certainly saw one rider taking the high-speed tumble. I'm not too sure if we saw anyone else collected in that field. We can see a few more of the riders making their way back around there. There's the number 7 of Alfie Flynn just getting a few instructions. The race will be restarted, of course, as soon as it's safe to do so. Arnie Carr down there as well. And I think that's Miller Buchanan just obstructed by the marshal there, number 29. Number 41 down there as well, Laken Payne. And the riders just pausing on the line at the moment. I think that might be Luca Wilkinson down there as well. So riders just being sent back to the start line. So there is a rider down just after the finish line when they make their way towards the back of the circuit. We saw it very briefly. The tank slapper that he had is unable to save that one. So 3 bikes caught up in that melee and they'll be out of the race. Riders now being sent back to the start line. As soon as it's safe, we'll get the riders back out on track for a formation lap and resume this Sovali 160 Cup. So just see out of shot there, there's a bit of medical treatment taking place on the track. We will, of course, give the medical crews the time they need to deal with the incident. In the meantime, action being suspended on the course momentarily. Riders have stopped the engines and will take a few moments. So there will be a partial rerun of this race. Of course, we'll pick things up just as soon as it's safe to do so. But in the meantime, just giving the riders they need to, or give the medics the time they need, of course, just to treat the injured riders out on the track. So we saw, I think it was Thorley Trevorrow getting into a bit of a tank slapper just after the chicane, and as the rest of the field went round the track, one or two riders collecting him. So the medics, of course, fortunately that is very close to the medical point. There is a rider walking away, which you may see in the background, which is always a good sign. We'll try and pause, of course, on speculating on any riders until we get the official confirmation. But the medical crew is still on track dealing with the incident out on the circuit. So looking like we're getting a restart of the race very soon. Just waiting, of course, on the update from the medics. Just watching the run back off screen of that incident. We just saw, I think it was Gerard, got into a tank slapper, and Joel Grieg, I think, was another rider who got caught up in the melee. So that's the incident that's happened out on the track at the moment. As soon as we get the all clear, of course, we'll get the racing back underway. Next race after this will be the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s, including the Junior Supermotos with their split grid start. Cymoto Minibike 140s. And the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and the Bucci 190 Cup rounding up the first block of racing. There is scheduled to be a Marshall's break as the day goes on. I'm not too sure. I've had a couple of red flags, unfortunately, so I'm not too sure whether that will be taking place or not. If there's any changes to the event program, of course, I will let you know, but one would presume that the Marshall's break is still taking place. Any changes, of course, I will let you know, and it may be the case that the meeting will just run concurrently through the afternoon, and perhaps a relief marshal going out to keep the meeting going, you would say. We'll find out, though, as the day goes on. That'll be up to the clerk of the course and the race director to make that decision. But things paused at the moment for the Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup. There was quite a high-speed accident at the start of this race at the beginning of the second lap on one of the faster parts of the track, so perhaps no surprise to see that the medical crews out on the circuit at the moment dealing with the injured rider, and I think the incident's still being dealt with. So as you can imagine, of course, rider safety is the priority, so we'll give the medics the time they need to safely deal with that situation, and we should hopefully get racing back underway very soon. So round number one of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at the Teesside Autodrome, just on the outskirts of Middlesbrough. You can see on some of the cutaways of the track when we see the riders going up to the grid how close it is to the city of Middlesbrough and some of the famous landmarks, the Transporter Bridge and the Riverside Stadium for Middlesbrough FC, all very close, not that far away from the coast here actually. The seaside towns of Redcar and Saltburn-on-Sea very close to this South Bank circuit. And when you're coming up to this venue, it's kind of the last place you'd expect to see a motorsport venue. You really are in a industrial part of the town here. You don't really see the track until you're right here. It's next door actually to the Redcar Bears Speedway team as well. They're literally next door to this track, and I think that a meeting on Friday night with some discounted entry for the minibike competitors. This Teesside Autodrome has been going for well over 30 years. Nowadays run by Teesside Karting, who run a very high-profile event here later in the year. Of course, the British 24-hour karting event. They run an event at Le Mans in France as well. And quite regularly we see the two-wheel counterparts taking to the track. There's plenty of bike sessions here at Teesside as well, so plenty of opportunities for the riders to get used to the course. Train here as well, but of course geographically quite far away for a lot of the riders, so maybe not the case they're as familiar with the track as the likes of, to use an example, Wilton Mill, which is a lot more centralised, Ella Park possibly as well, and Red Lodge, those sort of central locations in the UK. But Teesside always throws up some spectacular racing. We'll get things underway in just a few moments. Riders out on the formation now. And as they make their way back towards the starting grid for the restart of the Ovale 160 Cup, we look forward to this battle again between Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks. The start could be very important here because we saw Tyler Humphries getting the jump on Wilson Dilks at the start of the race, but Wilson was right over the rear wheel of Humphries when the red flag came out. And we shall see how that goes when the racing gets back underway in a few moments. Riders making their way back down to the starting grid now. And you'll see, of course, the modification at the start. The riders in the past, of course, have gone straight through into that chicane. But the start's slightly modified here at Teesside now. The riders go straight out onto the course and round the back, a bit cleaner and more of a less chance of riders colliding on that first chicane. And here we go then, last few riders about to get underway. I think there is just a rider making their way to the back of the grid, but it looks like we're about ready to go. And Ovale 160 Cup gets back underway. 7 laps to go. And once again it looks like Tyler Humphries has got the jump on the field as they make their way around the back of the circuit for the first time. Good clean start. Everyone staying out of trouble, and Humphries gets the jump on the field, now trying to break away from Dilks in second. But there he is, Wilson Dilks, right on the rear wheel. Will give the riders a lap just to settle down. We'll get the updated timing chart in a few moments. But as you can see, Tyler Humphries, number 19, just breaking away down the back straight from Wilson Dilks, who's still right in there. Oh, but a small mistake there from Tyler Humphries, and he goes down. One of the fastest parts of the circuit. Quite a nasty crash there for Tyler Humphries, but he's back on his feet and hopefully will be okay. I think he will be quite winded from that one, but Marshall's on the scene. The race goes on, and that means, of course, that Wilson Dilks has now taken the lead. Race leader then, Tyler Humphries, going down quite spectacularly on the approach to the hairpin, but Wilson Dilks now in the lead, and here they come over the line. So Wilson Dilks is your new race leader, closely followed by the number 11 Lewis Milne. You can see in the background there, good to see that Tyler Humphries back on his feet and appears to be okay. And the race goes on now. Wilson Dilks inheriting the lead, but he's coming under some pressure now from Lewis Mullen in second place. And Mullen trying to find a way through. Has a peek down the inside in the corkscrew. Can't find a way through at the moment. Dilks trying to pull away at the front. Here they come down the back straight. So Dilks leading. And there you see those curbs that just caught Humphries out on the previous lap. He just got into a bit of a tank slapper over the curbs. The front wheel got away from him. And down he went quite heavily. I'm pleased to see that number 19, Tyler Humphries, the previous race leader, is okay. He sat on the tyre barrier, I think, talking to his dad about what went wrong. And you might just see in the centre of the track in a few moments the stricken rider. So here we go, battle now between Wilson Dilks, and this time Lewis Mullen charging for the lead. So we never got to see, of course, if Wilson Dilks would have got past Tyler Humphries, because the way the things panned out there. But what we are seeing here is Lewis Mullen just breaking away now from the battle for third place. We've got Laken Payne and Arnie Carr scrapping for that third position, just a bit further behind. There they go. Alfie flew up to fifth position, and there's a yellow flag out at the top of the circuit here. So another rider's gone down, I think. Try and get confirmation of who that is. Miller Buchanan over the line from Izzy Carter. And of course, Solya, Trevorrow, Joel Grigg and Luca Wilkinson out of the race as the riders make their way down the back straight. There's Wilson Dilks, your race leader, confidently hopping the curbs. And we've seen that can go wrong earlier in the race, of course, but it's okay for Wilson Dilks so far. Lewis Mullen, fastest lap of the race so far, 1:16.089, but can't find a way past the race leader Wilson Dilks as they make their way back towards the South Bank hairpin. And you see that corner just tightening up on itself. Through the hairpin they go, Dilks leading. It was 0.3 of a second. Mullen just trying to find some lines here to close up on the race leader. Here they come over the line again, so Wilson Dilks still your race leader. And the gap goes up to half a second. Laken Payne and Arnie Carr still battling for third place. There is the third place number 41. So Payne in third, Arnie Carr 83, trying to find a way through on that Dayglow machine in fourth. Alfie Flynn, Miller Buchanan and Izzy Carter just a bit further behind. Trying to establish what that waved yellow is for. The riders, of course, slowing down momentarily because of that flag. So Miller Buchanan, a rider who was cut adrift at the start, now back into contention up to 7th position. Tyler Humphries, Thorley Trevorrow, Joel Grigg and Luca Wilkinson, of course, out of the race. As we look at the number 83 of Arnie Carr, trying to find a way through into third place past Laken Payne. And you see here Arnie Carr just resorting to try and use some different lines here to get an opening and possibly get past Laken Payne. Down the inside goes Carr, but he's not close enough to get the front wheel in there. And of course we saw with Saville in the opening race of the day park the bike down the inside. It's at every risk at the front end of washing away from him on that hairpin, so the riders have got to be careful. And I think Arnie Carr just opting better and just tagging on the back wheel of the third place Laken Payne. The race goes on at the front with Lewis Mullen now with the fastest lap of the race. The course is now clear and Lewis Mullen 0.4 of a second behind last time round. Fastest lap of the race with a 1:15.791, and he is closing up on Wilson Dilks at the front as they make their way down the back straight. And here they come back into view. Wilson Dilks, still your race leader. Very aggressive riding at the front here. Both riders attacking those apexes. Next time they come round, it'll be 2 laps to go through that little chicane, heading towards the South Bank hairpin once again. And Wilson Dilks, 85, holds on to that lead. So it's still Laken Payne in third, Arnie Carr in fourth, Alfie Flynn, Izzy Carter, and Miller Buchanan on the 29, running out the field. Tyler Humphries, Thorley Trevorrow, Joel Grigg, and Luca Wilkinson out of the race. 2 laps to go as Wilson Dilks goes over the line. Lewis Mullen just behind in second place. Nothing at all between these two riders. The gap 0.6 of a second. And Wilson Dilks just pulling away ever so slightly, but we are talking 0.1 of a second here. Nothing at all in it. And as you can see for yourself, Lewis Mullen in second place on the 1:11 is right in there as they make their way through the corkscrew. Down the back of the circuit they go, heading towards the back straight. We wait for them at the bottom of the hill, and here they come. Wilson Dilks still leading. Over the curbs he goes as Lewis Mullen just tries to find an opening. Oh, but Wilson Dilks goes wide, a small mistake, and this allows Lewis Mullen right back in there. I don't know what happened there to Wilson Dilks. He just seemed to lose traction on the hairpin possibly, recovered quickly. And that was a sniff there for Lewis Mullen, but he can't find a way through at the moment. Dilks has regained his composure very quickly here. Takes a wide sweeping line through the hairpin. Back towards the finish line they go. This will be the last lap. Wilson Dilks over the line. And the gap pretty much the same. It's gone down slightly to half a second, but Dilks just seemed to drift wide on the hairpin there. I have to say he's recovered very well here to hold that lead and maintain that half-second gap. It's still the battle of a third still raging between Arnie Carr, Laken Payne, with Alfie Flynn and Izzy Carter just a bit further behind. I think Millen Buchanan may be out of the race. Haven't seen him go through for a while. Down the back straight, though, the leaders for the final time. Wilson Dilks pulling away down the back straight. Here they come down towards the hairpin. Really have to be smooth and aggressive on the braking through the hairpin. And this time Dilks has got that hairpin nailed and not allowing a sniff here for Lewis Mullen in second place. They make their way down towards the South Bank hairpin for the final time. Arnie Carr and Laken Payne still scrapping for third. But the battle for the lead still finely poised. Wilson Dilks pulls away just slightly here. Mullen goes wide into the hairpin, trying to close up on the exit of the corners. But it looks like Wilson Dilks may have done enough. Here they come, last run down to the finish line, and the 85 of Wilson Dilks takes the checkered flag. Lewis Mullen in second, and immediately we go back to this scrap for third. Oh, it's going to be close to the line here. Over the line they go, and it's Arnie Carr just ahead of Laken Payne. 0.2 of a second between those riders. I believe we just have the two riders left in the race. It's been a bit of a race of attrition, this one. And we're going to see Alfie Flynn on the number 7. Good ride for him over the line. He will finish in 5th position. And the number 46 of Izzy Carter, a little bit further behind, heading towards the South Bank hairpin for the final time. We should see Izzy in the background any moment now. And there she is, Izzy Carter through the South Bank hairpin for the final time on that very distinctive muck-off backed machine. Back towards the line goes Izzy, and she will finish in 6th position in what's been quite a tough race. So Izzy Carter over the line in 6th position. And that brings to a close a dramatic Motul Oils Ovale 160 Cup first race. We will cut immediately through to our next race of the day. It's the Ugly & Co. My apologies, it's the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160s. This will include the Veterans class. They'll be getting underway very shortly. So as the Valley machines make their way off the course, they'll be back underway very shortly. And the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140 and 50 getting underway in just a few moments. Done it again, haven't I? It's the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160s. And this incorporating the Veterans for 2022. For some reason, the Veterans class just seemed to tail away in the end of last year. And one of the changes for this year is that this Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 class will incorporate the vets. Keep you up to date, of course, with the championship points as the season progresses. Mini Bike 160, effectively an adult class, of course, minimum age of 14 years. And there is a minimum weight ruling in there as well of combined rider, bike and kit has to have a weight of 132 kilos, which is tested in the park firmly after the racing. And some of the riders do have to carry purpose-made ballast just to bring them up to that weight limit. Again, it's all keeping things open in terms of a competitive race class. With the mini bike racing can be a bit similar to karting sometimes. It can be a bit of a jockey sport where the lighter riders may have an advantage. And that's why there's the minimum weight ruling. You can see all the regulations on the BMB website, but just to give you an idea, of course, it is all pretty well mapped out in the interests of equality and parity, just making sure that the riders have competitive bikes. There is, you can see them all down in the waiting zone actually, there is some kind of leeway in terms of tuning and setup of the bikes. There is some modifications you can make to them, but it is all quite stringent and quite limited, again, just to make sure that there's effectively a cost cap, you would say, stops things from getting too expensive out there and having to spend too much money on having a competitive bike. But the riders in the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 getting underway very soon. Thanks, of course, to Pit Bike Spares for their continued support of this race class. And we should be getting things underway in just a few moments. This will, as you say, also incorporate the vets, and quite a decent group of riders getting underway in just a few moments' time. So Pit Bike Spares, based near Redditch in the West Midlands, and very much a dedicated company for pit bike manufacturers and pit bike spares. And they have been a long-time supporter of the British Minibikes Championship. So great to see Pit Bike Spares once again at this opening round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Teesside. Thanks, of course, to Rich Energy for their continued support. And then we see the cutaway once again of the Teesside circuit with the cantilevers of the Riverside Stadium in the background, very much in the heart of the city here. South Bank just on the edge of Middlesbrough, and we get things underway with the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. This class for 2022 will also incorporate the Vets class, and with this, of course, being more of an age class rather than a spec class almost, you see a whole variety of bikes out there. There's Derva Lane at the back there, the 189 of that back of that little group. Also out in the Super Minis, did very well in the Vets class last year. Daniel Pearson, another top name in there as well on the very distinctive black and yellow leathers and machine there, number 77. And one or two of these riders, of course, riding in the Vets class as well. But unfortunately with the Vets, it was getting to the stage, it used to be quite a popular class, but a few riders changing to other race categories as the season goes on. The Super Minis, of course, getting very popular. It all meant that the Vets just seemed to tail off at the end of last year, and the organisers at Rich Energy British Minibikes looking to perhaps include that into the Minibike 160s. Riders lining up on the start gate now. They'll be underway in just a few moments. Riders taking their positions on the start line now, and the first race of the day for the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160s about to get underway. As you can see for yourself here, big group of riders in this class, and the start will be very important indeed. Final preparations will be made on the start grid. Timers are ready, riders are ready, pretty much ready to go here. I think there is a rider with a bit of trouble at the back of the grid. They will get a limited time to try and sort themselves out. If not, the race may have to go on without them, but as you can see, the starter just making sure riders are ready and in position. And as you can see in the centre of the grid, that one rider just hitting some trouble. I think it's being repositioned actually, and hopefully we should now be ready to go. So starter making the final preparations. So let's hope we can get this race underway. Well, yep, we are under starter's orders now, and Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160 gets underway. Oh, rider at the front stalls the machine. And they all, of course, that's one of the hair-raising moments in tarmac motorcycle racing on the grid, when a rider at the front stalls the machine, but everyone getting through safely. Michael Med with a good start. Harvey Lathrop right on the rear wheel. So Harvey Lathrop, one of the rising stars of the Rich Energy British Minibike Series, up at the front and back with Michael Med for the lead. James Mostiger also well placed. And Lathrop sweeps down the inside into the lead. Got a good drive down the back straight as they charge into the hairpin for the first time. Med all over the rear wheel trying to fight back. Looks like Daniel Pearson's got a good start. He's up to third place. James Mostiger, Simon Wadsworth in there as well. And ooh, Michael Med having a look down the inside there as they go through South Bank hairpin. Thought better of it, thought there's still time to go. Oh, and look at that then. Harvey Lathrop in a no-nonsense move, parking the bike on the apex, aggressively defending that lead. and forcing Michael Med to think outside the box here, use some outside sweeping lines as they make their way down towards the finish line for the first time. And look how close they are to go over the chicane. Look out for the number 77 in third there, Daniel Pearson, looking threatening on the first lap. James Mostiker, Andrew Thompson, Brian Hamilton all in there. Very fast start to this race as the midfield riders go screaming over the line. Meanwhile, the leaders battling for the lead here. Med round the outside of Lathrop. Oh, he's going to be committed into the hairpin. Oh, brave move there for Michael Med round the outside. And he really had to be committed to make that one work, but Lathrop's not giving up. Here they come side by side down the straight, and Lathrop again with a good line out of the corner. And retakes the lead. Pearson and Mostiker looking threatening in third and fourth. And if these two at the front start banging handlebars and really scrapping for the lead, this might allow Pearson and Mostiker behind to get involved in this battle for the lead. And not too far behind is Andrew Thompson on the number 19 in fifth place. Here they come. There we see the 77 of Daniel Pearson. Mostiker on his rear wheel. Mostiker trying the outside line here. Nice little sweep on the outside. Goes down the inside of Pearson, but unable to get the front wheel in there. 6 laps to go. And you have to wonder if those two riders in third and fourth may... Well, it's racer's instinct though, isn't it? You'd almost think whether they might want to work together here to try and keep up with Lathrop and Med and maybe battle for the lead. But I don't think racer's instinct really works like that sometimes. So Harvey Lathrop now clear in the lead. Pearson behind in third with Mostiker all over the rear wheel, but still this battle for the lead rages. Michael Med not too far behind, goes for a wide sweep into the exit of the corkscrew, heading towards the back straight. A bit further behind, Brian Hamilton in 6th place, Simon Wadsworth in 7th, Aaron Sandler 8th, Derva Lane in 9th, Gav Tappenden in 10th place from Rob Overend, Nathan Gardner in 12th from Michael Nealons, Brett Neesham, Peter Wadsworth 15th position, Ryan Clark, James Walker, Craig Rowland, Gary Jacobs and Tony Reveley rounding out the top 20, and the rest of the field made up of Simon Patterson, Tom White, Michael Judkins, David Linsdell and Kieran Williamson on the 114, rounding out the field so far on this fast, fearsome second lap of the race. At the front of the field though, it's still the number treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop. And towards the final corner they go, over the line, Lathrop leading. Med still in 2nd place, 3 laps down, 9/10 of a second covering the top 2 runners. They are starting to break away now from that battle of the 3rd place. Daniel Pearson still there in 3rd. James Mostiker all over the rear wheel. Mostiker having a look down the inside of Pearson and makes the move. So James Mostiker now into 3rd place. Pearson drops to 4th. Pearson trying to fight back down the inside there, but Mostiker's got the line covered. And after quite a bit of pressure, it looks like James Mostiker has finally made the move stick into 3rd place. But I don't think that Daniel Pearson is going to give that one up lightly. Here they come down the back straight. Pearson all over the back of Mostiker, perhaps trying to line up a move down the inside. Can't quite get the front wheel down into the hairpin. Has to stay in 4th place. Andrew Thompson not too far behind in 5th, just out of shot there. And there you can see just the back of the camera angle there, the number 19 of Andrew Thompson. There he is, just looking to try and get involved in this battle for 4th place. Daniel Pearson, of course, losing that 3rd position to James Mostiker, who breaks away slightly. Harvey Lathrop, meanwhile, leading them over the line. Michael Med just losing a little bit of ground in 2nd place. The gap goes up to 1.3 seconds. Mostiker 3rd then, Pearson 4th. Andrew Thompson over the line, very close battle on the edge of the top 10 as they make their way through. We've got Andrew Thompson, Brian Hamilton, Aaron Sadler, Simon Wadsworth and Derva Lane all making their way up towards the top of the circuit. Meanwhile, Harvey Lathrop just starting to pull away at the front. All the action behind him so far, but Lathrop looking neat at the front as they make their way down the back straight. The gap was 1.3 seconds last time round, but it looks like Harvey Lathrop has done enough so far just to pull a small gap on the 2nd place rider Michael Med on the treble 7. And Lathrop just putting in a couple of neat laps here, just trying to break away from that 2nd place man. in third place. James Mostiger has not shaken off Daniel Pearson at all. We should see those riders in a few moments coming through to the hairpin as we watch our race leader Harvey Lathrop looking very neat through the hairpins, coming back towards the finish line. And Lathrop on the treble 2, back onto the power, over the line he goes. So Lathrop leads, Med in second. See all the action just screaming up to the start line now behind, as still looks like James Mostiger holding on to that third place as Pearson tries to close up. Simon Wadsworth meanwhile to sixth place, just going over the line. As Lathrop sweeps round the outside of Kira Williamson, currently running in 26th place. Next rider ahead of him is the 105, the 25th place rider of David Linsdell, but Linsdell quite far down the track, so for the time being Harvey Lathrop has a clear track in front of him. The gap is just over 1.8 seconds, and Lathrop with the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.104 for Harvey Lathrop. Med in second, and as the third place battle heads towards the South Bank hairpin, it's all very close between James Mostiger and Daniel Pearson. Yellow flags up. So there's a yellow flag. I think it's nothing too serious actually. It looks like one of the midfield riders has hit some trouble going into the central hairpin. You'll just see in the background that rider trying to sort the machine out. Bit of trouble here. There are one or two riders dropping out of the race so far, as of course this doesn't bother the race leader treble 2. Harvey Lathrop there we see, I think that might be the try and pick up the rider on the lap chart, might be number 24, possibly Ryan Clark, that's dropped out of contention, and the number 7 of Craig Rowland hitting some mechanical trouble. There is Rowland. You can see the smoke pluming from that bike. He's noticed that right away and pulling to one side. None of this, of course, bothering the treble 2 Harvey Lathrop, the race leader, who leads now by 2.5 seconds. Lathrop neatly through the hairpin. Now on the final lap of the race, and Harvey Lathrop screaming through as he increases the gap to 3.1 seconds from Michael Med. Daniel Pearson still in third position, although 10 seconds behind. Look at that, though, how close behind James Mostiger is. And then we see this great battle on the edge of the top 10. There's the number 13 of Gav Tappenden. Nathan Gardner in there as well. Simon Wadsworth, Rob Overend, Dover Lane just a little bit further ahead of these riders. And Tappenden back on the power, number 13. Over the line they go. Brett Neesham in there as well on the number 411. And look at this here, number 441, Aaron Sadler just behind. I think that's Brian Hamilton. Dover Lane, look at the smoke there coming out of Hamilton's machine, I think. Oh no, that's the Aaron Sadler's bike. Could be just rich oil mixture maybe, but Dover Lane nonetheless getting a good bit of oil smoke in the visor as the leaders make their way through South Bank for the final time. The race leader Lathrop heading towards the checkered flag as this battle rages now for 6th position. Meanwhile, Harvey Lathrop making his way around the final couple of hairpins, heading towards the checkered flag any moment now. Lathrop over the line to take the checkered flag. And there he is, your race winner going into the last lap. My apologies. I'm ahead of myself there. So Harvey Lathrop, well, this is the last lap on here. I think we are going for an extra lap in this race for some reason. The mix up here at the finish line, my apologies, but the race goes on. So it appears we're going for an extra lap here. So Lathrop leads, Med in second, Pearson third, Mostiger fourth, Thompson in fifth. Hamilton sixth, Sadler in seventh, Dover Lane in eighth, Rob Overend and Nathan Gardner rounding out the top 10. So it appears we are still on the last lap here. The timing screen showing the race is over, so there might be a bit of a change on the my laps to make sure the race goes on for an extra lap on the timing sheets at least. All Harvey Lathrop's got to do at the front, of course, is just keep the throttle pinned and let everything else look after himself, really. So Brian Hamilton still being chased by Aaron Sadler. Derverlane just a little bit further behind. Race leader still the number 222 of Harvey Lathrop. Heading over the line, so still this great battle here with Sadler trying to find a way past Brian Hamilton as they make their way through South Bank hairpin. Sadler goes wide into the hairpin. I was going to try and cut across, maintain the speed through the hairpin here. Harvey Lathrop then continues to lead the way. Michael Med in second, Pearson still battling for third. Whittaker in there as well. Mini GP just lining up in the waiting zone. They'll be out next. Of course, still the race very close to the edge of the top 10 there with Nathan Gardner, Gav Tappenden, Michael Nealons and Brett Neesham all battling on the edge of the top 10. Plenty of action throughout the field. There goes the number 254, Nathan Gardner. And Daniel Pearson still battling away for third place here with the 27 of James Whittaker. They make their way towards the South Bank hairpin. Race goes on, of course. And Harvey Lathrop continuing to lead the way. And the checker flag now goes out then for the number 222 of Harvey Lathrop over the line. Michael Med in second, and here comes the battle for third. Whittaker in third. Pearson all over the back wheel, down towards the line they go, and Whittaker, ooh, that's going to be close. I think Whittaker's just about held on as Daniel Pearson goes for a bit of grass tracking there. No harm done. Andrew Thompson, Brian Hamilton a bit further behind as the check flag is now out. Lap scores, of course, will update the results to make sure that's all correct. But further back we have the 164 Tony Revley, 17th position. Andrew Rayfield in there as well as they make their way down through the South Bank hairpin for the final time. Simon Patson and Tom White in there as well. Over the line they go. So first race of the day for the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. This race, this class, of course, incorporating the vets this year. But it's Harvey Lathrop that wins from Michael Med in second, Daniel Pearson and James Whittaker. All very close indeed. Some great racing throughout the field, and we're going to pick things up very shortly with the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s, including the Junior Supermotos. They'll be underway in a few moments' time. Riders just lining up on the start line now. They'll be underway in just a few moments. Sixth race of the day getting underway in a few moments' time, and brought to you in association with Ugly & Co., another long-time supporter of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. So Ugly & Co. with their range of extreme sports branded equipment, all available at the uglyandco.com website. Thanks for their support. Thanks to Ugly & Co. for their support of the British Minibikes in 2022. Long-time supporter of the series, of course, is Rich Energy, and we thank them for the continued support in 2022. As the brand looks to, of course, increase, it's been growing year on year. Quite a high-profile start to the brand, of course, and it continues to grow. And great to see Rich Energy involved in the highest level of both UK professional and amateur racing. So last few riders making their way off the line back to the pits for the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. We'll pick things up in a few moments with the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s and the Junior Supermotos. will be a split grid start for these riders. There's effectively 2 race classes in one as they make their way around the back of the circuit for their formation lap. The front of the field will be the Mini GP 140 and 50 class. This for riders aged between 9 and 14. Mini GP 140s plus the Junior Supermoto and a whole range of bikes. There are specified bikes that are allowed to race in this class, the likes of Ovali, Bucci, Predator, a few of the Metra Kit and course machines out there as well. Mixture of 4 strokes and 2 strokes allowed in there as well. The easiest way to spot the difference, you'd normally say, between the Mini GP and the Junior Supermoto is the design of the bike. Of course, the Mini GP machine's a bit more like a BSB Moto GP style race replica. Supermoto style, of course, a bit more like the motocross style machines with the upright handlebars. Both of these classes for riders aged between 9 and 14 years. If you like what you see, of course, if you want to get involved in mini bike racing, it prides itself on accessibility. Anyone can get involved in this, whether you're a youth or an adult rider. More information on the series available at britishminibikes.com. Feel free, of course, to come and check out one of the championship rounds. We're here at Teesside throughout the day if you're local, and over at Cumbria at Rowra on the 29th of May. Mini bike racing, of course, throughout the country. We've got Red Lodge down on the Cambridge to Suffolk border on the 26th of June, Pembrey down in South Wales on the 17th of July, Elf Park just over the border in Norfolk on the 21st of August, Three Sisters near Wigan on the 18th of September, down to Northamptonshire and Wilton Mill on the 2nd of October, and all the way down to the south coast, Clay Pigeon in Dorset for the series finale on the 23rd of October. If you enjoy the live stream, want to check out the action in person, you're more than welcome to drop in and see things trackside as we get the flag underway. So this, of course, is a split start. Away go the Mini GP riders, and watch at the back there as they go screaming around the back of the circuit for the first time. We should be seeing the Junior Supermotos. They're on the line now, green flag, and they get underway just a bit further behind. So a split grid start. We focus our attentions for the time being on the Mini GP machines who are making their way down towards the back straight for the first time. All riders now underway. So the Junior Supermoto riders consisting of Toby Skaman, Arnie Carr, Finley Bagshaw, Joel Grigg. Good to see Joel Grigg back in the race. He was caught up in that melee in the Ovali 160 Cup earlier on. Tyler Swift and Joshua Hemming all getting away at the back of the field. Looks a bit further down like Toby Skaman leading the Supermoto riders. Meanwhile, Mini GP making their way back towards the line for the first time. Tyler Humphries, who's been on great form this afternoon so far, over the line in first place. We've got Thorley Trevorrow back on the bike. Great to see him. He's okay after that nasty spill earlier on in second position. Laken Payne in third. Lewis Mullen fourth. Wilson Dilks, Luca Wilkinson, Wallace Doherty, another rider who's been in the wars this morning. Back on the track in seventh place, Alfie Finn, Charlie Cunningham, Miller Buchanan, Jack Newton, Kean Donald and Travis Shaw a bit further behind. And then further down the field, we've got Toby Skaman leading the way for the Junior Supermotos from Finley Bagshaw, Tyler Swift, Joshua Herring now up to second of the Supermotos. Looks like actually Joel Grigg may have also up there as well with Arnie Carr from the Junior Supermoto riders. So Tyler Humphries, number 19, leading the way. Thorley Trevorrow. Always an all-action, exciting rider to watch and has now taken the lead. So number 42, Trevorrow, now in the lead of the race. Nice aggressive sweeping line around the outside. That's still in second place, so Trevorrow just trying to close upon the leader. Laken Payne still in third place. Then we've got the 111 of Lewis Mullen, Wilson Dilks in there as well. So over the line goes Tyler Humphries, your race leader, 1:15.396. Trevorrow in second, 1.9 seconds behind in second position as they head towards the very top of the circuit. Very fast pace here. But just pulling away slightly at the front, the number 19 of Tyler Humphries, as Thorley Trevorrow comes under some pressure now from Laken Payne and Lewis Mullen. Wilson Dilks in there as well, to battle for second place. Down the back straight they go. Rest of the field charging through, the junior supermoto riders making their way through as well. And look at this, a dominant display so far for number 19, Tyler Humphries, looking to put a couple of clear laps in and try and pull away from the very close battle of a second place just behind him. The leaders making their way through the chicane up towards the southbound chicane. Here's the battle for second. Trevorrow still there in second place. Then we've got Laken Payne, and it looks like Wilson Dilks has fallen behind Lewis Mullen. Wallace Doherty and Luca Wilkinson a bit further behind. And a nice little move down the inside there from Lewis Mullen to move up another position. Looks like he's got past the number 41 of Laken Payne, now behind Thorley Trevorrow in second place. Race leader Tyler Humphries over the line in first place. Trevorrow second. So a bit of a change here now with Lewis Mullen up to third place, Laken Payne in fourth, Wilson Dilks in fifth place. Wallace Doherty, Luca Wilkinson, Alfie Flynn a bit further behind there, making their way through some of the tail enders. There's the number 25 from the junior supermoto class, Tyler Swift. And in the junior supermotos, looks like Arnie Carr, Joel Grieg battling away at the front. Finley Hanna also well placed. So Joel Grieg's leading the Arnie Carr and Joel Grieg leading the way for Toby Skaman in the junior supermotos up there as well. And Finley Hanna 19th from Ethan Dunning. But all the action here for second place as Thorley Trevorrow coming under some real pressure now from Lewis Mullen as they make their way through the South Bank hairpin. None of this, of course, bothering the race leader, Tyler Humphries. Oh, was down the inside. There goes Mullen. Tries to stand it up down the inside of Trevorrow, but he was far too quick into the hairpin to provide an opening. And Lewis Mullen going to have to try and fight again in third place. So Humphries over the line. 4 laps to go here. Trevorrow in second, Mullen third, Payne in fourth. Then it's Wilson Dilks, Luca Wilkinson and Wallace Doherty just a little bit further behind. But Thorley Trevorrow, that all-action style we saw from him last year, and again aggressively guarding the inside line, making life very hard here for Lewis Mullen. He's got that second place, and he is not giving it up lightly. He's got an awful lot of pressure behind him. But Thorley Trevorrow, number 42, he's certainly showing no ill effects from that crash earlier on today. As Wilson Dilks has a look down the inside. Brave move there on the very fast part of the track. Goes down the inside of Laken Payne, and the 85 of Wilson Dilks now back into fourth place. Lewis Mullen, meanwhile, having a look at Thorley Trevorrow as one of the back markers moves to one side, lets that leading group through. Mullen very briefly pulling alongside Trevorrow, but can't find a way through, and Wilson Dilks is fighting back here. Look at the sky blue helmet of the number 85. Closing up on the 2 riders in front of him here. Humphries over the line once again, looking very smooth at the front. Got the race all to himself. And then this battle for second place. So Humphries continues to lead the way. And Tyler Humphries, the race leader, fastest lap with a 1:15.030. Still Thorley Trevorrow from Lewis Mullen, Wilson Dilks and Laken Payne. Joshua Herring making his way through the field as well, looking very strong so far. Tyler Humphries leading by 3.8 seconds from Thorley Trevorrow, Lewis Mullen and Wilson Dilks still fighting away. Trevorrow they're all making their way past the slow rider. Lewis Mullen trying to close. Oh, as Mullen has a look down the inside of Trevorrow. This is allowing Wilson Dilks to have a look as well. 2 laps to go next time round, and Tyler Humphries looking strong at the front, got the track all to himself so far, but all the action here for second place as Thorley Trevorrow pulling away ever so slightly in second place. Right around to the race, but it looks things that may possibly have been the 25 further down with Kobe Garbutt, looking at the number on there, I believe is out of the race. Rider appears to be okay. So 2 laps to go. Oh, trouble on the back straight though. Yellow flag has come out. Trouble on the main straight in the centre of the track, and I think we may see a stoppage here. 2 laps to go. The red flag has come out. There's quite a high-speed tumble down the main straight in the centre of the track, involving some of the midfield runners, and the red flag has been displayed. So it was going to be the 1 lap to go board next time around, so I don't know if that race will in fact be restarted, but we'll keep an eye on that. So the red flag has been displayed. There's been quite a high-speed tumble down the middle of the straight, and you can see that race leader Tyler Humphrey is just putting his hand up there to stop the riders because they are approaching where the incident has happened. We're going to take an opportunity here whilst we've got a pause in the on-track action to welcome in our experienced rider pundit Derv Lane, and great to see you, Derv, and looking good in the midfield there in your first race.
Yeah, it was good fun actually. First 2 races done. It is so hot. It is so hot out there. And
looking out there as well, Derv, I think that the 1 or 2 riders seem to be losing traction on the front wheel. 1 or 2 riders going down with a few tank slappers, a bit rough out there. Is that just the track temperature that's causing that?
I don't know. It's a fast track, so you know, when you, especially where we're looking at the crash there, when you come down the long straight into this tight left-hander, it's you're scrubbing off a lot of speed, so you've got a lot of energy going through your front tyres, and if you're gonna slide off, that's normally one place to do it. And also, as you come across from the start finish and that first left-hander from the start, it's quite bumpy down there, so you'll see a lot of people losing traction there as well. They tend to be the 2 places where you'll see people crashing off.
And I'd say as well, this is one of the faster circuits on the BMB calendar. We've got the likes of Pembrey, of course, in the summer, and Three Sisters. How do you say this one ranks amongst those sort of tracks?
Yeah, I think Pembrey's always going to be quicker because that's just a massive circuit. Most bikes will be flat through most of that circuit, but they're topping out. Some of the kids, I reckon, will be doing 70 miles an hour plus coming down that straight into the braking area, so it's frighteningly fast. So this is a high-speed track.
So, of course, you have got a pause at the moment. There has been quite a high-speed tumble in the midfield, which has brought out the red flag. It is unfortunate, of course, to see quite a few stoppages throughout the day, and I presume that the Marshall's break will not be taking place. I haven't had that officially declared yet, but we're about 7 races in now. We've got the Simoto Minibike 140s coming up after this race. Only got 2 laps to go, so waiting for confirmation what's going to happen with this race, but
I reckon that'd be called if there's only 2 to go.
Yeah, it is quite close. And literally, I think when the red flag came out, Tyler Humphreys was about halfway round that final lap. You can see, actually, Tyler Humphreys down there. I would say as well, shout out to Thorley Trevorrow on the number 42. Now, he had a very nasty tank slap earlier on and got hit by some other riders, which brought out a red flag earlier on today. But there you can see him on his bike, and he's okay. So
yeah, he's a tough lad, Thorley. Yeah, he's very, you know, he'll pick himself up and go. It was quite funny. We were, I don't know how, but he seemed to be on the track with me on the Friday. I couldn't get past him. He's really fast kid. So yeah, good rider.
And of course, Dev, obviously a lot of people watching this will be used to British Minibikes, but this Sunday race, this race meeting today is like the culmination of a whole weekend. It's not just the race today. People are at this all weekend, basically. There's a lot of practice and setting up the bikes and quite a lot of track time. There have been some changes, of course, to the calendar, to the race programme, and how's that gone down?
Yeah, I think it's gone down okay. It just puts a different emphasis on the Sunday. You know, Sunday is now race day. We start racing in the morning and we're racing all day. And in days like this where the sun's beating down, it makes for a spectacle. Saturday then becomes get your bike set up, get into qualifying towards the end of the day, and really dial it in. So there's quite a few people took advantage of the Easter weekend. So,
of course, it's a good start here. Of course, you've got the Easter weekend as well, so it's effectively a long weekend as well. And I have to say, nice weather for it as well. I have just been told, just to interrupt, that the race has been called. Like we said, I think likely to be called that one because it was a red flag close to the end.
Yeah.
Unlikely that the racing will start imminently because we have still got an injured rider out on the track. So, of course, medics taking the time they need to deal with the injured rider. Rider safety is very important. And, of course, as we always do at British Minibikes, in the decency, basically keeping the cameras away from the medical treatments at the moment. Just to explain to the viewers, this is on the path down the back straight in the centre of the track where they go through the chicane into the hairpin, and that's quite a demanding part of the track because it's effectively a straight, but it's a corner at the same time, isn't it?
Yeah, you come off the straight and you can almost straight line the chicane. It's not quite straight, but you don't have to put a lot of lean on. And then you're braking, I suppose, you're braking and trying to start your tipping to left. That's where people are unloading the front and they're sliding off. You see that quite a lot. In fact, I did that last year or the year before when we were here last time. I crashed there. But yeah, really, really fast, quite a technical area. You can make a lot of time into this left-hander if you can be brave on the brakes. You can make a lot of time here. And
of course, picking up glory last year in the vets class with the trophies, and as a result, is the class now being cancelled or something? I don't know. But what are you doing this year? Are you in the vets again in the 160s?
No,
or?
I'm just so this year. So last year, obviously, we pushed on quite hard and got third in the vets. But this year, it's more about just having some fun for me and relaxing. So I'm in the 160 on the Cymoto, and I'm riding in the Super Minis as well on a CRF.
And I think now's a good time, I think, to introduce a bit of a personal plug here. Over the winter, of course, you've actually been, of course, there's a couple of media companies, and you've been picking up your own with the Get Your Voice Heard out there as well, which was part of In the Winter. And how's that going as well? Had a few riders getting some airtime on Spotify and the like. Yeah,
so we do obviously we do a podcast. I do a podcast, and then also we've been doing some work with the Elliot Project, which is the charity for, it's not just for men, but it's focused on men's health, suicide awareness and etc. So that's been really good. And BMB, we're really trying to push the ethos of safety and it being a paddock, people getting on. So I think it's really important that when, especially at B&B, because it's a family thing. So you get families, we need to be looking out for each other. And shout out to the Elliot Project and Two Teats, the guys Simon Patterson and Darren Cole that brought that into the B&B paddock, because the signs are important to look for.
I think very important. As you can see, just cutting back to the track momentarily, we've got the ambulance. You can see on your vision at the moment, just with the injured rider out on the track at the moment. And a bit of track preparation taking place there. I think when the collision happened, it looks like a bit of oil's maybe been dropped, so they're putting the cement dust down just in the interest of safety, because that's a very fast part of the circuit there. You don't want to be slipping on oil there by any stretch.
Yeah, it's pretty offline. It's not on the racing line. It's just off the racing line. But it's from a safety perspective, we want to make sure that the track. It's a good track actually. It's a really grippy track. Bit bumpy in places, but it's a really grippy track. So you can go hell for leather here.
And here we can see, just looking at the camera angles, we've got some of the... this is the back part of the circuit now. I'm more used to, if you go to the right-hand side of this bank here, that's where the motocross track is. It's a funny old place here at Teesside. You've got karting, bikes, motocross, speedways, all the red car bears on. It's a real motorsport complex, isn't it? And this part's quite demanding, actually. Yeah,
so a lot of the riders went to watch the speedway, I think, on the Friday. So they saw a different type of motorsport. But this is quite a nice section. So when you come through here, this right, left, and up the hill, again, another overtaking place. It gets a bit tight, but it's you can again make time, because most of the track is fast and straight. So anywhere there's a corner, there's an opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, this is you'd say this is out of the view for the people down by the pits. This is a bit more of a technical part, and that off camber there, it's a bit more, as always with cameras, it's more gnarly than it looks on the bike.
It looks quite flat there. It feels a lot steeper on the bike.
So it looks a lot, when you get down there, it's a proper little corner there.
So you go up the hill and then it drops away from you on the way out. So those that are braver are on the power really early. And this is just round from the first corner. You come down here and just if you can see the curb on the inside, there's a massive bump right there.
I'm going to say, we're watching some of the riders earlier on, they're getting a little bit squirrely under braking, and
there's a massive bump there. It's quite scary.
So as you can see, just the graphic confirming things. We have got a delay in the action. We were watching the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s and the Junior Supermotos, of course, two race classes racing with a split start. There was an incident late on in the race that's brought out the red flag. Injured rider being treated on the circuit now. It is quite a high-speed part of the tracks, and it was quite a hefty tumble. So, quite understandably, the medics are taking their time, making sure the rider is safely dealt with. And as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course racing, we'll be back underway. But we have got an incident out on the track. Next race scheduled to go out is the Cymoto Minibike 140 Group 1. And the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and the Bucci 190 Cup. My name's Chris Solya here with all the action at this first round of the championship at the Rich Energy British Minibikes, and joined by Derv Lane for a few moments. Of course, Derv, doing the double duty again. You're acting as our official pundit, you might say, and also sampling the action out on the track. It's been great to watch this first round of the championship, and I'm not too sure about the temperature out there. It's been a very warm weekend, and I'm not too sure, is it prime conditions, or do you like it a little bit cooler?
I'll be honest with you, it's hotter in here.
It's getting warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah, the commentary booth is like a little greenhouse, so I'm actually sweating to death here. But no, it's warm out there. It's probably, to me, it's a little bit too warm. There's just no air. The wind picked up in my last race a little bit, but yeah, it's stifling hot. Yeah,
we got a brand new, lovely timing booth here at the finish line where we've taken the commentary position. The trouble is you have to keep the door closed whilst the racing's on because the bikes are at full chat past here being at the finish line, and there'll be far too much noise for the timing crew and for us to work in, it's a bit like Pembrey. The only offshoot of that is it gets very, very warm in here.
At least we're not being attacked by a wasp this time.
Oh, yeah, that was bad last year. I think we nearly died at Wilton Hill last year, that wasp. A very small commentary booth and a very big wasp.
Yeah, it was. Wasn't my finest moment.
So, I'm just going to keep an eye on how things are going out here. But as I say, Derv, it's great to have you back again this year. And
absolutely.
How's the changes gone in the paddock this year? Because we've seen some changes with the race format. We've got the 3 groups of races this year with the shorter laps. More races, a bit shorter, and possibly we've seen already a few less opportunities for lapping in there as well, because the races are a bit shorter this year. How's that gone down with the riders, the changes to the programme?
Yeah, I think with anything, any change is always going to be met with difference of opinions. But I think in general, as long as people are getting the track time and they get to ride, and the day normally would, if it has a good flow, then we maximise it. But I don't think it's gone down badly. I think it's gone down pretty well. And like I said, it's unfortunate we've had what looks like an accident here, and I hope he's okay. And we'll get back to racing hopefully if all's well.
Yeah, I think that's sadly just part of the sport. We don't like to see accidents out there, but the
important thing is he's all right. That's
it.
Really matters.
I think the medics are taking their time, and usually I think we don't want to speculate, but they just take their time with these things and just make sure it's all done properly. So we'll give them the time they need. And
the people I feel sorry for are the guys standing at the front of at the end of the pit lane in the bikes, sweating in the leathers.
I've been there with the motocross in the past when you don't like these things to happen when somebody has a big crash in the race before you, and you're sat there. We're on the start line.
Yeah, you can't see what's going on. You're just sweating and getting beaten by the sun. Yeah, it's tough.
So and of course that sometimes affects, not so much in terms of being worried about things, because you know what you're letting yourself in for being a rider, but it's that tension on the line, isn't it? There's nothing much you can do about that. It's part and parcel of the sport, isn't it?
Yeah. Like I said, no one wants to see anyone get hurt. The important thing is that everyone can get home, safe and sound.
That's
it. With the temperatures being as they are, and some of these bikes are quite fragile with their engines when they overheat, so they'll be down there sweating now, visors up, leather's undone, I'm sure.
I noticed that actually when the racing was underway. We've seen 1 or 2 bikes with smoking and hitting trouble out there. Is there a problem out there as such, or is it just set up?
I don't think so. I was following one earlier. I've got him on GoPro, so I'll be sending him that video. He was smoking away. I don't know if it's too much oil or what, but I know that these bikes are temperamental. So
yeah, I think it's of course they are quite even on terms of it. The good thing with the BMB is you can get like a box fresh bike from any of these dealers and any of the manufacturers, and with a little bit of setup, you can get something that's quite competitive. But they do quite a bit of fettling, don't they?
Yeah, I think most of the older guys like myself who go into this sport is so that they can fettle. A lot of people like to mess with their bikes and put blingy shiny bits on and the latest modifications. But generally, within the classes, so the 140 class next, everyone's we pulled a lot of people in to be dynoed over the weekend to make sure that they're within the power limit, so that the racing can be as tight as possible. No one's got a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. We haven't mentioned that so far this weekend. We've got in the pits this weekend, we've got a dyno, so the bikes basically tested as the weekend goes on. And I say it's all the interests of parity, really. It's making sure that nobody's evading the rules. And when you see in other forms of motorsport, sometimes it's all about your budget, really. You've got to be able to get the money into get the right machinery and get the right tuning, and it's not quite the case here, is it?
No, you want to be able to get an engine out of a box, do very little to your bike, and be able to be competitive if you can ride. Now, that said, you can put some riders on anything and they'll be fast, and you can put some riders on the best and they'll still be slow. So we're trying to make sure that, especially with the power, that everyone's within that tolerance of being competitive, and then from there it's what other little tricks and things you can add to get that little bit of an advantage.
Of course, the great thing is it caters for everyone, really, because there's people who are the best in the world. They're not going to be the next champion. They're not going to be turning pro, but they can still come along here and, have a really great season, a really great time on the bike. But then it's quite opportune this weekend, of course, clashes with the BSB at Silverstone. Some of the riders who we see in the BMB Championship here, they're, of course, down at Silverstone in the Talent Cup, mixing it with the pro names, and, thousands of, tens of thousands of people at Silverstone, and they're right there showcasing their ability as well.
Yeah, it produces, you can see the speed now for the kids that are coming through is frightening. They're breaking lap records every year. Every time we come back to a circuit, it's faster and it's faster and it's faster. So, yeah, you look at British Talent Cup, there's 3, 4, 5 kids in that will be from BMB. Look at the Hell Junior Supersport, there's 3 or 4 that have come through BMB in there, and to Dot 6, etc. So it goes right through now, the BMB.
And one of the things, we see this a lot in motocross, young riders, it's not just the speed. Anyone can turn a throttle and go fast. It's the racecraft as well. Look at some of these young riders, and they're racing, their experience. One thing I like to watch is in the South Bank hairpin at the far end of the track. You see, you got your guy who's battling the position, holding that position. He's on the racing line, on the inside line. And the other guy's quite happy to drift wide into the entrance. They got this, nailed.
Get
the cutback. And these are kids who are like 8, 9 years old, and they, it's a proper advanced racing technique.
I think most of the kids that you see, they're on the bike all the time. Like you see they go to Spain. It's been fortunate to see that some of the guys have been to Spain recently that I get on with, and that extra track time, getting some coaching, some drills to go around cones. It might sound boring, but to go around cones and just get your body position right. You can see now that they're turning up and winning races. After the off-season, brilliant.
It's like the basic stuff. We did that with the motocross in the past. We'd be like literally like a figure of 8 in a field, and you're just like going corner, 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 corner.
Exactly.
And it's pretty laborious, isn't it? But
that's why Spain produce good riders, and that's why they produce the talent. We need more of that over here. We need more academies. We need more coaching, and I know that we're at BMB's aligning with some coaching, etc. for kids that they're coming through. So we want to make sure that people get the opportunity to learn, because it's hard to come here and if you've never ridden really before and be quick enough so it's not dangerous, if that makes sense. So we need to make sure that everyone's within a zone. You'd
almost say it's like the technical ability, wouldn't it? Because it's like say with you just going around riding around cones, it sounds a bit basic, but it's like you're just absolutely getting that little technique drilled, aren't you, when you get onto the track?
Exactly. The fast guys go around corners fast.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So if you can keep up with them a straight line, but they pull a second every corner, then you're going to lose. So
I would just interject that the injured rider has been loaded into the ambulance at the centre of the track here, and the medics are clearing the track. So we're going to keep an eye on things. Of course, we are dependent on the medics being able to safely cover the track, so they'll need to get back into position and make sure that the injured rider is transferred safely away from the circuit. So the ambulance is now leaving the track, so we are going to wait and see once racing gets back underway. I have been told that the remaining races have been shortened slightly to 7 laps.
Yes. I was hanging on at 8 already.
I was going to say, I think that might have been picked up on the microphone there. So, yeah, purely because we've had a bit of a lengthy stoppage here and a couple of other red flags earlier on today, we're going to run the race right through with the race programme, and the races have been shortened slightly to 7 laps. Which is, of course, the same for all the riders, really. It's one of these things, and you just got to do the best you can.
Once you got your head down, I'm not counting laps. I'm focusing on trying to hang on to the bike, to be fair. So as soon as you see the last lap board come out, that's when you know it's in. But 7 laps, it's a big circuit.
It is a big track, isn't it?
So, even 8 laps is... You feel like you're out there for a long time. It doesn't feel short. So 7 not going to make that much difference.
Of course, Rich Energy, British Minibikes, most of the circuits... Most of the circuits are based on the karting tracks. I think we're going to wrap things up very shortly, but this is all a bit like a hybrid. You could have cars on here, couldn't you? It's a big track. I think you could have some kind of hill climb sprints, that sort of thing on here. It's
yeah, it's a bit like Three Sisters, I suppose. I suppose it's open to everything. I've seen big bikes on here, but I think the announcement's going out.
Oh, I think so. So it sounds like we are going to wrap things up very shortly here at the Rich Energy British Minibikes for lunch. I've been Chris Solya with Dervaline. So we're going to take a lunch break. You can see on the screen, actually, the riders are making their way back to the paddock. We have unfortunately had the action curtailed this morning with quite a lengthy red flag. The injured rider has been taken away from the circuit now, but the action has been suspended for the time being to give the medics the time they need to deal with the rider and give the marshals a bit of a break on the track. We're going to take a pause here. Thanks for joining the Rich Energy British Minibikes in 2022. I've been Chris Sora with Derv Lynn. Great to have you along again, Derv.
No worries, I'll come back after lunch.
Yeah, and as Derv says, we're here after lunch, as will we. So stay tuned, keep it on standby, and we'll be back very shortly for the afternoon programme. Championship. I'm Chris Solya, joined once again by Derva Lane on the mic, where we are about to get things underway with the first race of the day for the Cymoto Minibike 140 Group 1. Riders just taking for their formation lap now. They'll be out on track in just a few moments. Great to see you back again, Derv. Now, one thing I would say is, whilst we had the downtime for the lunch break, I actually took the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the course, have a bit of a look around, and it's always the way with cameras, the way that it makes potentially the course look easier than it is. This section we're looking at the moment, that's chicane in the middle of the straight. That's like threading through an eye of a needle when you look at it at ground level. It's a big one, isn't it? It's a fast part of the track there. And when we come back to the start of the race in a few moments as well, the first corner that the riders go into off the start, and obviously pretty much the first proper corner of the lap, it's when you look at the camera angle, it's just to the left of that barrier there. It's it almost looks like a little tiny little left-hand kink when you look down at the track, but when you're down there at ground level, it's actually a fairly big corner, and I don't suppose you back off for that much, do you? Oh, I've got trouble again here in the commentary booth. We've been attacked by wasps. I think they know we're here. So we might need the medics again in 10 minutes or so in here. We'll give an advance warning. Here we are then, the Cymoto Minibike 140 Group 1 about to get underway. Great to see once again a big group of riders on the line. Means, of course, that the first lap could potentially be a little bit hairy. A good start, absolutely essential. We are about to get things underway. Cymoto's race number 1 of the day. Green flag is up and away they go. It looks a good start. They all scream off the start line into the first corner. Charging through, Ben Lord with a good start. I think one rider left behind at the start trying to get the machine underway, but everyone else is through clear. Oh, somebody going very wide on the first corner. So Ben Lord with the number 1 on the bike, with screwed very fast and frantic first lap. Here's riders jostle for position. And we've already got one rider out of the race further back. Maybe might be Wayne Oliver, I'm not sure. We'll confirm that in a moment. But Lord going through that gnarly chicane. Lathrope in second now from Owen Mellor. Good clean start at the front. There's 1 or 2 riders hitting trouble then on the first lap, but the majority of the field seem to have got through okay. And here they come around the back of the South Bank hairpin for the first time. And Lord just established himself at the front here, proudly displaying the number 1, of course, and probably quite pleased with that because it's a competitive class here. And this corner where they're coming through now, this is the one I'm talking about. That's the one that, when you look at it, to watch how smooth the riders are through, it makes it look like a little tiny little left-hand flick, but that is a gnarly corner. So carrying a lot of speed through there. It's nice when you get it right. And at the moment, Ben Lord just starting to break away a bit here as the battle heats. Oh, brave move there down the inside from Harvey Lathrope, down the inside of Owen Mellor into second place now, the treble 2. So this is all benefiting, of course, Ben Lord, who can run his own race, use his own lines at the front because all the action behind him. And I would say he must know soon that he's got a little bit of a cushion at the front. He can run his own lines here. Just establishing his battle at the front, all the action behind him with Harvey Lathrope, who's looking very quick at the start of the season here, just starting to break away slightly in second place. Lord, oh, that's Owen Mellor that's gone down. Rider okay, but one of our front runners out of the race. Wave yellows, as you can see, that's just on the exit of the South Bank hairpin. So that shakes things up at the front. Lathrop still in second, Med in third, Dylan Mellor in fourth, Simon Wadsworth, Ryan Clark, Chris Hymers, Mick Lord, Aaron Sadler and Nathan Gardner breaking into the top 10. So dropping down the field notably there, it looks like Harvey Lathrop, fastest lap of the race, 1:17.074, and I'd say they're doing Harvey Lathrop one of the rising stars of British minibikes. And looking at his early races here this morning, he seems to have picked up the pace, actually catching up on the leader now. He's looking strong this year.
Yeah, he's a young lad, but he can definitely ride a bike. His brother's fast as well, so I guess they push each other on. But he's catching up a little bit, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the lap charts when they come back round. He's definitely closing, and there we see Dylan Mellor scrapping with Michael Med for third place. All action at the front here, as you would expect, of course, in the minibike 140s. Very competitive class. And Lathrop, we'll have a look at him in a moment, just catching up on the race leader as Michael Med battles with Dylan Mellor. Just different lines here. You can see Med using the outside sweeping lines to try and get a drive out to the corner. It's worked well there, but Mellor's got the line. Over the finish line go the two leaders, and Harvey Lathrop has brought the gap down here, Dev, to 1.4 seconds, another fastest lap of the race. Certainly from the psychology, great to be catching up on the leader, but certainly Ben Lord, very experienced rider, number one at the front, and he knows how to deal with the pressure. So very much a case of youth versus experience here at the front as the two riders go screaming down the back straight, very fast part of the track, and this very difficult technical part of the track where they sweep through the chicane. As you can see from Lord, almost straight lining it as best you can, just keep that speed up. And again, I was walking the track over the lunch break, and those curbs, you've got to treat those with respect as well. They're pretty gnarly.
You see the bends for the faster guys, they just touch the curb, they just use them as their markers.
Well, it looks like Ben Lord here has responded well to the pressure. We'll pick up the lap times when they come back round again just to get an idea. The gap had gone down to 1.4 seconds there. You can see Lord just glancing over the shoulder just to keep an eye on his rival as he goes over the line once again. So Lord over the line. 1:17 that time round, just pulling away slightly from Harvey Lathrop, not very much at all. So the gap remaining about 1.5 seconds ahead of it. Looks very much like Ben Lord knows that Lathrop's there and he's just pacing himself here just to keep ahead. And here, actually, this is an interesting battle between Dylan Mellor and Michael Med. You can see the two different lines that riders have to take here. So Dylan Mellor in third, number 31, defending at the moment. And then when we watch Michael Med go through the hairpins, just maybe not so much here, but on some of the ones later in the lap, tend to take a very wide line. And that's, of course, just, he's not running wide, of course, is he? He's just purposely doing that to get the speed out of the hairpin to try and get a jump on him. Dylan Mellor's got some confidence there because that's the racing line. He's at that really wide sweeping entrance where the hairpin tights up on itself, but that does leave you wide open to somebody going down the inside there. So he's got to be confident that he's not under too much pressure to take that line. That is number 93 at the back of the field. I think that's George Wood, who was held up at the start of the race. Big group of riders in this race, over 30 at the moment. It's Ryan Clark 5th, Mick Lord, Chris Hymers, Simon Wadsworth, Aaron Sadler and Chris Wells rounding at the top 10. Alan Armstrong 11th, Nathan Gardner, Gary Jacobs, Joe Milnes and Stephen Humpers in 15th, Ryan Dodd, Ben Johnson, Tommy Holland, Andrew Rayfield and Danny Cohen taking us down to 20th place. Big group of riders. The racing has been shortened slightly because of the stoppages earlier on, so could potentially be good news here for Ben Lord. They are shorter races this year anyway, more of them, so at the moment traffic might not be as much of a problem as it would have been last season for him. These riders just going out of the South Bank hairpin, now heading towards the finish line. And very close indeed, actually. Action throughout the field. Not so much of a problem for Ben Lord at the front, who's clear away at the front. Lathrope's still there. The gap goes up slightly to 2 seconds, but not much in it. Still a great battle for third. And you can see Michael Med there jinking everywhere. He's just trying to find a chink in the armour here, trying to find an opening. But I have to say that Dylan Mellor's doing very well at the moment to hold on to that position. Again, we just saw there Michael Med drifting wide on the exit of that hairpin just to get some more drive down the straight. Not really working at this stage, but he's all over the back wheel again. Oh, nice sweep down the inside. He's going to be brave. And oh, that was a good move there for Michael Med. He had to be really strong into that hairpin. Yeah, I think you make a good point there, Derv. I think, in fairness to Dylan Mellor, he could have really gone and shut the door there, and I think if he'd have done that, they'd have both been off, wouldn't they? So, it's like they say, you can't win the championship in the first round. You go a long way towards losing it, and at the moment, I think it's just the case. You know, he's going to fight back here now. The role's reversed here. He's the one swerving all over the back here. Oh, definitely in there. We see he's very aggressive on the back there. Ben Lord, of course, and as we go into the last lap, all on his own at the front. The gap goes down slightly with Harvey Lathrop to 1.6 seconds, but no direct challenge for the lead. All of the action here for third, as again we see Dylan Mellor trying to close up. And oh, look at that from Michael Med, very confident there to take that wide sweeping line as we cut back to Ben Lord. And of course, we don't want to say too much because it's still got Harvey Lathrop there. Ben Lord can't even afford a mistake here, can he? So this could be a tasty final half lap. He's got back marks in front, and the pressure here on Ben Lord as he makes his way through the South Bank hairpin for the final time. Look how much he's reeling those back markers in. He's going to have to be aggressive down the inside, but not overcook it. Ooh, that was a bit tight, wasn't it? I think he thought better of that, didn't he? So Harvey Lathrop looking to steal this one at the finish. Look at this, down to the line, over they go, and oh, this is going to go down to my laps, I think. Ben Lord does win the race by 0.06 of a second. I'll tell you, that was a tasty final half lap there. Ben Lord looking to bring it home there, but Harvey Lathrop was brave and nearly snatched it. The thing is, we always say about back markers, it's always worth saying their race is just as important as the guys fighting for the lead. So they're on, of course, racing etiquette says, you know, give the leader a bit of space. But if you're in your own battle at the back of the field, it's going to go out the window a bit. I always think when you're racing, if you're the guys at the back, of course, when they see, you know, they'll recognise the guys at the front of their field. If they see the leader coming through, they're going to automatically expect faster guys to start coming through. If you're that leader, you've got to get a wheel in there and let them know you're coming through as well. So it's a bit harder for the leader sometimes. Well, he brought it home anyway, so Ben Lord, great win there. Harvey Lathrop second, Michael Med, here's this battle in the midfield coming over the line. I think that's going down towards Tom Swift and Tom Wise, I believe. This is down. This is all the way down in about 25th place. They're scrapping throughout the field here. Well, that's a great resumption to the afternoon activities here, and a great race there for Ben Lord to take the checkered flag only just from Harvey Lathrop, who again has had a brilliant start to the day. So we're moving on to the final race of the first block. Of course, the races have been shortened because of the delays we had this morning with the stoppages. OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and the Bucci 190 Cup coming up in just a few moments. Very spectacular race there, and great to say there's not too many incidents out there as well, so it's all very clean. as the afternoon programme gets back underway. Just a shout out as well to Dan Deering from Sarah Tui, wishing him good luck in Mini GP 190. Just moved up to the 190s this year, and he's doing well. And like I say with Dan Deering, when you move up another class, that's one of the things you see. This, as I say, my background very much in motocross, especially with the youth ranks. You'll get up to the front in one class, and then effectively you've almost got to start again when you get a bit older and get.
Really fast bike for a kid to ride. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he does actually.
And talking to some of the riders in that lunch break, they're saying that obviously last year the first round wasn't broadcast; it was a non-championship round. But those who were in attendance last year, they were saying that the track's a bit rougher this year and it's running a little bit slower. One or two of the opinions out there.
Well, there's people going very fast from what I can see.
I say it looks quick.
It looks very quick, but no, it's a bit bumpy.
So here we go with the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and 70s, incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup riders in the waiting zone, and we'll be back underway in just a few moments. We'll perhaps call this race as a whole really, and then look at the results afterwards. But another big group of riders, and they'll be taking their way around the back of the circuit. They are coming down the back straight now on their formation lap.
Kobe back as well. He got into it last year. He's back now. He's riding the 190. He's a great bike.
And here they come through South Bank. You can see just keeping that temperature up in the tyres. The weather conditions today, it's in the high teens today. There's a slight spring breeze. There's a southerly breeze as well, so it is quite a warm breeze out there out on the track. It is quite pleasant for spectating. And you would say, I don't think it's quite at that tipping point where it's a bit too hot and it gets, the tyres turn to jelly almost. It's a close one, really.
And this is a really good example of racing. People that could probably qualify for the gas as well. So all on the track at the same time. So this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, this is very much a not quite a spec class, but it's more about the machinery rather than the age or the ability level of the rider necessarily. So you've got the dynamic here of youth and adult riders, and this always gets interesting because you would say almost with the power to weight ratio, the youths perhaps have that in their favour as well. So it tends to throw up some interest in racing. Oh, is that Mini Rossi? I think so. There was somebody. Oh, what's going to happen there? It just seemed to not intentionally jump the start, but pull the clutch back in. So hopefully that'll be okay. Where they go, Kobe Perry looked like it. Oh, look at that. He's away like a shot here.
Yeah, Kobe Perry, Lithium rider, very fast.
I think this is Andrew Thompson on the lap chart. It looks like Luca Wilkinson. So Kobe Perry with a very aggressive start there. He was away like a shot when the flag dropped, and immediately looking to build up the advantage as they make their way down the back straight for the first time through that spectacular chicane. You can just look at the wheels and how much the bike's twitching underneath him. He's got some confidence to carry that speed. Well, a very confident, aggressive first lap here so far from Kobe Perry, who has immediately got that great start and looking to build the advantage, already pulling away, and he knows he's got the confidence here to take that wide sweep into the hairpin. That's the ideal racing line, and if you've got the cushion, you can do that. So here they come. There goes Perry sweeping through the corner. Here's that battle for second place. So Andrew Thompson and Luca Wilkinson very close for second. Oh, you can really see Thompson jinking about there. He needs to get past Luca Wilkinson. But I think Wilkinson's going to try and make this hard for him. Oh, he has a look down the inside and makes the move stick. Textbook outbraking there, I think, from Andrew Thompson. Tim Patterson charging on the number 13, just a little bit further behind, currently in 4th place. So let's have a look here at Andrew Thompson, the number 19, who's already pulled away slightly from Luca Wilkinson, coming under pressure from Tim Patterson. Rest of the field made up of Ian Wareham, Kobe Garbett, Simon Boog and Dan Deering. So there he is, number 13. Tim Patterson out to 3rd place. Wilkinson trying to keep up with these 2 experienced riders, so we're going to keep an eye on the lap charts when they come through just to see if Andrew Thompson can close the gap on Kobe Perry, who is gone and away at the moment. Another fastest lap, 1:15.637 there. He seems sweeping through that corner all on his own. Very demanding part of the track there. The riders, as all top riders do, make it look far, far easier than it actually is, and he's really 6.1 seconds the gap, and at the moment he's still pulling on Andrew Thompson. There he is. Very smooth, and this is the thing when you're looking fast and looking smooth. He doesn't look like he's going that quickly through these corners, but in fairness, he actually is. And I think this is one of the things now, when you've got this big gap, he's got a 6-second advantage, quite big in these short races. The temptation, I think, sometimes is to back off and take it easy, but that's where the mistakes happen. Just got to keep on pushing. Well, he's looking very smart at the front. So looking at 6 laps duration for the next 2 blocks of races, a little bit shorter. And at the moment, going back to the track, Kobe Perry lapping 1:14.786, very consistent lap times there, and pulls the gap up to 7.2 seconds. And looking at these lap charts here at the moment, we've got Kobe Perry, best lap of the race, 1:14.5. He's lapping 1:14.7, 1:14.8. He's just keeping that very precise. I think he is managing this race at the moment. Again, you can just see when you look closely at the suspension, the wheels of that bike, that Bucci machine, it's all bouncing around underneath him over those pretty fearsome bumps. He's got it all in his stride, and we might see it in a few moments. You just see him coming out some of these slower hairpins. He is glancing over the shoulder, which sometimes you say don't do that, but I think he's just doing that as a bit of race management, isn't he? I think everyone just playing it cool out there. This first round of the championship, Kobe Perry goes through once again, lapping very consistently, and just seems to drop the pace slightly, but it's no cause for alarm for Kobe Perry because everyone else pretty much even on pace at the front, all lapping in the 1:15s at the moment. No one really catching up there. We see the 3rd place of Tim Patterson. Luca Wilkinson still charging a little bit behind in 4th. Ian Wareham on the number 88 in 5th place. Kobe Garbett, Simon Bog, Dan Deering, who we talked about earlier, and Izzy Carter appears to be a DNF at the moment, not showing up on the lap chart, sadly. I think she had some trouble at the start of the race. Oh, so we'll have a look for Izzy Carter in a few moments. She did seem to drop out of contention earlier, but still racing as we cut back to our race leader Kobe Perry and the number 19 in shot now of Andrew Thompson, still charging, looking very smooth through the chicanes. Coming up to the closing stages of this final race of the first block, through that really fearsome looking South Bank hairpin. It's a little bit of banking there as well, isn't there? You don't really notice on the bike. So, yeah.
experienced rider from Simon Bog, who supports the Rally teams. So good shout out.
That's good. He's running around quite nicely in the midfield there so far, just ahead of Dan Deering, as we watch the number 13 of Tim Patterson, closing stage of the race now. So we're looking at the number 13, Tim Patterson, running strongly, and well, I would say here, Dave, is Patterson 3.1 seconds adrift. So at the moment he's got the race all to himself at the moment, just trying to close up on the second place.
Performance from last year. And he was really excited about this year, taking the battle to Andrew Thompson, funnily enough, who's in second. So, yeah, he'll have one more race today to try and beat him.
So he's going to try and close that gap. The Kobe Perry leading the race by 7.9 seconds. We've still got Andrew Thompson charging in second as we go to the closing stage of the race. And this race just starting to settle down a bit now. We've had some very close battles throughout the day, and the moment things just starting to settle down in this race as we go towards the penultimate lap, but still everyone charging, and you know, nobody can really back off and take things easy at this stage equally.
No, there's a little gap between each section now, so I think most people know there's only a lap or so to go and will just want to bring it home, especially the first three. Luca's doing really well in fourth. He's keeping his pace up. Like I said, his first year on a 190 as well. He wasn't even going to ride 190 this year, and now all of a sudden he's storming away. He's had a bit of practice in the off season on it, and he's doing really well. Ian Wareham's doing well. He's trying to catch Luca at the moment. Ian Wareham's sporting his new leathers. I didn't recognise him until I looked at his name. So yeah, he's sporting his new leathers for the season as well. So he's trying to catch Luca, but I think it'll be a bit far away from getting back to him, I think.
Well, Kobe Perry just crossed the line for the last lap and still lapping in the 1:15, so he just seems to be maintaining that pace there. We see Andrew Thompson still in second place, and just lapping the tail end of there was Tim Patterson. Patterson clear through. I think that might have been Dan Deering.
No, Izzy Carter.
Izzy Carter, my apologies. So Izzy Carter still in the race, so for some reason not being picked up. I'm sure the lap score's got that one in hand. Kobe Perry with half a lap to go. Down the back straight he goes for the final time, absolutely charging as he's chased by the number 19 of Andrew Thompson in second. The gap is 7.8. Meanwhile, Kobe Perry through the South Bank hairpin for the final time, making his way back towards the finish line. Checkered flag, as you can see, now being readied for the number 53. Kobe Perry should be coming around the final corner any moment now, charging towards victory. There he goes. Coming back towards us now, isn't he, Dave, I think?
Oh, no, it's this one coming through now. So now he's coming to take the checkered flag. So what a great ride. What an absolutely great ride that is.
Fantastic victory there for the number 53 of Kobe Perry. And, well, he's done all the hard work there. Led from flag to flag, you would say. Andrew Thompson in second, 7.4 seconds adrift. Unable to live with the race leader, and they'll be looking to fight back later on this afternoon. We've got Tim Patterson not too far behind in third, 6.3 seconds adrift. Luca Wilkinson charging over the line in fourth. That was Izzy Carter there, I believe. It went through.
Was, yeah.
And there we see, it's a little bit further back, another battle here. That's
Simon Bog.
Simon Bog there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got on the back of Kobe Garbett, so it's just run out of time. He tracked him down and got on the back of him, but it just wasn't enough.
Kobe Garbett over the line from Simon Bog. Dan Deering rounding up the field a bit further back as well. That concludes the first block of racing. So we've got some slightly shorter races, of course, with the stoppages earlier just to bring the schedule back, you would say. We go right back to number one. Derv's going to check out now because his race is coming up very shortly. So thanks for coming along, Derv. We wish you the best of luck for your race a bit later on. And hope to see him later on. That's Derv Lane, who once again is joining in as the pundit and expert analysis on the microphone, giving us a rider's eye view of the track here at Teesside for round number one of the Rich Energy British Minibike Championships. So we go through to the second block of racing. Races have been shortened slightly now for 6 laps for the remaining races of the afternoon. And we go right back to our junior categories. Coming up next, we have the Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. They'll be underway very soon. And as we say, this Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship caters for all riders, and the race coming up next, Mini GP and Junior Supermoto. This is an age category. Riders aged between 7 and 10 years of age. And the group of bikes, IMR Ovale, Bucci Predator and GRC in the Mini GPs. Junior Supermotos. Whole range of machines. We've got the Cymoto, Lucky, CW, M2R 1010 and IMR Cobra. All these specialist manufacturers with machines permissible in the British Minibike Championships. As we were saying before, of course, with Derv, it's one of these things. There is engine testing taking place this weekend, a new edition for 2022. A lot of bikes going on the dyno after the races to make sure that they're running within the power output specified in the series. A lot of regulations out there just to allow the riders, parents and so forth to tune the machines if they want to, but at the same side of the coin as well, just making sure that it keeps things within reason so you can get out there and be competitive without having to spend a fortune on engine modifications and so forth. So a lot of it's down to the riders, and we'll see some of our youngsters out in a few moments for the Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. There they are in the waiting zone, about to get underway. So here we go. In association with AMR, we have the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 about to get underway for their second race of 3 for the afternoon here at the fast, spectacular Teesside. Talking to Derv earlier, and it's very true that you can get an idea from that camera angle of the gradient on that corner and the speed the riders carry around this course. It really I'd say defies how actually technical the track is. This back straight where the rider's going down through the formation lap now, when you watch them going through, that looks like a relatively straightforward, just point the bike at the racing line and keep it pinned through there. But when you're down there on ground level walking the track, it looks like a series of really tight chicanes, and you've got to just pick that line through there. And even these younger riders are going very quickly through there, carrying a lot of speed. Here they go, just jinking from side to side, getting the temperature into the tyres. A lot of the riders opting to use the softer compound today because of the it's not too warm today, so it would work out very well. So let's hope that we have a good afternoon's racing here as the next 2 blocks of races get back underway. Plenty of great action so far at this first round of the championship here at Teesside. There you can see once again that great panoramic view. It just shows how close we are to some of the main city landmarks here at Middlesbrough. Riders lining up. You'll see, of course, the start modified slightly where they go straight on here. When the racing's underway, there is a bit of a chicane just to break the speed down as they go into that tight left-hander. But riders in position now for the second race of the day for the Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. Final preparations being made on the start line. The parents will be told to clear the grid in just a few moments, and we'll get racing underway. Slightly shorter for this second block of racing, 6 laps as opposed to 8 in the original race. But it is quite a long track, so even though it's a shorter race distance, it is still a fair distance and a lot of racing to be covered. As always in motorsport, you can't win the championship at the first round, but you can certainly go a long way towards losing it. So one of the main objectives here, of course, is just to try and stay out of trouble and get some points on the board. Still a long way to go in this 8-round championship. And here we go. Riders ready. The green flag goes up. And away they go. 1 or 2 of the novices at the back struggling to get away, but the rest of the field get through cleanly. And they charge through into that first corner. Of course, we saw Harrison Quincy and Harvey Saville come to grief in the first race of the day earlier on. Both riders, of course, okay, but a bit of a tangle, and neither rider finished the race. And the victory was the Mini GP rider of Jack Hamilton. And away we go with Harvey Saville looking clean at the front. Quincy second, Hamilton third. Solya in fourth from Harris Tall, Alfie Landemore, Joshua Herring, Zach Richards, Caden Herring and Archie Brockwell rounding up the field. Brockwell, I think, was another rider who hit trouble in the first race earlier on today, but seems to have got away okay this time. And here we go, it's a replay of race number 1 as Harvey Saville and Harrison Quincy getting away at the front. Jack Hamilton, the eventual winner, just shadowing in third, looking to get involved in this battle for the lead. And here they come up towards the South Bank hairpin for the first time. Harvey Saville looking strong at the front, just trying to break the advantage from Harrison Quincy in second place as they make their way around that hairpin, just tightening up on itself. Some of the smaller machines, I think, having to opt for the tighter line down the inside. And here they come back towards the finish line. Harvey Saville leading the way through the chicane they go. Look at Jack Hamilton in third. He's not too far behind, you know, and 1.6 seconds covering the top 3 riders. Harris Tall up to 4th place on the number 36. Then we've got Alfie Landemore, Leo Solya and Joshua Herring. Caden Herring just a bit further behind Zach Richards. And just crossing the line down here at the finish line, we're getting Archie Brockwell and Charlie Garner, 2 of our newcomers, making their way through. And it's all looking very smooth at the front as they make their way through. Leaders now going around the back of the circuit. And look at that, there's the top 3 riders, line astern, as they make their way down the back straight. Was 1.6 seconds covering the top 3 riders, and as you can see, it's still very close. And you can see Jack Hamilton just on the back of the camera shot there in third place, going for some wider lines, trying to keep the momentum up, trying to keep up with these 2 race leaders as they make their way through the South Bank hairpin once again. Certainly no margin for error amongst the top 3. And both of the race leaders taking a very tight, aggressive line into the hairpin. Hamilton a little bit wider into the corner then, looking to try and carry some speed through the hairpin and get up there with these 2 race leaders. These, of course, are racing in the Junior Supermoto category. First and second place. Jack Hamilton, the leader of the Mini GP riders, in third. Over the line they go through that really fast left-hander. And the way the riders go through, especially on that camera angle from the start-finish line, it almost looks like a little left-hand flick. That is quite some corner. The gap remains about 1.5 seconds between the top 3 riders. Fastest lap of the race so far actually was Harrison Quincy last time round, 125.414. So 1.5 seconds covering the top 3 riders. This race still finely poised at the front. Saville leading the way. Quincy still tagging on there in second place as they make their way down the centre of the track through that fearsome chicane into the hairpin. They are closing up, I think, on well, will be Archie Brockwell at the back of the field. When we get closer to the number 53 of Brockwell, you'll see the novice bib denoting that he's a new rider, just to give the riders a bit of a heads up. Here we go then into the centre of the track through the hairpin. We have Harris Tall, Joshua Herring and Leo Solya all battling away. There's the number 912, Joshua Herring. Looks like he's got past now from Harris Tall. That, of course, moves Herring up into third place in the Junior Supermotos. Having the confidence there, take a wide sweeping line into the tighter part of the hairpin. Oh, he's got to keep the momentum up though here, because we've got Harris Tall just cutting down the inside there, just shortening the line through the corner. Back to the leaders, and it looks like Harrison Quincy again just starting to chip away slowly at that lead from Harvey Saville. He set another fastest lap of the race, 125.349. And Harrison Quincy just closing the gap slightly on Harvey Saville now. He's got to try and find a way through. And with such a fast pace in all the race classes here, everything's been so fast at the front, can potentially be very difficult just to try and find that opening and find a way through. But look at Quincy in second. He's really having a go at this now. So Saville guarding the apex down the inside. You'll see there Quincy again drifting wide, just trying to get the power. Here he comes back towards the South Bank hairpin. Through the chicane they go. Saville leading the way, and he can't write off Jack Hamilton in third place either. He's only he's a little bit further behind, about 2 seconds or so, but still very much within striking distance. Here they come as the hairpin tightens up on itself once again. At the moment, Quincy can't find a way through here. He's catching up slowly, but not quite close enough to go for a pass so far. We've got 2 laps to go. Over the line they go once again. And both riders pretty much identical on pace here. So Quincy brings the gap down to just over half a second. Jack Hamilton still right in there as well. 2.1 seconds adrift in third. Rest of the pack making their way through. We've got Harris Tall pulling away a bit now from Joshua Herring. Herring over the line in 5th place. Leo Solya, Alfie Landemore, Zach Richards, Caden Herring and Archie Brockwell rounding out the field. So Harvey Saville down the back straight he goes. It looks like he's done enough just to maintain that gap at the front so far. So Harrison Quincy was closing, but at the moment can't quite get close enough to go for a pass. He's very quick through that chicane though. He just seems to close the gap a bit more aggressive maybe than Saville down that middle section of track. Still got Jack Hamilton hanging on in there in 3rd place. There he goes, number 28, just dropping out of shot momentarily. And here they come back towards the South Bank hairpin. Saville re-establishing that gap at the front. And he's got the advantage. He's still very defensive into the corner. Quincy a little bit wider, trying to catch the... Oh, that front end almost tucked in on him there. So a bit of a mistake there from Quincy, but doesn't lose too much time as we head towards the 1-lap board. Harvey Saville, 41, the race leader, just pulling away slightly with 1 lap to go. So the gap goes up to 1 second, and Saville, incidentally, fastest lap of the race there, 1:25.0. And Saville just pulling away. There was a little bit of an error there from Harrison Quincy, only very early slight, but just enough there, combined with Saville getting some good lines just to bring the gap up to 1 second. 3.1 seconds covering the top 3. Still Harris Tall in 4th place on the number 36. Joshua Herring battling with Leo Solya, Alfie Landemore, Caden Herring, Zach Richards and Archie Brockwell rounding out the field. Here they come through the chicane for the final time. And it looks like Saville pulling away again. But you can see Quincy so aggressive, carrying a lot of speed through that chicane in the middle of the straight. Not quite close enough to get up with the leader. They are catching up with a back marker, but shouldn't affect them too much. Saville at the moment got the race under control, just got to keep it steady around this final half lap. Through the South Bank hairpin they go. And there is the 53 of Archie Brockwell. And just doing the right thing as a newcomer there, just holding his line, letting the faster riders find their way through. And Brockwell will finish the race in 10th position. Meanwhile, the checkered flag goes out. And number 41, Harvey Saville. Trouble in the first race, takes victory though this time round. Chased to the line by Harrison Quincy, the gap 1.8 seconds at the flag. There is the number 36. Looking to bring it home in 2nd from the Mini GP riders. Archie Brockwell's gone over the line, and Harris Tall, there he goes over the line in 4th position. So Harris Tall 4th in the race, 2nd from the Mini GP riders. Joshua Herring and Leo Solya battling through to the line, and here they come round the final corner. It's going to be Herring in 5th position, 3rd from the Junior Supermotos, Leo Solya chasing him to the line. Then we have Alfie Landemore and Caden Herring still battling away here. We've got the 914 of Caden Herring. Landemore on his own over the line. So Alfie Landemore brings it home in 7th position. And here we see the final 2 riders on the lead lap. Oh! Great move down the inside there for the 914 of Caden Herring. Retakes that 8th position and I think has done enough. So Caden Herring over the line in 8th position. Zach Richards in 9th place. So first race of the 2nd block drawing to a close there. Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 down in the waiting zone. We have the Brat Bikes Super Minis. Lawrence Wardle, of course, rider to beat earlier on today. We're looking for a good advantage. There is Jack Hamilton, 3rd in this race, but of course, 1st place of the Mini GP riders. Great 2nd race of the day. As you can see, though, the races have been shortened slightly to 6 laps, but still quite a race out there for these riders and a lot of work for them to do. We're going to move on then very shortly to the Brat Bikes Super Minis 2nd race of the day. Hope you're enjoying this afternoon's broadcast here of the first round of the 2022 British Minibikes Championship in association, of course, with Rich Energy. Very warm, very pleasant spring afternoon here at Teesside as the number 53, one of our newcomers there, Archie Brockwell, making his way off the track. Another good ride for him, bringing it home nice and safe and getting plenty of good experience out there as he looks to continue the great first round he's had so far. Nice steady riding out there. Joshua Herring, of course, also looking very strong in that first race. So we'll be underway very shortly for our second race of the day for the Brat Bike Super Minis. Lawrence Wardle looking for a good result once again. There they are down in the waiting zone. This real mixture, of course, of the two-stroke and four-stroke machines. Most of the bikes, of course, derived from youth motocross bikes. That's where Brat Bikes, our race sponsor, comes in with a lot of the specialist components to bring these bikes through towards the Supermoto spec. You see, of course, they're carrying the tarmac spec wheels, a lot of minor modifications, and of course with Brat Bikes being a relatively bespoke small manufacturer, what it means is that they can almost develop a lot of the stuff in situ. It's all directly from the riders, and a lot of the development very quick for those bikes as well. So we're getting things underway with the second race of the day for all those riders in a few moments. Just waiting. I think there's just a brief pause, but here we go. In association with Brat Bikes Super Minis, race number 2 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. Out they go onto the course for their formation lap. You can hear the zing of the two strokes out there as they make their way down the straight for the first time. On the formation up there's the number 414, Lawrence Wardle, very much the rider to beat in that first moto earlier on today. One of the main differences with the Supermin is this is a bit more of an open class, you would say, where a lot of the mini bike classes, it's quite strict in terms of the tuning requirements, but engine tuning is allowed in this class. There is as there is in the last couple of years, of course, there is a minimum weight limit, so some of the riders may have to carry the extra ballast, some of the lighter riders. Hoping, of course, later in the year, once the series is clear from some of the clashes with the British Superbikes, we might see one or two of the BSB stars making a guest appearance. One of the most notables in this Super Mini class, of course, is Kyle Ride, who will be in action at Silverstone this weekend. And he likes to get down here. Talking to one or two of the top riders in the Super Minis, although of course they're going to be struggling to battle for the lead against some of the elite riders from the BSB, they do like them being here as the pro riders help bring them along and bring the speed along as well as they look to try and keep up with the more illustrious riders. But certainly this first round of the championship might offer Lawrence Wardle the opportunity to get an early jump on the field in this very competitive Super Mini class. Revs raising, away they go. Looks a good clean start. Look at the speed as they carry themselves through into the first corner. Lawrence Wardle leading the way. Andre in second down the inside. And through he goes into the lead. Super Minis then underway. Only got the name of the number 13 as Andre. We'll try and get the full name in the course of time. But he leads the way. Lawrence Wardle in second. Looks like Phil Dickens with a good start, although might be James Mosticker, I think, now up to third place around the back of the circuit on that first lap. Good clean start, though. Everyone appears to have stayed out of trouble on the first half lap. Here they come through the South Bank hairpin for the first time. Andre leading the way on the CRX 150. Wardle chasing in second. We've got 4-stroke versus 2 at the front here. Mosticker on the more minibike style machine in third place. Then we've got number 51 of Phil Dickens over the line in fourth. They'll go charging through the chicane. the end of the first lap, and tagging on the back there is the number 56, the orange KTM of Jake Smith. He's had a good start there, and number 14, Jamie Callan, battling with Ross Richards, Robert Corbizan, Dervalane in there as well, who of course was on the mic a bit earlier. Very competitive start here. Let's have a look as Lawrence Wardle closing up on the braking as they go through the corkscrew. Chased by James Mostiger, Phil Dickens, Jake Whittaker, Jake Smith not too far behind as well, number 56 here. They come down the back straight as Lawrence Wardle gets a jump on the outside, can't find a way through. Will he catch up on the braking? Can't get the line as we see Mostiger drifting to the outside there, trying to find some traction out of the corner again. Wardle doing the same, going for a slightly wider line as they all put the race leader number 13 under some pressure. They make their way through Southbank Hairpin, and Wardle looking very aggressive down the inside. Can't go for the pass this time though, as Andre guards that inside line. You can see Mostiger drifting wide, and they're all starting to bunch up a bit here behind the race leader as they make their way down over the finish line once again. Andre leading, number 13. Wardle second, Mostiger third, Dickens in fourth, Jake Whittaker, Jake Smith all very close. 1.6 seconds covering the top 6 riders as they go around the back of the circuit once again. You can see Andre riding very defensively there, guarding the apex, taking that inside line away from the chasing pack. Are all having to drift wide and find some new lines. And of course, when they're all battling so closely behind one rider, the risk is of course that they tangle wheels and bump into each other. So good racecraft, very important here as Wardle again tries to line him up down the middle straight through that chicane into the hairpin. But Andre just guarding that inside line once again as they all bunch up under braking back towards the Southbank hairpin. Through the little chicane they go. Round the long right-hander. Wardle can't find a way through down the inside. Andre leading, number 13. Again guarding that apex, has got the lead early on, looking to keep hold of it here. 4 laps to go. Of course the races are slightly shorter in the second and third block today, so perhaps a bit more important to get to the lead early on. And look at Wardle in second place there, just peeking away in second, trying to find a cut through somewhere where he can just chink in there, you would say, get a chink in the armour and get through into the lead. Race leader doing a great job here though of defending that lead, and Wardle's got to be careful in second place because just behind him is the 27 of James Mostiger. Phil Dickens and Jake Whittaker not too far behind us. Again Wardle has another look. Oh, he can't quite get alongside to take that line away as they go down into the hairpin once again. Follow your lead, you would say, through those 2 hairpins, through the chicane they go, and it looks like Phil Dickens and Jake Whittaker just a little bit further behind in their own battle for 4th position. 3-way fight for the lead here though as they go down into the Southbank hairpin. Tightens up into that really 180-degree right-hander into the left-hand hairpin. Wardle again drifting wide, trying to find a way through. Mostiger had a look down the inside there, but not close enough to go for a pass. 2 laps to go. Fastest lap of the race for the race leader, but Wardle's looking strong in second. 0.2 of a second covering them. Wardle again going wide into the corner, trying to find a way through anywhere he can, and perhaps on the exit of the corner. Here they come to the back of the track. This could be Wardle's moment. Oh, we can see the front end compressing there as he had to hit the brakes. Second place man Lawrence Wardle really putting a lot of pressure on the race leader as they make their way down the back straight once again. Oh, and Wardle down the inside. What a move there. He had to be brave because that is a very fast part of the track, and a brave move there definitely for Lawrence Wardle to take the lead with less than 1.5 laps to go, and has made that move stick. Here they come through the Southbank hairpin for the penultimate time. So now it's Lawrence Wardle's turn to play defensive at the front. Confidence there to take the sweeping line into the hairpin and hold on to that lead. There is a little bit of traffic in front just to run through the rest of the field. We've got Phil Dickens in 4th, Jake Whittaker, Jake Smith in 6th place, Jamie Callan, Ross Richards, Robert Corbizan, And Louis Smith in 10th place. Robin Kyle, Charlie Hopkins 12th. Derva Lane in 13th from Mercy Vasselkan, Joe Quinn, Howard Taylor, Sam Wiseman, Carl Stewart and Glyn Jones towards the back of the field. And Carl Stewart and Glyn Jones being closed on now by the race leader Lawrence Wardle. May just catch up with them on the final lap. We'll see in a few moments. Looks like at the back of the field that Carl Stewart and Glyn Jones just cut away slightly from the back markers. They are being closed on by the race leader as he makes his way down. There they are. We see the battle at the back of the field here between Carl Stewart and Glyn Jones, and they are being closed on very rapidly now by the race leader Lawrence Wardle. So a nervy final half lap here, because he's still got those two riders chasing behind him. But oh, that's worked out well for him there, because the unfortunate Andre, and poor old 74 Glyn Jones caught the back wheel of the number 13 and down he goes. So Lawrence Wardle looking to bring this one home. Race drawing to a close as Lawrence Wardle goes over the line. Andre in second, Mostiger third, Phil Dickens fourth, Jake Smith and Jake Whittaker in sixth place. 4.3 seconds covering the top 6 riders home. Jamie Callan in seventh and Ross Richards in eighth, Louis Smith ninth. And the race finishing under a red flag. Riders being flagged straight back. And there we see the red flag is out on that final half lap, although the result will stand, I believe, because, well, wait and see, we'll get that confirmed. Now, the red flag has gone out. The riders have stopped on the track here, and they will be guided back to the pits, because the number 74 of Glyn Jones caught the back wheel of the number 13 in second, and rider unfortunately still down on the track. Medics on the scene. He did hit the ground quite hard, so we may need medics on the track. Riders making their way over the line. And as you can see in the background there, the track crews and medics making their way onto the track. I think the marshals just reporting from the scene that they do need some medical attention, so there may be a pause until the next race gets underway. Brat Bike Supermin is drawing to a close. Checkered flag going out, followed by the red flag, so medics are on the track. Next race underway very shortly will be the Motul Oils O'Varley 110 Cup River. Unfortunate finish, you would say, there to the Brat Bike Supermin is the 20th place rider there, Glyn Jones, catching the rear wheel of the, well, just very unfortunate incident there, catching the rear wheel of the number 13 Andre and going down quite heavily. And rider receiving some medical attention. There is the provisional winner of the race, number 414, Lawrence Wardle. He's been in good form this weekend and had to work hard for that win. Making the pass late on, and I think he just went to check on the injured Glyn Jones, who's out. This is just on the approach to the South Bank corner where the incidents happened. We may well have seen that, of course, a few moments ago. But the injured rider, the number 74 of Glyn Jones, currently receiving some medical treatment out on the track. Unfortunately, then we've got another red flag situation, and riders being held in the waiting zone for the time being before the next race gets underway, which will be the Motul Oils O'Varley 110 Cup. And there we see the bike being pushed away. That's the 74 Glyn Jones battling away at the back of the field there with Carl Stewart and Sam Wiseman a little bit further ahead. Unfortunately, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. As the leaders came through, just seemed to tag the back wheel and hit the ground quite hard. As you can see in the background there, the ambulance is on the scene to assist the number 74. Glyn Jones' machine being pushed back to the paddock. Coming up next then, we have the O'Varley 110 Cup in association with Motul Oils. This is the first of our O'Varley races in the 110 Cup for riders aged 8 to 12 years. One make series for the O'Varley machine. Both machines, both the 110 and the 160, running the 4-speed gearboxes and One of the other things is with the Ovale as well, there is a regulation with sealed engines as well. The maximum of 3 engines to be used throughout the year. Wildcards do have their own regulations as well. Sealed engines, of course, being, as the word suggests, they are sealed, so can't be taken apart unless it's by an authorised technician. Very similar to the world of karting there with sealed engines. What that means is, of course, that very stringent regulations what can be done internally to the engines. The 110s, a little bit of a smaller wheelbase, you would say, and a bit more tailored towards the younger riders. As we say, the riders in the next race, the Ovale 110s, aged between 8 and 12 years. As you can see for yourself, though, there is an incident out on the track. The fallen Glyn Jones still being tended to by the medical crews, and there may be a delay until the Ovale 110 Cup gets underway. They'll be followed, of course, by the 160s for the slightly older riders on the Ovale 160 machines, aged 10 to 14 years. Moving on later in the block to the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160, incorporating the Vets class for this year. Ugly & Co Mini GPs and Junior Supermotos later on. Cymoto Minibike 140 and the OMG Racing Mini GP and Bougie Cup later on in the afternoon programme. But pause at the moment. All riders off the track. Marshals, of course, still in position as the medics deal with the injured rider out on the approach to the South Bank hairpin. Very quickly on the scene and looking to deal with that situation. We'll be underway very soon, just as soon as we get the all clear from the medics and the clerk of the course and race director. This, of course, our first round of what this year is an 8-round championship. A couple of rounds trimmed off just to help keep the cost of travelling down a little bit for the riders. I suppose that's very important. Of course, it was done before the rise in fuel prices, of course, but even so, with the recent situation there, you would say that it perhaps just helps to keep the series a bit more affordable for the riders. Moving on to some plenty more great tracks as well throughout the year. Rowra over at Cumbria, the venue for round number 2. So we're starting north and gradually working our way down with Red Lodge, which is a very different track. Round number 3, of course, very tight technical track, real different challenge for the riders. Pembrey, round number 4, which is the complete opposite end of the spectrum, much like here at Teesside, a very fast circuit and one that's, you would say, exclusively used for mini bike racing, as opposed, it's very much a car and bike racing track is Pembrey and modified for the mini bikes, so a real different challenge for the riders. Even though Pembrey is a bit cut down and there's a few more chicanes in there, it still remains a very fast circuit for this type of machine, so that looks set to be a spectacular round in July. Another favourite, of course, the medium speed Ella Park over on the Norfolk border on the 21st of August. Three Sisters, real speed track in Wigan in September, and a double header in October. 2nd of October at the one of the riders' favourites, Wilton Mill. Of course, some riders more keen on it than others, you would say, but Wilton Mill on the 2nd of October, and down to the technical clay pigeon circuit in Dorset on the 23rd of October. So a real national series, you would say, working our way right the way down to the south coast at the end of the season. You can catch all of the action here on the Rich Energy British Minibikes Facebook page and also on YouTube throughout the afternoon and throughout the season, of course. But unfortunately, we have got a medical situation out on the tracks. I'm sure you may have seen just then the ambulance making its way out onto the circuit just to assist with the medical incident with Glyn Jones going down on the last lap of the Brat Bike Super Minis. So a pause in action. The next race, Ovale 110, in association with Motul Oils. Those riders in the waiting zone at the moment, and they'll be held there for the time being. Hoping, of course, we can get that race underway as soon as possible, but of course, as I'm sure you can appreciate, rider safety is the important point here, and the medics will take the time they need to make sure that is safely dealt with and hopefully get the racing back underway just as soon as possible. race director currently going down to the accident scene just to check on the rider, check on the situation. As soon as I get any information, I will let you know. Things just drawing to a pause here at Teesside once again, sadly. There's been, unfortunately, a few incidents throughout the day. Who knows, maybe it's just eagerness at the start here. 1 or 2 racing incidents out there as well. So the medics, unfortunately, being kept rather busy this afternoon. Always grateful to have them in attendance. Of course, the series wouldn't run without the hard work of the medical crews, and much like most other national race series, the Rich Energy British Minibike Championship, they employ only the best. Of course, the same people generally travel around the country following the series, so they know the riders, they know what the sport's like, and they know how to deal with the incidents. But pausing conditions. You can see again this backdrop of the circuit. You can see just how close it is to the city centre. I have just been told that the Ovale machines have been sent away to the paddock for the time being. It does appear that there will be a bit of a delay before the next race gets underway, so we may have to pause things in a few moments. We'll just keep on top of things, but as I say, the Ovale 110 riders have been sent back to the paddock for the time being. They were in the waiting zone, and the reason behind this, you may well have seen this, of course, if you're watching the action, but there was an incident on the last lap with Glyn Jones. One of the lappers in the Brat Bike Super Minis unfortunately collected by another rider and went down pretty heavily. He is currently receiving some medical treatment at the side of the circuit and has been for a few moments. So as you can see, the action has been delayed, and in the meantime the next race, Ovale 110, those riders have been sent back to the paddock for the time being. As we were saying, they can see this camera backdrop of the Teesside circuit gives you an idea of how close we are to the industrial centre of Middlesbrough. Just to the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the corner of the Riverside Stadium, Middlesbrough FC's home ground, the Middlesbrough Transporter Bridge just behind there as well. A lot of motorsport goes on here as well. The red car bears just off site of the Teesside circuit, and just behind that knoll at the back of the circuit is the Ironworks motocross track as well. So all manner of motorcycle sports taking place here at Teesside. So racing here at Teesside unfortunately has been drawn to a temporary pause for the time being. The medical crews are still out on track dealing with the injured rider. Both ambulances unfortunately on the scene, and will give the medics the time they need. So from me, Chris Solya, we're going to wrap things up temporarily. Please stay tuned, keep things on standby, and just as soon as we get the all clear from the race director, we'll get action back underway. But things drawing to a close temporarily here at Teesside, and we'll see you very shortly. Welcome back to the first round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at the Teesside Autodrome. As I'm sure you're aware, there was a pause in activity due to an incident on the last lap of the Brat Bike Super Minis. We'll be getting things underway with the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup in a few moments' time. As you may see just to the right-hand side of your screen, riders being told to make their way back to the waiting zone, and we'll get the racing back underway very soon. As you may well have been aware, earlier in the programme, racing has been cut down to 6-lap motos, just in the interest of getting the programme through. There has unfortunately been quite a few stoppages today, so if there are any further changes to the event programme, I will let you know should I get the word from the race director and the timing crews. But in the meantime, riders being told to make their way back to the waiting zone. They were pulled away back to the paddock as we were looking at quite a lengthy delay to the injured Glyn Jones, who has been taken away from the course for further medical treatment. And we certainly pass our best wishes on to him. So riders just in position now and making their way back for the second race of the day for the Ovale 110. This, of course, very much for the youth riders. Ovale, of course, coming into the series about 2 years ago, and just at the end, of course, we had the first part of the pandemic in 2020, came back to Ella Park in the summer with Peter Hickman, of course, very much the driving force behind Ovale coming into the UK. And it's not just about selling bikes, it's very much a case of helping to bring on the next generation of young riders. Of course, many of the riders will be just doing this as a hobby and not really looking to take things forward and just have enjoyment out of it. But on the other side as well, there's plenty of riders looking to really get their racecraft dialed in very early. We were talking to Derva Lane on the mic earlier on, and he was saying just how strong the racecraft is with these younger riders nowadays as well. We see just how quickly they can not only get around the track, but also to the racecraft as well, looking for different lines out there to be able to race against the riders when they're in close combat at the front of the field. You'll quite often see, especially on a track like this, which is very fast and open, that they really do need to look at different lines, try and weigh up what the rider in front is doing, and be able to make a strong, aggressive pass without taking everyone out of the race. And already a few times today we've seen some good battles at the front of the field, and riders not necessarily slamming the door shut. It's a long season, of course, and what they want to do is just try and pick up those points and get things underway and get some points on the board for the next round at Rowra in just over a month's time. As you may see on the right hand side of your screen, riders now in the waiting zone, a few more machines making their way down. A final call has gone out in the paddock for these riders to make their way back to the waiting zone, and hopefully we should be able to get racing back underway very shortly. As we say, the injured rider receiving some medical treatment away from the course, and certainly passing our best wishes on to him. And here we see, of course, down in the paddock, it's a very busy paddock here at the first round of the championship at Teesside, and you get to have a close look at one of the Cymoto machines there, and just the preparations being made in the paddock. One of the great advantages, of course, with BMB racing is it's very much accessible to the clubman rider. So a lot of these types of machinery in the paddock, we've got the riders mostly operating out of camper vans and these converted sprinter type vehicles with the easy up awnings. Very modest cost again involved in this compared to, of course, motorsport and motorcycle racing by its nature is quite an expensive sport, but this you would say is more towards the accessible end, and you can really get yourself a competitive bike quite easily, get it tuned up and underway. But we're seeing some of the downtime in the paddock, riders taking a few moments between races and getting the time just to look out on the course and seeing how things are developing. Of course, this is towards the amateur end of the sport, but still very much a lot of effort goes into setting up the bikes and making sure they're ready for racing. A lot of the riders, of course, as you can see there, using the tyre warmers to get the bike, get them somewhere up to track temperature before they go out onto the course. Cutting back to the track, and as you can see, the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup riders making their way around on the formation lap, and we should be able to get racing back underway in just a few moments. So this is the third race of the block, the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup, making their way down the centre of the Teesside Autodrome circuit. And of course, the advantage with the first round of the championship is that it is on the Easter weekend, so it is a bank holiday for most people anyway, and quite an extended weekend to get up here to, well, for a lot of people is one of the long haul events. It's quite far, of course, in the northeast of the country, and you have to say at this point, hats off to some of the riders from some more far-flung areas of the UK, the likes of Scotland and Northern Ireland. There isn't really a local round for them. It's just the way most of the tracks are, of course. They tend to be located north and a lot of the tracks in the south as well, so they really do have to put the miles in to compete in these national championships. And full credit for their commitment as we wait for the riders to make their way down to the line for the second race of the day for the Motor Oils Ovale 110 Cup. As you can see, the parents for the riders down on the grid just to help them get in position, get themselves ready, and they are required, of course, to clear the grid promptly once riders are in position. We can't really afford to let the riders stand on the grid for too long. We saw, of course, that backdrop of the paddock there, the riders having to use the tyre warmers to get them up to temperature, and you'll see on the warm-up lap they do tend to jink about and swerve around to get some temperature back into the tyres. If they stay down there for too long, of course, they've got to go around again, so we don't really want to be sending them away on cold tyres, but this looks good. Marshals have now cleared the grid, and we are about to get things underway with the second race of the day for the Ovale 110 Cup. Away they go. Charging off the grid into the first corner. Looks like a good start. Everyone gets away cleanly through that first corner. As you said before, that first corner, the way the riders take that corner, it looks like a really fast left-handed corner. When you get down there and walk the track, that's a fairly sharp corner, actually. So away they go, and we're looking at the number 217, Hudson Cooper. Good form this weekend so far, getting to jump on the field. Charlie Cunningham, Travis Shaw and Jack Hamilton all in there as well, as they go charging down the back straight for the first time towards the centre of the circuit. And you can see the riders really having to treat those curbs with respect. If they take too much curb, there's every chance they can get squirrely, go off onto the grass, and we've seen that a couple of times today. But everyone seems to have got around the first half lap okay. And Hudson Cooper on the 217, just trying to break away in these early stages, but he can't quite shake off Charlie Cunningham in second place. Here comes Cooper through the South Bank hairpin that really tightens up on itself into that really strong right-hander, straight into the left-hand hairpin. And here we see, as the race goes on, we see a lot of line choices, riders trying to get the advantage coming out of the corner. Over the line they go, so Hudson Cooper through the chicane leads the way by just over a second from Charlie Cunningham. Jack Hamilton in third place, Travis Shaw, Wallace Doherty in fifth, Harvey Saville, Sydney Marshall, Parker Cesari, who DNF'd the first race, good to see him back in action, Ethan Dunning and Finley Hanna rounding out the field in these early stages. There we see Cunningham, Jack Hamilton on the 28, and down the inside battling away there, Travis Shaw and Wallace Doherty just a little bit further behind. Some very close racing there for fourth position. Harvey Saville and Sydney Marshall just that little bit further behind as they make their way down the back straight. Hamilton just trying to break away. There is the number 4, Travis Shaw, and Wallace Doherty on number 88. Having a peek down the inside, but Shaw had the line covered and shuts the door on the number 88. And all he can do is chase through the hairpin and just drifts wide a bit on the exit there, just trying to get some extra traction as they make their way through the chicane up towards the South Bank hairpin. Hamilton going wide. That's the preferred racing line. He's very wide. He's got to be... Oh, that's what goes wrong, though. Sometimes Hamilton perhaps didn't realise they were so close, taking that really wide entrance into the hairpin, and he's allowed both Travis Shaw and Wallace Doherty to get through. That's the risk you take when you take that wide line into the hairpin. And Jack Hamilton will be ruining that mistake now. He's got to try and fight back now in 5th position. But he's still right in there. So Hudson Cooper, 120.372, fastest lap of the race. And leading now by 2.2 seconds from Charlie Cunningham. Scotsman Cunningham in second place. Down the back straight they go. And number 217, Hudson Cooper, all on his own at the front. You can see the gap behind him as he goes flying through the chicane. gingerly just kissing the corner of those curbs. Can't afford to take too much on there because they are really rough on the inside. That's what they're there for, though, of course. Riders having to respect the track limits, and certainly Hudson Cooper doing that very well as he makes his way through South Bank Hairpin once again, all on his own at the front. Quite a bumpy surface in places. You can see suspension, the wheelbase, that might jinking away sometimes through the corners. Coping very well with this demanding track. Great first venue for the first round of the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. One of the longest circuits on the calendar. 3 laps to go. Over the line they go. And here we see from this camera angle just how much speed they carry through that left-hander. So the gap now 3 seconds. Hudson Cooper fastest lap of the race, 1:20.372. Wave yellow's going up. Rider goes down on the chicane. But I can tell you out of camera shot, the rider is okay. Looking at the leathers, it may possibly be Travis Shaw that... No, it's not Travis Shaw. There he is, right there, number 4. So I'll wait a moment to get the confirmation on the lap charts in a few moments. But there is a rider down towards the front of the field, and I'm pleased to say he is okay and walking off to the infield, albeit a little bit shaken. Back on track though, there is Travis Shaw, number 4, and he's certainly well and truly in the race. Coming under some pressure now from the number 28, Jack Hamilton. Now Travis Shaw, of course, nipped down the inside on the approach, on the exit I should say, of the South Bank hairpin on that left-hander when Hamilton accidentally left a bit of a gap down the inside, and he's certainly recovered from that and charging hard to try and get past Travis Shaw. Shaw guarding the apex. And that tight approach into the hairpin, not necessarily the fastest racing line, so although he guards the apex, it means he doesn't quite pull away from Hamilton. Over the line they go. So Hudson Cooper continues to lead the way. The gap goes up to 3.5 seconds. So I think the rider that went down was the number 88 of Wallace Doherty. As I say, rider appears to be okay. He is down in the infield, up on his feet, and all he can do now is just watch the race go by. So Hudson Cooper, none of this of course is bothering him at the front. Looking very neat at the front of the field. Down the middle of the course he goes, down that back straight, heading towards that fearsome chicane. And you'll see how he negotiates that course there. Here we go, through the curbs. Just taking the maximum amount of track that he can. And neatly through the hairpin he goes. Next time round then will be the last lap of the race, and at the moment it's certainly going the way of Hudson Cooper, looking very neat at the front. 3.5 seconds the gap last time round. He's dealt with the early challenge from Charlie Cunningham, who is alone in second place. The battle still raging for third place, heading towards the South Bank hairpin with Travis Shaw and Jack Hamilton. But 2:17, Hudson Cooper, the race leader, looking very neat at the front as he heads towards the last lap board. Over the line he goes with 1 lap to go. So Hudson Cooper looking very neat, keeping a good pace out there. You can still see Charlie Cunningham threatening in third. The gap still around 3.5 seconds. Now, what that means, of course, is that Charlie Cunningham is not close enough to go for a pass and take the lead, but certainly from Hudson Cooper's point of view, he can't afford any mistakes on this final half lap, because that would potentially allow Charlie Cunningham right in there. So at the moment Hudson Cooper's got this race under control, but he certainly can't afford to relax as he makes his way down the back straight for the final time. Over the curbs he goes, nice and neatly into the hairpin. Nice sweeping racing line through there. And back towards the finish. Out to that hairpin section he goes. There is a little chicane that brings him through to the South Bank hairpin, that long sweeping right-hander that just gradually turns in on itself. Cooper taking the... hugging the apex there, drifts a little bit wide just to get himself opened up into that hairpin. Doesn't need to worry about riders behind him. Here he comes round the final hairpin, back towards the finish line. And 2:17, Hudson Cooper, checkered flag goes out for him. And Hudson Cooper takes the race number 2 in the Motor Oil's Ovale 110 Cup. It's going to be Charlie Cunningham in second. Race to the line there on the final couple of corners. Jack Hamilton round the outside of Travis Shaw. He looks pleased with that one. Travis Shaw a bit dejected with fourth, and who can blame him because he battled for that third for so long. But persistence pays off for Jack Hamilton. Harvey Saville on the number 41 over the line in 5th place. Sidney Marshall on number 461 in 6th place. And a good recovery for the number 933. Parker Jazari had a disappointing first race, but brings it home in 7th place. Ethan Dunning in 8th. Finley Hanna, the final finisher, in 9th position on the number 13. And the unfortunate Wallace Doherty crashing out of the race earlier on, but once again pleased to report that he appears to be okay and is trudging his way back to the pits. We will see him a bit later on today, but very well done, of course, to our race winner Hudson Cooper. By no means an easy race for him. He had to work hard for that one, but certainly managed to keep his composure and bring that race home with a very strong second race victory of the day. So our next race of the day getting underway very shortly. We stick with the Ovalis, of course, and it's the Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup. There's Jack Hamilton on the number 28 with that daring final half lap move to bring himself through into 3rd position. We'll see him a bit later on today, of course. So Ovali 160 is coming up very shortly. This for riders aged between 10 and 14 years old. They're down in the waiting zone right now and should be out on course in just a few moments' time. There is the number 933, Parker Jazari. When you see these bikes up close in the paddock, they, when you consider these, especially it's more the smaller 110s, these are more geared towards the youth market. The 160s are about the size where the adults can race them as well, so we do see some youth adult competition on the 160 machines. And when you look at these bikes close up in the paddock, they're certainly not toys. They are very intricate machines, and when you look at especially the Ovalis, the Buccis, those sort of mini GP style machines, they really do resemble scaled down MotoGP or BSB machines in appearance, and you see a lot of the riders customizing them with their own graphics. Some of the riders, of course, sponsored, so they might want to give their sponsor some exposure, but you do see quite a few race replicas of some of the famous riders in the sport. So certainly the Ovalis looking the part as the 160s make their way out onto the track. Looks like Wilson Dilks leading them well, leading the round. Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup about to get underway, and the riders making their way through the corkscrew, heading towards the back straight. And that banking on the outside, just backing on to the Ironworks motocross track, which is next door. We got the Red Car Bears Speedway Stadium. There the Red Car Bears are in action on Friday night, and quite a few riders in the paddock checking out the Speedway action. So really is a great motorsports hub here in Middlesbrough, out on South Bank here at the Teesside Autodrome. All kinds of 2- and 4-wheel competition taking place. Of course, we're here, of course, with the mini bikes, but Teesside karting venue here, of course, and they run a lot of karting events, a lot of major karting events here. Also quite a lot of drifting competitions taking place here at Teesside as well. As we said earlier in the programme, the BMB calendar really does take on a variety of tracks. Some of the bigger courses here, the likes of Teesside, we go to Three Sisters and especially Pembrey. All kinds of motorsport taking place, along with some of the more dedicated karting style tracks, the likes of Ella Park and Red Lodge, a bit more tight and technical. Red Lodge especially, would say, compared to this, is a totally different type of track. That is a bit later in the season, in June, for round number 3, 26th of June, Red Lodge. Very technical indeed, and as I'd expect on a championship calendar, you've got all kinds of circuits for the riders to contend with. So riders on the line now. I think one rider may have lined up in the wrong position on the gate, so just making sure the grid is all lined up correctly. Riders appear to be ready, and we should get the second race of the day for the Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup underway in just a moment. Riders on the line and ready to go, waiting for the green flag to drop, and away they go. Looks a good start. So they charge into the first corner. Wilson Dilks getting the jump on the field. They go charging through that first corner. Look at the speed they carry through there into the right-hander, heading towards the back of the circuit and the corkscrew. So looks like Wilson Dilks has got the early jump on the field, but very competitive at the front here. Looks like Lewis Mullen up there. Laken Payne on the number 41, also right in there as well. Tyler Humphries and Arnie Carr also in contention on the first half lap as Dilks pulls away down the back straight. And it looks like Lewis Mullen now clear in second, having a peek down the inside there. Nothing going though as they go through the hairpin. Dilks looking to run his own lines here, trying to maintain that gap at the front. The risk, of course, trying not to get too defensive and back all the riders behind you into each other. And you see Wilson Dilks has taken that outside line. He's got to be confident there because that leaves the door open for Lewis Mullen. And Wilson Dilks, the race leader, riding very confidently at the moment as they go over the line for the first time. Nothing at all between the top three riders. Half a second covering the top three. Tyler Humphries looking strong in third as well. Laken Payne and Arnie Carr. Thorley Trevorrow also in the mix as well. Here they come. Oh, down the inside in third. Oh, very tight there from Tyler Humphries, trying to go down the inside of Lewis Mullen. He had to back out of that one. With some really strong racing here with the top three. Wilson Dilks holds on to the lead. He's coming under a lot of pressure. And we saw Dilks last time round just trying to use his own lines, trying to break away. There's that balancing act really of guarding your lead and not being too slow and defensive into the corners. Nice move there from Tyler Humphries. It looks like he may have gone through into second position as they make their way through the hairpins. Heading towards the South Bank hairpin. Wilson Dilks pulls away slightly at the front. All the action behind him though for second place. Lewis Mullen, Tyler Humphries and Laken Payne all in there. They go through the South Bank hairpin. Good line choice essential, and Dilks just a little bit more defensive going into the hairpin. Oh, down the inside goes Mullen, and that was brave there from Lewis Mullen in second place. Through into the lead he goes, and Wilson Dilks barely left a gap into the hairpin, but Lewis Mullen snatched it away out of nowhere. And the 111 of Lewis Mullen is into the lead as they make their way around the back of the circuit. Four riders scrapping for position here. Laken Payne only 1.3 seconds away from the leader. So any one of these three could win as Dilks fights back. Oh, he had to back out of that one though. And Tyler Humphries in third place, right in there. Look out for Laken Payne in fourth as well. Right on the back of the top three. Nice move out of the corner there from Tyler Humphries. That should line him up down the back straight as he puts Dilks under pressure. Here they come through to the chicane. But Dilks fights back. Oh, what a move down the inside there. And that was brave riding from Wilson Dilks. Back into the lead he goes. Still, any one of these four riders could snatch the victory. We've got Thorley Trevorrow on the number 42 up to 5th place. Arnie Carr, Joel Grieg in 7th. Luca Wilkinson, Alfie Flynn and Izzy Carter rounding out the field at the moment. But only 20 seconds covering the entire pack last time round, so Dilks back into the lead this time. Now this is where Mullen made the pass last time. He goes again down the inside, but Dilks has got the line covered. Over the line they go, so Wilson Dilks back into the lead, number 85. Mullen drops to second, still Tyler Humphries and Laken Payne looking to get involved in this battle for the lead. Very, very close indeed. In fact, 1.1 seconds covering the top four riders. And you can see just how demanding this Teesside circuit is, the way the bikes are squirreling away underneath them. Great riding here as Mullen has a look down the inside into the top corner, through the corkscrew. But he's going to line him up here for a pass down the back straight. Let's see what happens as they make their way down towards the chicane. At the moment, Dilks has got enough. Down the back straight, through the chicane they go. No margin for error. Mullen having a peek down the inside. Nothing going though, he has to stay in second. Dilks holds on to the lead. Still Tyler Humphries in third, Laken Payne in fourth. And he can't write those two off either as they make their way back towards the South Bank hairpin. Let's see if there's any different line choice from the riders as they make their way through to the hairpin. Look at the third place man there, Tyler Humphries drifting wide. Cuts across and trying to close on Mullen. Again, sweeping to the outside. There he goes. And of course with Still trotting defensively. That allows Humphries with a great move round the outside of Lewis Mullen to sneak through into second place. 2 laps to go. Still, any one of these 4 riders could win the race, and there's still 1 second covering the top 4. Trevorrow still 5th, Arnie Carr, Joel Grigg, Luca Wilkinson, Alfie Flynn a bit further back, and Izzy Carter just about to cross the line in 10th position. But all the action here at the front, 1.5 laps to go, 4 riders battling for the lead. Humphries now into the lead, down the back straight they go, number 19. Great move there in half a lap. He's fought his way through to the front, and now he's got to try and guard that one. He's got to jump on the field here, actually. Not by very much, but just enough to prevent Wilson Dilks and Lewis Mullen from getting through here. So Tyler Humphries, fastest lap of the race last time round, 1:15.865, has timed his run to perfection here. Gets past Wilson Dilks, and just starting to pull away here. Number 19, Tyler Humphries, your new race leader. Very confidently taking the faster racing line through the hairpin, wide sweeping entrance into the corner. Oh, down the inside, a replay what happened earlier. Lewis Mullen snatching the inside line from Wilson Dilks, who now drops to 3rd with 1 lap to go. Lincoln Payne still in there. The gap between the top 4 goes up to 1.6 seconds. So a little bit more spread out, but not by very much. And this is Tyler Humphries' moment here. Fastest lap of the race once again, 1:15.280. And he's got to put in a really strong final lap here just to stay out of striking reach from Lewis Mullen. So it was 1.6 seconds covering the top 4 riders, but crucially here, Tyler Humphries 9/10 of a second ahead of the second place rider. And that's just enough to keep him out of danger as they make their way through the chicane for the final time, down towards the first of this little hairpin complex in the centre of the track. Humphries keeping it neat and smooth. Still closely poised here, but the race order settling down a bit on this final half lap as Tyler Humphries looks to bring it home. He's done all the hard work so far. Just got to stay confident around the last half lap, and again that wide sweeping line into the hairpin, carrying the speed through the corner. Staying off the apex again, carrying the speed through, and Tyler Humphries through the final corner he goes, and after a very close Motul Oils Ovale 160 race, Tyler Humphries takes the checkered flag from Lewis Mullen in 2nd place, Wilson Dilks in 3rd, and Laken Payne in 4th. And then a real battle to the line for 5th place there, with Laken Payne 4th, and Arnie Carr, Thorley Trevorrow and Joel Grigg all scrapping away. Oh, and a last lap spill there for, I think, Alfie Flynn that's gone down. Looking like he may have just lost the front wheel around the on the entrance to the South Bank hairpin. Oh, that's on the exit of the corner. Rider okay. Izzy Carter, I think, still around the back of the circuit, so she will get through past Alfie Flynn, who's okay. But I think maybe out of the race on the final half lap. Quite a heavy tumble there for the number 7 Alfie Flynn, but the rider back on his feet. Just a small mistake. That's a shame for him. And the wave yellow's up. And there is Izzy Carter. Was in 10th position. Goes past the incident and will get through on the final lap up to 9th place. Carter over the line. And the unfortunate Alfie Flynn dropping out of contention on the last lap. But a great win there for Tyler Humphries in a very closely fought battle. Lewis Mullen having to settle for 2nd. Wilson Dilks, after leading much of the race, just behind in 3rd. And Laken Payne, unfortunately for him, he couldn't really get involved in that scrap for the lead, but nonetheless he brings it home in a strong 4th position. We move back to minibike action in just a few moments. We've got the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160 lining up. That also incorporates the veterans class. As you look at Laken Payne, and there is the unfortunate Alfie Flynn finishing the race in last place. But what's important to see, the rider looks a bit disappointed, as you can imagine, but walking back to the paddock under his own steam and should be okay to race later on today. So Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160s in the waiting zone at the moment. Thanks once again, of course, I have to go to Pit Bike Spares for their continued support of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship, and they maintaining a presence in the paddock as well with the spares and accessories, help and advice to the riders. So not only sponsoring the class, but very active supporters of the series. So last rider to leave the track will be the 9th place Izzy Carter, as Alfie Flynn walks back to the paddock. Track now clear, and we should be underway very shortly for the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. And just to remind you, of course, one of the changes to the calendar is that the vets, unfortunately, used to be quite a popular class, but seems to have waned in popularity somewhat. A lot of the riders moving to different classes. So the SM veterans not running in their own class anymore, but also incorporated in the next race. The Minibike 160 is getting underway in just a few moments. In the waiting zone and out onto the track they go, led by the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope, who's been on great form so far at this first round of the championship. Here they come through the corkscrew. One of the other things, of course, that is in the rulebook with the British Minibikes is what you might call a spirit of the class rule. Now, it's a loose term, but what it effectively means is that the whole ethos of the series is that it's cost-effective, close racing, and that riders shouldn't really be able to gain an advantage through budgets or the ability to tune the machines to make them faster. What it does mean, though, sometimes is that bikes naturally develop throughout the course of racing. If a product or part comes in that complies with the regulations but offers an unfair advantage, there is the BMB organisers do reserve the right to ban any such products from the racing, as wouldn't be in the spirit of the class. Doesn't happen all that often, really, but just another way to make sure that the racing is kept as close and cost effective as possible. Well, as Dervalane was saying earlier, he's out on the track at the moment, I believe, making his way around in the 160s. Riders do like to fettle with these machines, so they have got free rein to set the bikes up and get them tuned up within the rule books as they can, and people do enjoy that, of course. One or two shout-outs to Tyler Humphries, the previous race winner. Helen Greer getting in touch on social media, giving him a shout-out. So if you're riders out there today, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast from the first round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship, and we cut right down to the grid and the start of the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160, second race of the day for this class, about to get underway, also incorporating the vets. Just a few moments down here on the start line, one or two riders, I think, not in the correct position, so we're just going to take a moment to make sure that riders are lined up correctly. Riders ready, you can see the heads go down, focusing on the starter. Green flag goes up, and away they go, everyone away from the line safely, charging into the first corner. Michael Med with a good start, Harvey Lathrope in there as well, but Daniel Pearson looks like he had a good jump round the outside. And Daniel Pearson, very distinctive livery there, the yellow and black number 77. You would say, especially the helmet there, very reminiscent of the old Kenny Roberts Yamaha era at the front. Don't know if that was inspiration for Pearson, but certainly looks very 70s, early 80s Yamaha-esque at the front from the number 77, but not all about the looks. He's got a good jump on the field there and gets away nice and early. Very competitive into that first corner with Michael Med and Harvey Lathrope all battling for position. But another good clean start there, and looks like Andrew Thompson also getting involved. Up there is the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope, trying to keep up with the race leader Daniel Pearson. Had a great start there, nice sweeping line into the hairpin. So through the final two hairpins they go back towards the finish line. Looks like Michael Med jostling for position there as they make their way through towards the line once again. And over they go. So Pearson leads, Lathrope second, Med in third. Brian Hamilton it was that was scrapping there with James Mostiger, Andrew Thompson. Look how close that is, that battle for third place in particular. And Harvey Lathrope on the treble 2 is starting to put Pearson under some pressure here. So Harvey Lathrope, who was looking very strong towards the end of the 2021 season, really has started on the front foot this year, looking very strong at this first round of the championship, all the classes he's been in so far today. And he is starting to put Daniel Pearson under some serious pressure here. Pearson knows he's there, guards the inside line going into the hairpin. And Harvey Lathrope in second with a bit of work to do here. Looks quicker at the moment. We've got to try and find a way through, and look out for Michael Med in third on the treble 7. Pearson loses a bit of momentum. He's got to guard the inside line, but Lathrope round the outside. Now can he go for the outside sweep? What a move there from Harvey Lathrope round the outside of Daniel Pearson, going a nice exit out of the chicane and carry that momentum through into the lead. So a great move there from Harvey Lathrope. Really has been on fantastic form today and goes into the lead. Pearson drops to second, but Michael Med in third has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:18.217. Pretty much, well, he is of course faster than Lathrope on pace, but the top three just breaking away a bit now, from Andrew Thompson in fourth place, James Mosticker, Brian Hamilton, Rob Overend in seventh, Ryan Clark, Michael Nellians, Chris Wells in 10th, Derva Lane in 11th, from Simon Wadsworth, Gav Tappenden, Nathan Gardner, Gary Jacobs a bit further behind. Big group of riders in this race, of course. Peter Wadsworth, Tony Reveley, Tom White, Simon Patterson taking us down to 20th place with David Linsdell, Michael Judkins, Kira Williamson and Aaron Sadler rounding out the field. I think there was a rider going into the pits there, so we've got one DNF from this race further down the pack. So Daniel Pearson getting the lead early on, but really having to play defensive now, as Harvey Lathrope now clear at the front. And Pearson coming under some pressure in second place from Michael Med on the treble 7 in third. So 77 in second, treble 7 in third. Med going for the outside sweep. Pearson's got the racing line here. Knocks off Med, who again sweeps right. Going to try and get him on the exit of the corner here. Pearson's got to put that bike exactly where it needs to be to block off Med in third. Over the line they go, Matt and Lathrope taking advantage of this battle for second place now to try and pull away at the front. Harvey Lathrope, fastest lap of the race, 1:17.457. Increases the gap to 2.2 seconds as the battle rages for second place. Med round the outside at the back of the circuit, heading towards the corkscrew. Pearson in second place, doing very well here though. Hitting all those apexes, making that bike as wide as possible, really making Michael Med in third work hard to snatch that second place from him. None of this, of course, bothering Harvey Lathrope, the race leader. Down the back straight they go through the chicane. A fast racing line there, respecting the curbs. And if they take too much curb there, they'd be potentially off into the grass. As we look at the battle of fourth place now with the red leathers, that's the number 27 of James Mosticker. Staying ahead of Andrew Thompson, number 19, with Chris Wells in there as well, number 2. And Thompson at the moment can't really get with Mosticker in 4th. Mosticker nice and smooth through the right-hander. The leaders pulling away from this battle before. We just saw at the top of the camera Michael Med still on the back wheel of Daniel Pearson, but can't find a way through as Thompson has a glance over the shoulder. And he can see the charging number 2 of Chris Wells. Over the line they go. Wells in 6th place. Brian Hamilton just behind in 7th. Then you see the rest of the top 10 charging over the line. We've got Rob Overend, Simon Wadsworth, Michael Nealance, Derva Lane, Nathan Gardner all in there. Only covered by a couple of seconds. Daniel Pearson still fending off Michael Med for third as the number 2 Chris Wells goes round the outside of Michael Thompson, makes the move stick, and Wells now into 5th place. Leaders down the back straight. Harvey Lathrope all on his own at the front, very aggressive into the hairpin. Here's that battle for second place as Pearson pulls away slightly from Michael Med, who again has to try and that outside line into the hairpin. Well, again, look at Pearson, 77. Very aggressively guarding those apexes, making Med go wide if he's going to make the pass. Again, Med, he's just picking that moment to drift wide. Going for the outside sweep. Oh, and he makes the move stick. Regard that apex into the line, and he's done it. So, great move there from Michael Med round the outside. You've really got to carry a lot of speed around the outside to make that move stick, and Med's done that, but Pearson trying to fight back as they go through to the last lap. Lathrop just catching up with some of the back markers there. Looks like the number 114 of Kira Williamson. And I think the retirement from the race was the 441 of Aaron Sadler. So Kira Williamson goes a lap down, currently in 23rd. Tom White, the next rider down the track, who I think might just be out of range for the race leader Harvey Lathrop. And there is Kira Williamson. She's just holding her line, letting the faster riders find their way through. Meanwhile, the treble 2 Harvey Lathrop into the left-hander has time just to glance down the track, see where his rivals are, and he knows he can run his own race to the finish here. Through the chicane for the final time towards Southbank Hairpin. And Lathrop, treble 2, your race leader, smoothly through the Southbank Hairpin for the final time. Drifts nice and smoothly into the penultimate hairpin. Just got to stay out of trouble here as he makes his way out to the penultimate corner, down on the rundown to the start-finish line, and treble 2 Harvey Lathrop, great day for him so far, takes the race victory. It's going to be Michael Med in second place, fending off Daniel Pearson, who has to settle the third. Chris Wells, great ride for him on the final lap, up to fourth place on the number 2. James Mostiger, 27 in fifth place. Ryan Clark, Andrew Thompson in seventh. And then it's close there for the rest of the top 10. Brian Hamilton, Simon Wadsworth. And what a move there for 10th place. Simon Wadsworth 9th, then Rob Overend, Dervillane, Nathan Gardner, Michael Nellens, Gav Tappenden in 14th on the number 13 machine. Gary Jacobs in 15, Peter Wadsworth. And another close midfield battle there. Tony Reveley, Simon Pattison just a bit further behind. David Linsdell, Michael Judkins and Tom White should be rounding out the field. Over the line they go. Very close all the way through the field. Those guys there we just saw crossing the line battling for the lower positions. Linsdell 20th, Judkins 21st and White in 22nd place. Kira Williamson in 23rd, lap down the final finisher with Aaron Sadler, a DNF. So Wadsworth on the number 5 making his way back to the paddock. But a great win there from Harvey Lathrop, winning the race by 3.6 seconds from that rider Michael Med, who battled hard to snatch second place in the closing stages, with the strong starting Daniel Pearson having to settle for third position. So pit bike spares, mini bike 160 draws to a close. We move on to our second race of the day in a few moments for the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s, including the Junior Supermotos, which I believe will be another split grid start for those two classes. Similar age groups of riders, of course, but the mixture of the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto machines, they're in the waiting zone and I believe should be taking their place on the track for their formation lap any moment now. So away we go, on to the formation lap for the Mini GP 140s, including the Junior Supermoto 140 machines. Out onto the course they go. Second race of the day for this class is about to get underway. Races have been shortened from their schedule 8 laps down to 6 due to some of the red flags that we had earlier on today. And as always, any alterations to the programme from there, I will let you know if I get any word from the race director or the timing crew. But the riders making their way around for their second race of the day here for the Mini GP 140s, incorporating the Junior Supermotos. Just getting the tyres warmed up. It is a fairly warm day out there. A lot of the riders, some of them opting to use the super soft tyres. Wouldn't say it's blisteringly hot out there, but certainly pleasant spring weather. Good conditions for racing, you would say. Sometimes when it gets a bit too hot, the real challenge, you would say, is to save the tyres. So down onto the line they go for the Mini GP 140s, incorporating the junior supermotos, making their way down onto the line. Split grid, so you'll see the supermoto machines towards the back of the field there. Recognisable from the supermoto style, more of an upright motocross style riding style, you would say, from those bikes. Mini GP more your classic road bike style at the front. Two races in one here, as one rider in a bit of trouble on the novices at the back there, just losing the engine, getting it fired up. Everyone else appears to be okay, so hopefully once the grid is set we should be able to get racing underway. Looks like we are ready to go. Green flag goes up and away we go. And of course those supermoto machines will have to wait for a few seconds before their race gets underway. But the Mini GP riders charging away. Tyler Humphries getting the jump on the field. Meanwhile, the supermoto machines get underway off the start line. Arnie Carr, Toby Skaman and Joel Grigg leading the supermoto machines away into the first corner. Meanwhile, the Mini GP riders down the back straight for the first time, heading towards the chicane. Looks like Tyler Humphries with another good start there, closely followed by Wilson Dilks in second. The top two just breaking away slightly from the rest of the field. Lewis Mullen, Laken Payne, Luca Wilkinson all in there. Thorley, Trevorrow, Wallace Doherty, Alfie Flynn and Travis Shaw all amongst the top 10, with Charlie Cunningham, Jack Newton a bit further behind from Hudson Cooper. Riders really do get plenty of track time. A lot of them do seem to enter in multiple classes during the Minibike program. A lot of these bikes are eligible for multiple race classes. So here we go with the race lead. Tyler Humphries leading, but Wilson Dilks closing up just at the end of that first lap. I don't know what's going on the... That's nothing to do with the race meeting there, all that smoke in the background, but quite a hefty fire on somewhere on the outskirts of the track. Bit of smoke going up. Hopefully that won't affect the racing, of course. That's completely separate to the race meeting. So the race goes on. Down the back straight they go, and Tyler Humphries, this is turning into a two-way scrap for the lead here, with Wilson Dilks close behind in second place, not close enough to go for a pass right now. And these two just breaking away now from the rest of the field. They make their way through the South Bank hairpin. Lewis Mullen a bit further behind in third place. And there they go through the South Bank hairpin. And another midfield scrap as some of the leading supermoto riders are starting to pick their way through some of the tail enders in Mini GP. And that looks like the number 83, Arnie Carr, picking his way through, who I believe is the lead supermoto rider. Now, of course, these riders started a bit further back from the Mini GP riders. And they are racing in their own separate race. Arnie Carr very neatly picking his way through the field here. And Carr, number 83, over the line he goes. 14th in the race. Leading the junior supermoto class. The rest of the supermoto front runners go through. So Arnie Carr looking very neat at the front of junior supermotos. Currently 14th in the race itself, although they are racing in separate classes, so that won't really affect him too much as they make their way down the back straight amongst the midfielders in the Mini GP just ahead of him. We've got on the edge of the top 10, we've got Travis Shaw, Jack Newton, Charlie Cunningham, Hudson Cooper all battling away. Keir MacDonald in there as well. But Arnie Carr, 83, looking neat at the front of Junior Supermoto. Towards the back of the field, Brook Champion going over the line. One or two riders dropping a lap down as Tyler Humphries goes over the line in first place. But still can't shake off Wilson Dilks in second. They're starting to pick their way through some of the tail enders here. And Dilks not quite close enough to challenge for the lead right now, but certainly tagging on the back wheel of number 19, Tyler Humphries, the race leader. And he's certainly poised and ready should Tyler Humphries make any kind of a mistake. Humphries setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:14.724, but Wilson Dilks is a couple of tenths slower. So it's finally poised here. Dilks tries to close up under braking. Can't find a way through. And here come the two race leaders. There'll be 2 laps to go when they make their way back round towards the finish line. Humphries with the confidence to take the wide sweep. Look how much he's committed into that corner. The balancing over the right-hand side of the bike. The foot came off the foot peg there. Doesn't affect him at all, but just shows how much commitment he's got going into that hairpin. Doing all he can to try and break away from Wilson Dilks in second. Over the line they go. Tyler Humphries 1:15.2 that time round, pulling a small gap on Dilks in second, only a tenth of a second or so. As I say, that smoke you can see in the background, nothing to do with the race meeting. That's something that's happened outside of the track boundaries. Let's hope everyone's okay. But Tyler Humphries again just pulling away slightly at the front as they make their way down the back straight. Further down, Arnie Carr's moving his way through the field, the lead JSM rider. That looks like the number 18 of Finlay Bagshaw, about to be lapped by the race leader, and Bagshaw doing a good job there, just holding his line. Does mean that Wilson Dilks in second loses a little bit of time, but Bagshaw, you'd say, doing the right thing there, just holding his line, letting the faster rider find his way through. A bit of bad luck there for Wilson Dilks, you would say, encountering him on that tighter part of the track through the hairpins, which allows Humphries to pull away slightly as they make their way through to the final lap, but they are still closing up on other back markers. So the race by no means over for the race leader Tyler Humphries as they go over the line. 1 lap to go. Last rider on the lead lap, I believe, is Brook Champion. 20th place, number 46. And Brook again just letting the faster riders find a way through. And again, Wilson Dilks a little bit unlucky to encounter the slow rider at the wrong point of the track, you would say. Had to fall back slightly and make the pass on the exit of the corner, which just allows Tyler Humphries to pull away slightly as they make their way down the centre of the track. Through the chicane they go for the final time. Humphries, the race leader, very fast and aggressive, but respecting those curves as he makes his way through the first of the hairpins. Left-hander followed by right, the more technical part of the track, through the chicane and onto the long south bank. Right-handed hairpin for the final time goes the number 19, Tyler Humphries. Sweeping his way through as the corner tightens in on itself. Takes a nice wide sweeping line. Fully committed even in his closing stages. Back marker in front looks like the 912 Joshua Herring, who goes a lap down as Tyler Humphries takes the checker flag. There goes Herring to finish in 19th position. The Wilson Dilks in second, close battle of a third, with Thorley Trevorrow taking third place on the final lap from Lewis Mullen. Wallace Doherty in 5th position. Laken Payne in 6th, Luca Wilkinson 7th, rest of the top 10 coming through. Here we see Charlie Cunningham should be coming through any moment now. That was the number 3 of Joel Griggs, scrapping away in the midfield. 134, Toby Skaman right on his rear wheel. Junior Supermoto battling here. And Joel Griggs just guarding that inside line. Toby Skaman trying to fight back as they cross the line. Arnie Carr over the line in 10th place. Good ride for him, and I think will be the first of the JSM riders. Jack Newton 11th, Travis Shaw 12th, Hudson Cooper. Then we see Keir MacDonald, Joel Griggs and Toby Skayman in that battle for 15th place, of course. Junior Supermotos carrying separate points. Finley Hanna and Ethan Dunning, last two riders on the lead lap. So Mini GP 140s and the Junior Supermotos drawing to a close. Next race in association with Cymoto, one of the manufacturers that, a bit like Ovali really, supporting the BMB series. You've got the likes of Cymoto, Ovali and Bucci involved, but Cymoto, the headline sponsors for the Minibike 140, getting underway in a few moments' time as the riders from Mini GP and Junior Supermoto making their way back to the paddock after their second race. They should be out a little later on today, depending on course and the time schedule. We are running a little bit behind schedule, to say the least, here, because we had quite a few stoppages today, unfortunately. Medics doing a great job of dealing with the injured riders, but it does mean that the event has run a little bit behind schedule, unfortunately. Still, as far as I'm told, is still running to the event format. The race program still going ahead in full. If there are any changes, of course, I will let you know. But we look forward now to our next race of the day. Cymoto Minibike 140 is getting underway in just a few moments' time. One or two shout-outs there for Jack Newton, who finished the previous race on the number 135 in 11th place. Of course, the tricky part is, especially when there's a big group of riders, is making sure that as many riders as possible get covered in the race, which is sometimes difficult. The race is, of course, by their nature short and sharp, so it tends to be where the battle for the lead is, or there's a top 10 battle sometimes that will try and get behind as many riders as possible. So in association with Cymoto's Minibike 140 riders in the waiting zone right now, and right on cue, out onto the track they go. Thanks, of course, to Cymoto for the continued support. Rich Energy, British Minibike's first round of the championship here at the Teesside Autodrome. Getting through now to the second race of the day for Minibike 140s, where we saw, of course, Ben Lord proudly displaying that number one, looking very strong in the first race, but Harvey Lathrope keeping the pressure on in that first race. And this class, if you followed Rich Energy British Minibikes over the last few years, you will know that this is always a very competitive class. Always a few riders in with a shout of grabbing victory in this one, and usually the title fight tends to go down to the final couple of races in this one as well. So early days here at Teesside at this first round, but even now you would say championship points very important for the riders. And as they say in motorsport, you can't win the title at the first round, but you go a long way towards losing it. So whilst they're all looking for a good start to the championship, it's still nonetheless very important just to bring the bike home and stay out of trouble. Try and avoid any DNFs or finishes far down the field, and just go home from today in one piece with some good points on the board, and then on to the rest of the championship. So Minibike 140 lining up on the grid for their second moto of the afternoon. Big group of riders here, of course, so the start very important indeed. Everyone taking their positions. Of course, for the riders at the front of the grid, these are tense moments. They can't really see what's going on behind them. They just see riders getting in position. They've just got to sit out at the front of the grid and wait for the flag marshal to give them the signal. Prepared and ready. So certainly the top 10 riders or so all in position, ready to go. One or two at the back just getting themselves into the correct point on the grid. You'll see riders just glancing over with attention, just checking what's going on behind them. But it looks like we are ready to go. Riders ready, and the second race of the day for Cymoto Minibikes about to get underway. The flag drops and away they go. Oh, trouble for Lathrope at the start there. The bike looped out on him. Managed to recover, but a very bad start there for Harvey Lathrop, who drops down the field to about 8th or 9th position, but a good start there for Ben Lord. Gets away cleanly at the front. Michael Med on his tail in 2nd place. Looks like Chris Wells with an excellent start up to 3rd place. So Lord exactly where he needs to be, out to the front, but Michael Med clear with him. 2nd place, down the straight they go. Into the track and keeping out on Harvey Lathrop. His race goes on at a very bad start. The front wheel really looping up on him there. Had to pull the clutch back in to bring that front wheel down, but of course loses traction and everyone else gets through. Lathrop in about 8th or 9th position. We'll confirm that when they come through past the finish line for the first time. But in the meantime, Ben Lord looking strong at the front here. Michael Med keeping that pressure on in 2nd. There's a peek around the outside. We saw Med earlier on this afternoon using that outside line to good effect as the race goes on, so he's got the confidence and he'll try and do that again as the leaders make their way through. And you see Lord glancing over the shoulder to see who it is behind him. Over the line he goes, so Ben Lord leading, Michael Med in 2nd. Top 3 just breaking away slightly now. Chris Wells in 3rd. And Chris Wells, a bit of a dark horse here. He's been on good form, and look how aggressive he is down the inside. Seems to carry a lot of speed out to that left-hander. So Chris Wells, who improved as the first race went on, is just trying to close up on those 2 race leaders. Mick Lord, Ryan Clark, Harvey Lathrop then down in 8th position after that bad start. Down the back straight they go. See the top 2 just pulling away slightly. Simon Wadsworth, number 5, also well placed. Harvey Lathrop behind him. And Lathrop ruining that mistake at the start, which has really dropped him down in the top 10. Look out for Chris Wells here, the number 2, catching up on the 2 race leaders as Michael Med again tries to find a way through past Ben Lord, who guards the apex. Making Med do all the hard work here. But sneaking up in 3rd all the time is the number 2 of Chris Wells. Over the line they go, so Lord leading, Med in 2nd, Wells in 3rd. Chris Wells again with the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.345, 6/10 of a second, covering the top 3 riders. Med down the inside of Lord and takes the lead. Michael Med into the lead. Lord fighting back though, around the back of the circuit, and Lord back into the lead. This is all allowing Chris Wells to close up though. And now we have a 3-way fight for the lead. Wells down the inside of Med, but can't quite make the move stick. That allows Ben Lord to pull away slightly as they make their way down the straight towards that chicane. Wells, though, great sweep down the inside into 2nd place. So number 1 in 1st, number 2 in 2nd now. Chris Wells making that move stick and keeping Michael Med behind him. Dylan Mellor on the number 31 in 4th. Mick Lord and Ryan Clark not too far behind as they make their way through the South Bank hairpin. And a great line there for Chris Wells. Very aggressive down the inside. He's going to go down the inside of Lord. Oh, but Ben Lord stays strong and holds on to the lead. Wells again down the inside. He is very aggressive into the corners, Chris Wells. Trying to find half a gap, but Ben Lord having to stay strong here. Dylan Mellor, fastest lap of the race so far, number 31. He's trying to get involved. There he goes, number 31. And Dylan Mellor only 1.9 seconds behind. So these top 3 riders, they are very close indeed. If they start scrapping once again, we could see Dylan Mellor and Harvey Lathrop's now clear in 5th. 3 laps to go in this race and shaping up quite nicely here. Look out for Dylan Mellor and Harvey Lathrop here because they are closing up on the 3 race leaders. Chris Wells putting Ben Lord under a lot of pressure here, but can't find a way through. Ryan Clark, Mick Lord, Simon Wadsworth, Chris Heimers and Owen Mellor rounding up the top 10. Alan Armstrong and Nathan Gardner, Ben Johnson, Joe Milnes and Aaron Sadler a bit further behind in 15th. With Gary Jacobs, Stephen Humphries, Tommy Arnold, Brian Dodd and Andrew Rayfield rounding up the top 20. Alan Westerman, Zach Skame a bit further behind as we cut back to the leader zone. Chris Wells having another peek down the inside. Wells again trying that inside line. Lord's got the confidence there to go for the outside sweep. He has a quick glance over the shoulder. 2 laps to go. And all the time, look out for Dylan Mellor in 4th, Harvey Lathrope in 5th. There's the 31 of Dylan Mellor, and he's closing up all the time, as is the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope. Ryan Clark and Mick Lord chasing. But Dylan Mellor in particular here is really starting to close up on the top 3. He'll know that the lead is in front of him, and he knows he's got every chance of ambushing this and trying to snatch victory on the final lap. Med going for the outside sweep. And I wonder if Michael Med knows how close Dylan Mellor's getting behind him in 4th. 1.5 laps to go. Ben Lord continues to lead this race. They charge through that chicane down the back straight. And Ben Lord, with his experience, knows how to handle this pressure at the front. He's guarding those apexes. Pulls away slightly from Chris Wells, but look at number 31, Dylan Mellor in 4th place. He is right on the rear wheel of Michael Med. Not close enough to go for a pass yet, but again we see Lord guarding that inside line. He knows that Chris Wells is trying the inside into the hairpin. Wells again stands the bike up down the inside, but Ben Lord, race leader number 1, has got the line covered. Here they come back over the line. Ben Lord still your race leader. 1 lap to go. And less than a second covering the top 4. Harvey Lathrope just seems to have dropped away a bit now in 5th place. And it's turning into a 4-way battle for the lead, but there is a slower rider ahead of them. That's the number 93 there of George Wood, currently 34th position. Running his own race, of course. So a bit more tension for the race leader here. Ben Lord, he closes up perhaps a good position there to get past the slow rider, who should let that train through now. And he sees them come past, so good cooperation there from the 93. And here they come. Oh, look how close they are as Wells takes the lead. Brave move there from Chris Wells to snatch the lead from Ben Lord in the closing stages. Now let's see if Ben Lord can fight back. Through the chicane they go for the final time. Heading towards the South Bank hairpin. Lord still looking strong in 2nd place. But Wells aggressively guarding that hairpin. Lord goes wide. He's going to try and get him on the exit here. Michael Med still there in 3rd. And here they come back towards the finish line, and it's a last lap snatch there for Chris Wells to take the checkered flag. Chased over the line from Ben Lord in 2nd, Michael Mellor 3rd. We seem to have hit trouble there for Dylan Mellor. There he goes. So a last lap mistake there for Dylan Mellor. Owen Mellor surprisingly there out of nowhere with the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.576. He has to settle for 8th position. Simon Wadsworth 9th, Ben Johnson up to 10th, Alan Armstrong and Nathan Gardner in 12th. And then a bit further down into the midfield, we have got Joe Milnes. Passed by Gary Jacobs on the final lap. Stephen Humphries in 15th position. And right here in Camelshot over the line goes Brian Dodd, Tommy Almond and Andrew Rayfield. And I think that may possibly be Tommy Champion pushing the bike back to the line. A battle further down here, we've got Luke Weston, 23 on the bike. Liam Booth in there as well. George Wood and Danny Cohn over the line. Tommy Champion in 36th place, number 23. There we just saw him in shot there. I think it may have been Chris Hymans dropping out of the race late on. Unfortunately, Aaron Sadler also a retirement. But a very close 2nd race of the day for the Cymoto Minibike 140. And on the final lap, Chris Wells fighting his way through to 1st place to take the victory. Final race of the 2nd block getting underway. In just a few moments, we have the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s, incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup. Our final race then of the second block getting underway very shortly with the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s, incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup round the circuit. They go for their formation lap. We run right through very shortly, of course, with our third and final block of racing right after this, starting, of course, with the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s. They'll be out on track very shortly for their third and final block. And there we see, of course, the iconic Middlesbrough Transporter Bridge in the background here of this Teesside Autodrome circuit, very much a local landmark, not in operation anymore, of course, the Transporter Bridge. Used to carry road traffic over the River Tees up in the direction of course, Billingham and Hartlepool, places like that, the old ICI factory just north of the Tees River. Here we come up to the line. Middlesbrough, of course, famed in the music worlds, where Chris Rea was from originally, and a lot of his songs relating to the Middlesbrough area. And very much with a strong football background as well, the likes of Brian Clough, Don Revie, all those sort of names originating from just down the road near Albert Park. But here, of course, in motorsport, this Teesside Autodrome circuit been going for a very long time, well over 30 years, and known as a very fast, demanding circuit. Riders then about to get underway for our third and final, second block of the day. And away they go. Final race of the second block goes with the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and the Bucci 190 Cup charging into the first few corners. Very clean start, very fast start as well. So looks again, remember in race number 1, Kobe Perry looking very strong in this race. And gets the jump on the field again. So number 53, Kobe Perry, your race leader. Andrew Thompson in second. And we saw Kobe Perry in the first race really check out and lead the rest of the field unchallenged. Question now is Andrew Thompson, can he live with the race leader? There he is in second. We've got Ian Wareham not too far behind in third as Perry makes his way. Nice sweeping outside line through the South Bank hairpin. Again, he's got the confidence to know he's far enough ahead to run his own lines. He uses all the track possible. And over the line they go. So still looking strong there for Kobe Perry. And there we see the number 13, Tim Patterson, putting the pressure on Luca Wilkinson. Andrew Thompson, meanwhile, seems to have dropped from the lap charts momentarily. Just keep an eye on that one. Seems to have disappeared somewhere. Might be just out of camera shot. So trouble there for the number 19, Andrew Thompson. Which means, of course, that Kobe Perry unchallenged at the front. This is now the battle of the second place. Luca Wilkinson and Tim Patterson. So it looks like the number 19, Andrew Thompson, was in second. There he is on the infield, hitting trouble on the exit of the South Bank hairpin. So that means that Kobe Perry is unchallenged. Thompson okay, but it appears that he's out of the race. Kobe Perry at the moment then unchallenged. The battle still rages for second place there with Luca Wilkinson and Tim Patterson very close for second place. Ian Wareham a bit further behind, just ahead of Simon Bogg. Kobe Garbett on the number 25. And Dan Deering, number 80, still battling away in 7th place. And look at that move there from Tim Patterson, trying to get the sweep on the exit of the corner. But Luca Wilkinson shuts the door. In this class, of course, we see both the youth and adult riders competing together in this one. So you would perhaps say that the adult riders have the experience, but the youths have the something like the power to weight ratio. And Wilkinson guarding that inside line, making Patterson go wide. And Patterson sweeps to the outside. He's going to try and do the undercut out to the hairpin. Nice move there from Patterson. Now, can he make it stick? No, he can't. Wilkinson's got the line. Patterson's going to try and fight back on the exit. Here they come over the line. Kobe Perry in a race of his own. Luke Wilkinson just trying to break away now. He's fought very hard to hold on to this second place. There's Kobe Perry. You can see almost dancing with the back end there through the chicane on the Bucci Moto machine. Looking very strong at the front, and then he goes through the hairpins all on his own. Nice and neat through the chicane. And still the action here for second place, as Luca Wilkinson coming under a lot of pressure for pretty much the entire race here. From the third place, number 13, Tim Patterson. Now trying the inside line. Oh, he's got a line into the corner here. Can he make it stick? He's going to run wide a little bit there, but takes the line away from Luca Wilkinson. So he has to be aggressive into the corner there, and Tim Patterson makes it stick. He moves into second now from Luca Wilkinson, who tries to fight back, but Patterson guarding the apexes there, preventing Wilkinson from getting a run through that finish line area. 2 laps to go, and Kobe Perry still leads the way. Fastest lap of the race for Kobe Perry was 1:14.767, 8.8 seconds are clear, all on his own. And Patterson finally, after all that pressure, through to second place, but Luca Wilkinson in third is not giving this one up. Patterson using some aggressive outside lines there, sweeping through the corners, trying to pull away. As Kobe Perry all on his own at the front. Here comes Wilkinson back. Nice move down the back straight there for Luca Wilkinson, who gets back into second place. And after all that hard work, Tim Patterson's got to start again as he drops to third. Cuts to the inside, coming out to the hairpin. Tries again, switching his lines here, trying to find a way through to get the momentum to get past Luca Wilkinson. Wilkinson just trying to encourage Patterson wide there to keep that inside line for himself. Patterson cuts to the inside, but again Wilkinson doing very well as Kobe Perry over the line to take the last lap flag. Wilkinson looking strong in second, just pulls away slightly. Still Ian Wareham in fourth, Simon Bogg, Kobe Garbett, Dan Deering, and Andrew Thompson appears to be out of the race. There is Kobe Perry, the race leader. Had a very quiet race at the front once again in this class. Looking very strong indeed as he makes his way down the back straight for the final time. And there he is. Nice and smooth through the chicanes, using all the track that he needs to. Through the left-handed hairpin at the centre of the course, straight into the right-hander and back towards the South Bank hairpin. Luca Wilkinson, meanwhile, pulling away slightly from Tim Patterson, but Kobe Perry in a class of his own so far today, through the South Bank hairpin for the final time. Tightens back up on itself into that right-hander, but he can afford to take whatever line he wants. He's got the cushion at the front here, and back towards the finish he goes. Number 53, Kobe Perry, looking very strong at the front, out to the penultimate corner. Checkered flag now been readied, and Kobe Perry takes the checkered flag. Another fantastic race for him, and look at this. So on the final corner, Tim Patterson fighting back, but Luca Wilkinson over the line. Oh, just about in second place, 1/10 of a second between those two on the line. And you may have just seen in the background Luca Wilkinson punching the air. He'll be pleased with that one. There's Kobe Garbett on the number 25. Ian Wareham over the line in fourth place. Simon Bogg just crossing the line now. And there is Kobe Garbett over the line to finish in sixth. Dan Deering rounding out the field with Andrew Thompson, a DNF. So the second block of racing drawing to a close. We move on now to our third And final block of racing getting underway very shortly. It's the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s getting underway in just a few moments' time. And there is Mini Rossi over the line. Bringing to a close then the second block of racing, OMG Racing Mini GP 190, incorporating the Bucci 190 Club, and another great race there for Kobe Perry, but what a battle for second place as well with Luca Wilkinson and Tim Patterson. So this revised calendar for 2022, we see more races but shorter ones, and a bit more of a sprint format, you might say. It's the idea, of course, being to try and reduce the chances of riders piling into each other on the final lap. There we see, cutting back to Kobe Garvett, who finishing very strong 6th position. Unfortunate there, of course, for Andrew Thompson, who I think has managed to get the bike pushed over the line. I think will be classed, I suppose, final track with the lap scores may be classed as a finisher, but I don't know if they have to do a minimum amount of the race. We shall find out. Final block of racing getting underway very shortly then with the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s. There is the number 80 of Dan Deering. Carter Mini Rossi just behind as well. Here we go then, towards the third and final block of racing today. Starting things off, of course, with the Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 in association with AMR. I'm not sure, just that camera shot there. Might have been a couple of riders tangling on the formation lap there, so let's hope they're all right. We just saw the track crew and marshals turning their heads, so we might have to wait a moment. We'll just check if there was anything happening at the back there. But meanwhile, the riders making their way down that middle straight through that chicane. And that chicane there, when you watch the riders racing through there, it just looks like a slight right-handed kink, but when you're down there at ground level, that is a very tight corner, and you really appreciate how much skill the riders have to be able to keep that momentum through that chicane section. It's all about keeping the momentum through, and there's a very hard braking section into the left-handed hairpin. Well, I think everyone has got through. We're a bit worried there. We saw one or two riders getting a bit close at the back of the field. As far as I know, I think they've all got round safely. Whether somebody had a bit of a wobble at the back of the field, but all seems to have got away cleanly. So here they come round on the formation lap, ready for the third and final block of racing for this Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 in association with AMR riders, making their way up to the line now. Races have been cut in duration, of course, to 6 laps. And, of course, any changes during this final block, should they occur, I will let you know if it needs to be the case. Hopefully we get a good, clean block of racing for this third and final block of the day. Just one or two riders, some of the novices at the back, taking their positions at the back of the grid, and we should be ready very shortly. So it does appear all riders got round okay. There's a bit of a worry, one or two riders in trouble on the formation lap, but they all appear to have got round back to the grid safely. And we're about to get the third and final race of the day for Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s underway. Super Minis, of course, will follow after this. But the flag drops, and away they go. Everyone seems to get away well. Charging into the first corner, Harvey, Saville And Harrison Quincy round the outside, and these riders have been battling all afternoon. They came together in the first race, of course, but Harrison Quincy lost out in the second race and determined to make amends here. Jack Hamilton, the Mini GP winner of the first race overall, of course. Third last time out. Good clean start. They make their way down the back straight and in towards the chicane for the first time. So Jack Hamilton, Harris Tall getting away with Leo Solya, Joshua Herring, Alfie Landemore, Caden Herring, Zach Richards and Charlie Garner. Through the hairpin then they go on this first lap, and Harvey Saville just trying to break away at the front here. Through the chicane he goes, heading towards the South Bank hairpin. And let's just watch the number 41 as he gets to work and tries to break away now from the rest of the field. Getting that slightly wider sweep. Quincy in second place, meanwhile, on the 7.55. Coming under a bit of pressure here from Jack Hamilton in third. Here they come towards the line now. So it's Saville over the line in first place. Quincy second, Hamilton third. Leo Solya gets up to fifth position. So Solya up to fourth now from Harris Tall. Alfie Landemore, Joshua Herring just behind. Caden Herring just crossing the line now with Zach Richards and Charlie Garner a little bit further behind. Meanwhile, Hamilton having a peek down the inside of Harrison Quincy. Can't find a way through. So there you see in close quarters the two different types of bike in this race. The Junior Supermoto just in front of the Mini GP. Charlie Garner over the line just now in 10th position. One of our newcomers as the battle rages for second place. There's the race leader, Harvey Saville. And Harrison Quincy coming under some real pressure here from Jack Hamilton in third. Just a little bit further behind. There's a close battle here with Leo Solya and Harris Tall, it looks like. They're having a close battle. I'm sure that Harvey Saville, the race leader, will be just trying to pull away at this stage. 4 laps to go next time round. And there we see the two number 36s, Leo Solya and Harris Tall. Junior Supermoto and Mini GP respectively. And here they come back towards the line. Very close quarters here. They charge over the line, so it's very close with Quincy and Hamilton. Leo Solya and Harris Tall neck and neck over the line as they battle for fourth position. Joshua Herring on the 912 has moved into sixth place from Alfie Landemore, with Caden Herring, Zach Richards and Charlie Garner just a bit further behind. So Harvey Saville, fastest lap of the race, 125.419 for the race leader number 41, and there he goes, pulling away. The gap goes up to 2 seconds now, or just under, as they go down the back straight. Saville leading, and Hamilton just trying to find a way past Harrison Quincy in second. Down into the hairpin they go. And you can see Hamilton just taking that wider line through the hairpin. And back towards us they come. Saville leading. And the gap, as it was, 2 seconds. But I think these two in their own battle for second place now. This will allow Harvey Saville to pull away. Hamilton just trying to find a way down the inside. There's the race leader. Hamilton around the outside into the hairpin. But Quincy's got the line on the inside. Here comes Hamilton on the cut on the outside here. He's going to drift wide and try for the cut coming out of the hairpin once again. But it looks like Quincy's got the line and holds on to that second place. 3 laps to go. Race leader Saville over the line. Fastest lap of the race once again. 125.091. 2.3 seconds ahead of this great battle for second place as Hamilton tries to fight again. Has to tuck in there behind the second place man Harrison Quincy, but just trying to find an opening here around the back of the circuit. A chink in the armour maybe. Again has a peek down the inside. Nothing going there though. Quincy's got the line covered. Down towards the back straight they go. What's Hamilton going to do here? Can he find some traction out to the head? He's got a toe here on Quincy. Down the back straight they go. So Saville leads, and there he goes, the race leader. Here's the battle for second place. Hamilton can't find a way through at the moment. Down into the left hand they go. Saville still leading. Quincy holds on to that second place. Hamilton third. Harris Tall getting past Leo Solya a bit further behind, and that looks like the 41 then. Still the race leader, Harvey Saville. Takes his way nice and smooth through the chicane. Around that long right-handed South Bank hairpin. Looks quite banked, but the riders say it feels like a flat cambered corner. Well, they can get that drive on the outside as Jack Hamilton tries it now. Gets ahead momentarily, but he's not going to have the line for the left-hander. And Quincy retakes that second position. Some very close racing there. And they see that uppercut coming out of the hairpin. Gets Jack Hamilton ahead momentarily, but it's all about the racing line from there on, and Quincy made that advantage stick. 2 laps to go, and Harvey Saville looking comfortable at the front so far. Quincy in second, Hamilton third. Still Hamilton can't find a way through at the moment. All very close at the front here. And again, Hamilton just trying to get the power down the back straight. Saville leading the way quite comfortably. And there's Charlie Garner. Garner just holding the line as the faster riders find their way through. Oh, but a bit unfortunate there. That's bad luck for Hamilton. Just gets bulked behind Charlie Garner, who in fairness to him is just running his own race, doing the right thing, holding his line, and just a bit of bad luck there. Which means, of course, that Harrison Quincy pulls away slightly. It's still Harris Tall in 4th place, Leo Solya in 5th. And you'll see, of course, that Charlie Garner running the high-vis vest. Look at that front end there from Harvey Saville. Just seemed to break traction momentarily. We were saying there with Charlie Garner wearing the high-vis vest, denoting that he's a novice rider, which just gives these front-running guys a bit of a notification that is an inexperienced rider, perhaps not to crowd them so much and give them a bit of respect, give them a bit of space in there as well. But nonetheless, a bit of bad luck there for Jack Hamilton. At the moment has to settle for 3rd position. You'll see there the Super Minis just starting to assemble in the waiting zone. They'll be out on track very shortly. Harvey Saville, meanwhile, looking very strong and holding on to this race lead. He's still lapping in the 125s, looking very competitive indeed. Harrison Quincy still coming under pressure though from Jack Hamilton in 3rd, who has not given this one up. Down the back straight they go for the final time. So Saville into the left-hander he goes. Still holding on that gap. It was 2.9 seconds last time round, and looks about that now. So Harvey Saville, disappointing start to the day for him, of course, with that collision with Harrison Quincy, but has recovered well and looking to take the the 3rd race victory, his 2nd of the day. Saville into that penultimate right-hander, looking very smooth indeed. He knows he can afford just to not rush things, get the right line, get back on the power. And Harvey Saville down towards the finish line he goes, takes the checkered flag, and a race win for number 41. Harvey Saville, Harrison Quincy over the line just ahead of Jack Hamilton, who sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.806, and really pushing Harrison Quincy right the way to the line. Hamilton, of course, won the 1st race of the day, and he will be the winner of the Mini GP 90 class. Harris Tall on the number 36 over the line, 2nd in Mini GP. The Supermotos going over the line there. We have Leo Solya in 5th place on the other number 36 Junior Supermoto rider. Joshua Herring goes through, Alfie Landemore. Charlie Garner over the line in 10th place. As we watch that battle a bit further back here with Zach Richards and Caden Herring on their final lap, of course. And heading back towards the line they go. So it's going to be Zach Richards over the line just ahead of Caden Herring. Those 2 riders, last 2 on the lead lap and fighting to the line. So great racing throughout the pack, and the Brad Bikes Super Minis making their way down to the waiting zone. So congratulations to our Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 riders for some great racing throughout the afternoon. We'll see that class out again next time out in May, all the way up north again, of course, but a bit further west next time. We are Rowra, spectacular track in the Lake District next time out, and that will be in May. We move on, of course, to our next race of the day, the final race of the day for the Brat Bike Super Minis. 3 blocks of races this year in 2022, of course. Races have been shortened this afternoon for the final 2 blocks to 6 laps. We did unfortunately have a few stoppages. If you've been following this program throughout the afternoon, you'll see that the program has been delayed a little bit, but looking to get the final block of racing underway smoothly, let's hope, as the Brat Bike Super Mini is lining up, and they'll be underway with their final race very shortly. Following on from that, of course, we have the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup, the Ovali 160 Cup, Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160, the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s, Junior Supermotos, along with the Cymoto Minibikes, and the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and the Bucci 190 Cup to round out the action just a little bit later on this afternoon. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the Brat Bikes Super Minis to get underway. Thanks, of course, to Brat Bikes for their support of the championship in 2022. Very much involved in this Super Mini class, and the Lancashire company, they provide a lot of the bespoke parts for these machines. As we say, they are with a motocross background, these bikes, but converted into supermoto format. They go onto the track, and looks like they're headed by Lawrence Wardle. So here we go, in association with Brat Bikes Super Minis, third and final race for this race category this afternoon. They make their way out onto the course. Lawrence Wardle has been the rider to beat, but as always, a very competitive class. So 4-1-4 Lawrence Wardle looking to try and grab the overall victory. Of course, the Super Mini class for this first round clashing with the British Superbikes. And the reason I say that is because we do tend to get a few of the BSB names coming along to join this class on their weekends off, the likes of Kyle Ryde in particular. One rider who tends to be very competitive in this class, but he of course has other things on his mind today, you might say. First round with the British Superbikes at Silverstone. So hopefully we'll see him later in the year, but this could be Lawrence Wardle's big chance to get a decent gap at the front of the field in the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Super Minis class. Riders now lining up on the line. Of course, Super Mini is a bit more of an open class in terms of tuning and tends to be a very fast, very competitive class. And especially on some of these faster circuits, the likes of Teesside, Three Sisters, Pembrey, we really see the power of these machines. The 85 and the 150s, it's certainly in the world of motocross, these are the bikes with the greatest power to weight ratio of any bike. An 85, not too far off in terms of power compared to a full-size machine, but with a lot smaller frame. So they really do fly as the flag drops, and away they go. Everyone gets away well, starts screaming into the first corner. Good start there for Lawrence Wardle, guarding the inside line. Andre in there as well on the outside, and it looks like a good start for James Mostiker on the number 27 as well. He's got away strongly too. Mostiker tries for second place down the inside of Andre, number 13, but can't find a way through. Wardle trying to break away in his early stages. Phil Dickens and Jake Whittaker with a good start as well. Down the back straight they go. So it's Wardle leading. There he is, number 414, pulling away in his early stages, but still very close on this first lap. Andre, number 13, in second, trying to close up under braking, but has got Mostiker, Dickens right in there as well, Jake Whittaker and Ross Richards. Heading towards the chicane and the South Bank hairpin they go. And Wardle breaking away slightly on the number 414. Andre on number 13 in second, guarding the inside. And there we see Mostiger trying the outside sweep, but can't find a way through. Very close for second place so far as Lawrence Wardle tries to break away. Over the line he goes. And then that real scrap for second. We've got Andre second, Mostiger third, Dickens in fourth, Whittaker, Ross Richards, Robin Kyle, Robert Corbazan in there too, Charlie Hopkins. Simon Wadsworth, I believe, in 10th position. Riding the second 199 in this race. Then we've got Dervalane in 11th place. Vasil Khan in 12th. Quinn in 13th position, Sam Wiseman and Howard Taylor rounding out the field on a very competitive first lap. Down the back straight they go, heading towards the chicane and the centre of the circuit now for the number 414, Lawrence Wardle, your race leader. Top six, all very close contested. You can see them all in the camera shot there as they pile through into the hairpin, that very tight left-hander. One of the fastest parts of the track, immediately followed by one of the slowest. So fast, controlled braking, absolutely essential. Here they come as Mostiger tries the outside sweep coming out of the South Bank hairpin. Can't find a way through because Andre has got that line covered. Oh, down the inside goes Mostiger. Can't quite make the move stick though. He stays in third place. Wardle charging at the front but can't really break away at the moment. 7/10 of a second covering the top three riders. Very close indeed at the front. Andre in second, trying to close up on Wardle, has a look down the inside, but Wardle's got the outside sweep and takes the corner. Mostiger still in third, and that battle for fourth just a little bit further behind Phil Dickens, Jake Whittaker, and Ross Richards all in there. Got Robin Kyle still in seventh, Robert Corbazan eighth, Charlie Hopkins ninth, Dervalane up to 10th, getting past Simon Wadsworth. And then Vasil Khan, Quinn, Wiseman and Taylor. Richie Vasil Khan, 12th position on the number 81, a bit further behind. Very close on the edge of the top 10 as well. Here's the battle for fourth position. And 51, Phil Dickens. Trying to keep that pace through the hairpins, but can't shake off the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker. He's having a real look here. Back to the South Bank hairpin they go. Dickens goes wide, going for the outside sweep. This might be the opportunity for Whittaker down the inside, but he can't quite get a front wheel in there. As we saw earlier on with the battle with Quincy and Saville in the first race, we get too aggressive down that inside line into the hairpin. There's every chance that the front wheel will tuck away from underneath you, taking you out and potentially a rival out of the race. So caution advised on the exit of that South Bank hairpin. Back to the front we go as again we see Andre just having a peek down the inside, can't find a way through. Lawrence Wardle holds on to the lead. Wardle number 414, your race leader, riding very confidently, I have to say here. He's not too defensive into the corners. Now the temptation would be just to shut that apex down on the entrance of every corner. But on a flowing track like this, if you're too aggressive into the corners like that, it just really slows your pace down and just invites more pressure. So Lawrence Wardle, 414, your race leader, just trying to strike that balance between smooth lines and not leaving an opening. And he's doing okay so far, but there's still 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Let's see what he can do. Still, any one of these 3 riders could win the race, I would say. Wardle through the South Bank hairpin into that right-hander. Tightens and tightens on itself. Battle here, of course, between the 2-stroke at the front, the KTM 85, and the 4 strokes behind here. The 2-stroke, of course, has a sharper power band, so potentially could be a bit more aggressive out of the corners, but the 4-stroke's a lot more torquier at the same time, so a lot smoother power band. Just seems to equal itself out here, though, in this battle for the lead. As we look at Phil Dickens, number 51, trying to break away from the number 121. Jake Whittaker has been chasing Phil Dickens for the entire race, but can't find a way through at the moment. Still Ross Richards, number 17, just behind in 6th place. Then we've got Robert Corbazan, Charlie Hopkins in 9th place. Dervalane in 10th. Simon Wadsworth in 11th. Richie Vasil Khan 12th. Joe Quinn, Sam Wiseman and Howard Taylor still rounding up the 15-rider field. So it's pretty much as you were with what is now 1.5 laps to go as the riders make their way back towards the South Bank hairpin. Look out for Phil Dickens here. He's broke away in 4th place. Time against him here, but he could potentially get up with the battle for the lead. As I say, time really is against him though, as Phil Dickens tries to close up. We'll be hoping perhaps if those top 3 riders start fighting for position, that might allow him in there. Lawrence Wardle over the line with 1 lap to go, fastest lap of the race, 1:15.215. The gap half a second now, with Andre still second. Still looking down that inside line. Wardle coping well here as Whittaker tries to sweep on the outside, having a look to get past Andre in second. Phil Dickens, Jake Whittaker and Ross Richards charging just a bit further behind. Phil Dickens now clear in 4th, but can't find a way of getting too close to the 3 leaders. Here they come down the back straight for the final time through that chicane. Again, just treating those curbs with respect, snatching the shortest line they can. And here comes the race leader back towards the finish line. All the action now for second place, but Lawrence Wardle with a bit of an advantage at the front here. Through Southbank hairpin for the final time. And 4:14, Lawrence Wardle looking very strong here into the penultimate hairpin. Still the battle raging for second place behind him. But it's a great start to the Super Minis Championship for number 414. Lawrence Wardle over the line and takes the checkered flag. It's going to be Andre in second, Whittaker in third, Phil Dickens in 4th, Jake Whittaker in 5th position, and Ross Richards in 6th. The rest of the top 10 charging through. Here's a battle between the number 81, Mircea Vasilkan, Joe Quinn in there as well. Further back, Robin Kyle over the line from Charlie Hopkins, Robert Corbazan, Derva Lane should be crossing the line very shortly. And over the line he goes in 10th position on the 189. Simon Wadsworth, over the line he goes. Then this battle, oh look at this, charging to the line here. It's going to be Joe Quinn on the final lap, just ahead of Mircea Vasilkan. Sam Wiseman and Howard Taylor to round out the 15 rider field. And a very fast finish there to the Super Minis Moto number 3 for the weekend. Getting underway very shortly with the first of our Ovale races, in association of course with Motul Oils, as the final few Super Minis making their way on their cool down lap back towards the paddock. We'll see them of course at round number 2 at Rowrah. Don't forget of course the whole series live streamed from the Rich Energy, British Minibikes Facebook page and also on YouTube. 8 rounds in this year's championship. This of course the first here at Teesside. Moving on next time to Rowrah on the 29th of May. Still quite a few races to go of course. We have the Ovale 110 and the 160 Cup following on in a few moments, starting of course with the 110s. If you want to come along and check out the action, of course, at any of these championship rounds, feel free to do so. We're delighted to see so many people enjoying the live stream in recent years. And that, of course, always the case here at the Rich Energy British Minibike Championships. But plenty of action throughout the country. Next round is at Rowrah on the 29th of May. Round number 3 at Red Lodge on the 26th of June. Round number 4 at Pembrey, 17th of July. August the 21st is Ella Park, Three Sisters on the 18th of September, Wilton Mill on the 2nd of October, and the 8th and final round, the championship finale at Clay Pigeon on the 23rd of October. So if there's a track close to you, feel free to come along and check out the action as we start things off with the Motul Oils Ovale 110 Cup. More information on the series can be found at britishminibikes.com. We've got the championship schedule, breakdown of all the race classes and the rules and regulations, and of course how you can get involved in the series this year as well. Quite often maybe speak to the British Minibikes team with the pit bike racing. There is the opportunity, a lot of these karting based venues, that there is the arrive and ride option. There are companies that will provide a bike for people to turn up and ride. You generally need your own leathers and so forth, but you can come along and give it a go. Sometimes there is the arrive and ride option at the British Minibikes as well. So if you're interested in getting involved in this sort of racing, you can come along and check out the action drop an email perhaps on the Facebook page or info@richardminibikes.com for more information on how you can get involved in the series, but always open to newcomers. And as we say, the common theme with this type of racing is that it's accessible to all levels of rider. There is, of course, a cost involved in this type of thing. The bike's several £1,000s brand new. You can pick up second-hand ones a bit cheaper as well, but for what is motorcycle racing is quite an expensive sport by its nature. But this is a type of racing, you would say, that allows riders to be competitive for a modest financial outlay, which is why you get all the riders and so much close racing in the mini bike classes, especially in the likes of the 140s and the super minis. Here we go then for the third race of the day. Motor Oil's Ovali 110 Cup about to get underway, and off they go. Charging into that left-hander. And once again, you can see the speed the riders go through and the camera angle. It almost makes it look like a fast left-hander. But as you can see on the second camera coming out of that first corner, it is quite a tight corner, you know, and the riders do very well to maintain that pace through there. Was the 217 leading the way, Hudson Cooper. Quite aggressive into the corkscrew, but holds on to the lead. Charlie Cunningham and Jack Hamilton battling for third. Down the back straight they go for the first time. And Hudson Cooper leading the way. Cunningham second, Hamilton third. Harvey Saville, Travis Shaw and Sidney Marshall all very close. The rest of the field made up of Ethan Dunning, Parker Gisari and Wallace Doherty as they make their way through the South Bank hairpin. Race leader is the 217 of Hudson Cooper. Charlie Cunningham giving chase in second on the number 34, but Jack Hamilton really keeping the pressure on in third place. They make their way over the line. So Cooper charging through at the front. Cunningham just over a second behind. Hamilton 1.3 seconds down in third. Travis Shaw up to fourth place, and a great start here for Parker Gisari, who's had a difficult start to the day, I would say. The first race, recovering well, and now up to fifth place. Harvey Saville seems to have gone missing on the first lap. Did see some marshals on the move, so I wonder if he's had perhaps a mechanical issue, I wonder, in ninth place. Race goes on, of course, and Hudson Cooper starting once again to establish himself at the front. Look how aggressive he is over the curbs, and he can't afford to take too many liberties there, because we've seen a couple of times this afternoon, if riders get too much on the curbs, it can send the bike out of control. So looks like Jack Hamilton now clear in second on the number 28. Through the South Bank hairpin he goes. Nice and neatly through that corner. Race leader still 217 Hudson Cooper. Leading the race by just over 1 second. And back towards the finish they go. So Hudson Cooper, race leader, leading now his fastest lap of the race once again, 120.120, 3.3 seconds the gap with second place Jack Hamilton. Travis Shaw is now up to third position. Looking out from the commentary and see where Charlie Cunningham was gone. There are some waved yellows around the back of the circuit heading towards the corkscrew. And there was a rider we just saw panning past very quickly there, the side of the track. I wonder if that's Charlie Cunningham that's gone down. So Harvey Saville apparently out of the race, and an incident we believe involving Charlie Cunningham around the back of the circuit, which would be the tyre barriers into the corkscrew. Whether he ran wide and lost some ground, I wonder. So Hamilton second. Travis Shaw therefore into third position, and Wallace Doherty, another rider who's had a difficult start of the day at times, he's through into fourth position now. Parker Gisari maintaining therefore that fifth position because he's got past Charlie Cunningham as well. Sidney Marshall and Ethan Dunning all making their way through. That looks like Gisari, Sidney Marshall, and there is the Ethan Dunning also just a bit further behind. So Wallace Doherty, number 88, 4th position, making his way up to the line, and Cesari fighting back here. Parker Cesari on the outside line. He's going to lose that going through the chicane, but Cesari on number 933 looking strong here. Takes the outside sweep through the first corner, cuts wide on the exit, and trying to find a way past here. Now, is there still the waved yellows there? The flags have gone in, so the track is now clear. And Wallace Doherty, number 88, trying to fend off Parker Cesari. Well, I think that was Charlie Cunningham on the other side of the tyre barriers there, so the rider okay. And off the track, but apparently out of the race. So bad luck there for him, and Hudson Cooper looking strong at the front from Jack Hamilton and Travis Shaw. And meanwhile, Cesari's got through to 4th, but down the inside goes Wallace Doherty. Great move there to retake that 4th position. And Cesari trying to fight back. Number 933. There is your race leader, 217, Hudson Cooper. It'll be 2 laps to go as he goes over the line. All on his own at the front. The gap was 5 seconds, but he's maintaining a good pace at the front. Jack Hamilton still in 2nd place. And the gap goes up to 6.1 seconds between 1st and 2nd position. Hudson Cooper still lapping very strongly here with a 1:20.5 last time round. 6.1 seconds there for the gap. Travis Shaw in 3rd. Cesari there for the lap charts tell you there he has got through and held that 4th position now from Wallace Doherty. Sidney Marshall on the 461 still in 6th position. Ethan Dunning in 7th. Those 7 riders the only ones left running in the race, because we've got Charlie Cunningham and Harvey Saville just a bit further behind and out, it appears, of the race. Hudson Cooper making his way through the hairpins, heading towards the South Bank hairpin. There's that small little chicane. Got to keep the momentum up through there. And it'll be 1 lap to go when he makes his way back down towards the finish line. Still that battle rages here between Parker Cesari in 4th place, Wallace Doherty in 5th, and Doherty down the inside has made the move stick. Sidney Marshall on 461 watching this and trying to get involved as they make their way through towards the final lap. So 1 lap to go in this O'Varley 110 Cup. Race leader Hudson Cooper has just gone over the line, but we're going to focus on this battle for 4th as Parker Cesari nips down the inside. Wallace Doherty saw him coming, opted not to try and shut the door on him. Last thing they want to do is collide, so Doherty just conceding that corner. But he needs to try and keep up here with Cesari as they go through to the final lap, because Sidney Marshall isn't too far behind in 6th place. About 3.3 seconds behind Doherty as they cross the line. Meanwhile, there's the 28 of Jack Hamilton in 2nd place. Still giving chase, but at the moment looks like he's going to have to settle with 2nd place. Barring a last disaster, you would say, for the leader. Hudson Cooper, though, at the moment looking very strong at the front. Through that double hairpin complex he goes, just down the back straight, through the chicane, and heads towards the South Bank hairpin for the final time. Cooper's been on strong form all afternoon, and here he comes. Nice and wide through the hairpin, keeps the momentum going. He knows he's got this race wrapped up. He's got to bring it home around the last 2 corners, and 2:17. Hudson Cooper makes his way over the line, taking the checkered flag. It's another race victory for him. Top afternoon so far for the 2:17. Jack Hamilton, another rider in strong form this afternoon. He will bring it home in 2nd place. There he goes, the number 28, Travis Shaw. Relatively quiet race for him, but he brings it through for a strong 3rd place in the final moto. And here we go. Parker Cesari still in 4th place. Wallace Doherty trying to find a way through. Looking for that gap. Cesari holds the inside line. Doherty cuts back. Oh, they're almost side by side over the line, but Parker Cesari takes 4th place by a 1/10 of a second from Wallace Doherty. Sidney Marshall chasing behind on the 461 in 6th place. Ethan Dunning over the line in 7th place. And I believe that Ethan Dunning will be the last finisher in this race. The winner, though, is the 2:17 of Hudson Cooper. Great start to the 2022 season for him. Really has been on strong form this afternoon. And Hudson Cooper 2:17. your race winner yet again this afternoon. We're going to move on very shortly, staying with the Ovali riders, of course, but 160 is coming up very soon. Thanks for Carol Wardle for getting in touch, by the way, watching Lawrence Wardle over in the Super Minis, who's had a fantastic result. And Team 414, plenty of supporters out there on social media saying, could this be the year that Lawrence Wardle brings home the title in the Super Minis? Well, he wouldn't bet against it going by today's form. A very competitive class, of course, but Lawrence Wardle starting things off in the best possible way, as of course did Hudson Cooper here in the Ovali 110 Cup. Bad luck, of course, for Charlie Cunningham crashing out of that race, but I believe the rider's okay, but he is a DNF from the race, and Jack Hamilton and Travis Shaw both with strong finishes in that final race for the 110s, plus of course that great final lap tussle between Parker Jazari and Wallace Doherty, Sidney Marshall, Ethan Dunning. Last two riders, I believe, to finish in that field, with Harvey Saville and Charlie Cunningham both apparently seeming to have retired from the race. Moving on then to the second of our Ovali classes for the third and final race of the afternoon for this cup. A Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup getting underway very shortly. Riders are in the waiting zone and they'll be underway in just a few moments. Once this race has finished, of course, we will have the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160s, Ugly & Co Mini GP 140 and the Junior Supermotos, Cymoto Minibike 140 and the OMG Racing Mini GP and the Bucci 190 Cup. So 4 more races to go after this one. In the meantime, we focus on the Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup. Riders, as you say, in the waiting zone, and they should be underway in just a few moments' time. I should say thanks, of course, for joining this broadcast here at the first round of the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. I've been Chris Solya, taking you through the afternoon's action. Still, of course, with a few more races to go, so why not stick around and enjoy the rest of the action today on what has been a very close, some very exciting close racing at times. 1 or 2 riders really staking their claim at the front of the field as well. So away we go with the Ovali 160 Cup riders out onto the course from the waiting zone. And back towards the finish line they go. So once again, of course, quite a few competitive riders in this class, and you would say potentially difficult to predict the winner. Third and final race of the day then for the Motul Oils Ovali 160 Cup. And yet again we see that lovely iconic shot from the South Bank hairpin with the landmarks of Middlesbrough in the background. Very iconic venue, you would say, for round number 1. We stay in the north for round number 2, of course, going to the famous old track at Rowra in Cumbria, home of the Cumbria Karting Club, and where some of the greatest names in British motorsport have raced there over the years. A great venue, and let's hope the weather's a bit more kind this year. If you remember, last year started out a bit overcast and absolutely threw it down as the afternoon went on. Really became a race of attrition there. But Rowra, always a very thrilling track. We look forward to going there next month. In the meantime, here at Teesside, the last few races getting underway. We have the 160 Cup flag drops, and away they go. So once again, plenty of close racing in store in this class, and here they go around the first 2 corners. Everyone appears to have got through safely. So looks like Tyler Humphries leading the way. Wilson Dilks getting through to second position. Down the back straight they go for the first time. Look how much speed they carry through that chicane. Very competitive start to the race here. And the leaders are making their way back towards us with Tyler Humphries trying to maintain that gap at the front. But all over the rear wheel here is Wilson Dilks. Lewis Mullen still very much involved in this race. Any one of these three riders could win this one, I believe. It's not close out there. Here they come back towards the finish line at the end of the first lap. So Tyler Humphries leading, Wilson Dilks in second, Lewis Mullen in third. And a great start as well for Solya Trevorrow. Top three all running very closely indeed. Here we go then for Tyler Humphries, just trying to fend off Wilson Dilks. And great to see so many people join the racing today. Shout out to Jack and Brian Hamilton with Team DHR. We've seen them all afternoon. And Dominic Avola, another very familiar name for the Rich Energy British Minibikes. Some awesome racing today. The likes of Colin McCann there as well, one of the regular viewers here at the British Minibikes. Hope you're enjoying the afternoon's race action. Over the line there you go then for the Ovali 160 Cup, and still as close as ever. So Tyler Humphries, Wilson Dilks in second, Lewis Mullen third, 7/10 of a second covering the top three here as they break away from the fourth place number 42 Solya Trevorrow, who stays ahead of Lake and Payne. And it looks like Payne's finally got past Trevorrow. Very close indeed, though. Joel Grigg, number 3, right on their tail as well. Down the back straight they go. So action for the lead and action for fourth place as well. A bit further back then we have Luca Wilkinson, Arnie Carr, Alfie Flynn and Izzy Carter rounding up the field. Here's that battle for fourth place, though. Solya Trevorrow, number 42, back into fourth place. Lake and Payne trying to fight back as they make their way up towards the South Bank hairpin. Still very close for the leaders. Here's that battle for fourth place, though, as Trevorrow guards that inside line. Joel Grigg going right round the outside here, trying to sweep into the right-hander, get his way through, but can't find a way through. Joel Grigg into the inside line again, but that line is covered by the 41 of Lake and Payne. Tyler Humphries leads the way, fastest lap of the race, 1:15.704, 2/10 of a second ahead of Wilson Dilks. Lewis Mullen just a bit further behind in third, and then we see just how close this battle for fourth place is getting now. Here are the leaders once again, and Wilson Dilks trying to close up on the number 19 of Tyler Humphries. Down the back straight they go once again. And still holding on to the lead is the number 19, Tyler Humphries, although Wilson Dilks, as you can see, really putting the pressure on in second place. Lewis Mullen can't get involved in this battle at the moment for third. 4 through to 8th place can't be covered by any more than about 1.5 seconds, so there's action throughout the top 10 here. Tyler Humphries riding very smoothly, running his own race at the front. Wilson Dilks can't find an opening in second place as they make their way back towards the line once again. Very close with these two riders, though, over the line. So Humphries leads. Dilks in second position. 2/10 of a second covering those two riders. And there, just in the background, you see that great battle for fourth position. So it's still Solya Trevorrow from Lake and Payne. Arnie Carr's moved up to 6th place now from Joel Grigg and Luca Wilkinson. but still finely poised at the front there. You see just in the background the number 111 of Lewis Mullen just falling behind slightly in third. The gap goes up to 2 seconds, I would say, between Dilks and Mullen in third. All the action still for fourth place, and there you see them just at the back of shot, just charging through. Here come the leaders down through the chicane, and Tyler Humphries still with Wilson Dilks behind him. Lewis Mullen watching in third. Here's that battle for fourth place. Too close to call here, but well, it looks like Arnie Carr's been making his way through the field and may well have snatched fourth position. Yes, indeed it is. The number 83 Arnie Carr in this very close battle. He just pulls away slightly now from fifth position, which is still Trevorrow. Arnie Carr looking strong in these closing stages. There he is, number 83. Very distinctive Dayglow yellow machine. Leaders over the line and into the last lap. Still Tyler Humphries leading by half a second from Wilson Dilks. Lewis Mullen alone in third place. Then it's this rider here. Arnie Carr up to fourth place from Thorley, Trevorrow, Laken Payne, Joel Grieg, and Luca Wilkinson still in the back of this battle here as we go back to the leaders. And Tyler Humphries through the corkscrew for the final time. Has a decent gap at the front, just over half a second, but he certainly can't afford to relax, and there is no margin for error as we head towards the final half lap. Humphries down the back straight through the chicanes and into this double hairpin complex. The left-hander followed by the right-hander heading back towards the South Bank hairpin, still as close as you like for fourth place. Very fast into the final lap. Meanwhile, the race leader Tyler Humphries, as Izzy Carter goes over the line, all riders on the lead lap. Tyler Humphries through the final hairpin complex here, back towards the finish line. Wilson Dilks has pushed hard for the entire race, but it's going to be a race win for number 19 Tyler Humphries over the line to take the checkered flag. Wilson Dilks charging home in second position. It's going to be Lewis Mullen in third, and wait for the battle of fourth. Here they come to the line. Arnie Carr just ahead of Thorley Trevorrow, Laken Payne in sixth, Joel Grigg in seventh, Luca Wilkinson eighth. Alfie Flynn, who we saw in trouble in the previous race, is going to finish this one. Here he comes over the line, and a great result there for Alfie Flynn over the line in ninth position. And the final rider home will be the number 46 of Izzy Carter. And there she is making her way up towards the South Bank hairpin for the final time. Good consistent riding, and Carter through the South Bank chicane heading towards the hairpin complex. Great to see all 10 riders bringing it home at the end of the race. Just a few shout outs then. Sorry you've missed out, of course. I hope you're still watching, to Colin McCann. I hope you're enjoying the afternoon's race action. One or two of the regular viewers who get in touch with the series. And a shout out, of course, to George Wood, who's been racing throughout the afternoon, from George Bartle. Shout outs for some of our competitors as well. Jack Newton. So we hope you're enjoying the afternoon's race action here. Always great to see one or two of the old names from the series as well, who perhaps aren't competing for whatever reason, looking to watch the live stream and keep in touch with the championship. We hope you're enjoying the racing and hope we see you back on the track at some stage. And of course, a shout out to Jack and Brian Hamilton, two of the regulars in British Minibikes, travelling all the way from Scotland. Like I say, the Scots and the Northern Ireland riders really do put the miles in to get to these race meetings, so you have to really take your hat off for their commitment to the series. Competing at the front end, of course, in many cases. So we move on to our next race. We have the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160, incorporating the vets. They're out for their third and final moto, getting underway very shortly. We have 4 races to go, including the one that is just about to start. And in association with Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160, check out the website at pitbikeparts.co.uk, the trade stall here throughout the weekend, of course, at the British Minibikes race meetings. There riders. Daniel Pearson, 77 in there, one of the riders looking for victory in this final race of the day. This Minibike 160 race will be followed by the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s and the Junior Supermotos. Cymoto Minibike 140 Group 1, the penultimate race of the day. And the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and Bucci 190 Cup to round out the action. So some big classes to come up here. And there we saw the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope, who has started this first round of the championship very strongly indeed. Made a small mistake earlier on, of course, in the Minibike 140s at the start, but very quickly recovered back. We'll be hoping for a good outing in this final race of the day for the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. We do, of course, have 3 more races to go after this one, of course. Any riders here who are leaving the track, of course, wishing you a safe journey home, and see you at round number 2 at Rowrah next month. Don't forget, of course, the live stream will be returning, of course, with all the action from round number 2 of the championship at Rowrah on the 29th of May. All the information at BritishMinibikes.com. The full championship lineup and the championship standings will be updated after this meeting. So riders taking their place on the line for the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160s, and for this year, of course, the class incorporating the veterans. There are a few vets out there, and those championship standings will be updated after this first round completed. The green flag goes up and away they go. Better start this time for Harvey Lathrope, but Michael Med looking strong on the outside into the first corner. Daniel Pearson, though, round the outside. A great sweep round the outside for him there. And in a repeat of the second race, Daniel Pearson has taken the early lead. Lathrope second, having looked down the inside. Med in third. Through the corkscrew for the first time. Chris Wells, James Mostiger well placed with Brian Clark, Brian Hamilton going through, Simon Wadsworth, Rob Over and Derva Lane just ahead of Gav Tappan at number 13, Nathan Gardner, Michael Nealons, Gary Jacobs a bit further behind, Peter Wadsworth, Andrew Rayfield, Simon Patterson rounding up the field as Harvey Lathrope has a look. Michael Judkins and Kira Williamson towards the back as well. Everyone seems to have got through the first half lap okay. But yet again, a very close start to this Pit Bike 160 race. Daniel Pearson, the race leader, just bulking Harvey Lathrope slightly, which allows Michael Med to close up. Lathrope tries the outside though. Can he make the move stick? He's done this before. Cuts to the inside. Nice move there for Lathrope, and a bit unlucky. He has to back out of that one. Lathrope again switching to the outside line, followed by Michael Med. But you saw there Harvey Lathrope trying the outside sweep through the South Bank hairpin, trying to cut down to the inside and outbrake Daniel Pearson on the inside. So through they go. Daniel Pearson leads, Lathrope second, Med in third, Mostiger fourth. Wells in fifth place has looked strong this afternoon. Brian Hamilton, Ryan Clark, Wadsworth, Derva Lane in ninth. Gav Tappan up to 10th position, getting past Rob Overend, and still very close amongst the top 10. 10th place rider Gav Tappan, only 4.3 seconds behind the leader at the end of the first lap, so it's all very close it is. Lathrope tries again down the back straight, got a good drive out to the corner. Will that be enough down the straight? They are side by side heading towards the chicane. A battle of nerves, and Lathrope wins out a brave move down the inside from the second place now, Daniel Pearson. And Harvey Lathrope, who has, well, certainly during 2021, he was one of the top riders in the youth classes in British Minibikes, improving as the season goes on. And at the start of his 22 season, really does seem to have moved it up another notch as well. He's got some very aggressive but fair racecraft in there as well. As Michael Med has a look down the inside, that pass was 2 corners in the making. And Med makes it work and goes back through his lead. But Pearson fights back over the line. Look at Chris Wells around the outside as well. Very close indeed, that battle for second place. Lathrope leads, but look at Daniel Pearson fighting his way back through to second place now. This will be great news for Harvey Lathrope, who will try and pull away. But Daniel Pearson, look at that in second place. Got a whole group of riders behind. Wells has a look down the inside. He's very aggressive on that inside line pass. This time has to back out. Med holds on to the position. Down the back straight they go. Harvey Lathrop with that brave move last time round, holding on to the lead. Then we have Pearson in second. Wells still in third. Med on the treble 7 just behind. And James Mostiker just at the back of that little battle for second place, taking us down to 5th place. Wells having another look down the inside of Pearson, who guards the inside line. Med sweeping around the outside this time. He's going to go for the cutback as Wells looks down the inside. Might outbrake himself, and that doesn't work out so well for Michael Med, who has to go wide. He's got Mostiker on his tail. Pearson doing a great job of holding on to this second place. It's a shorter race, of course, these second and third races. So a little less time for Pearson to guard that second place. Doing a great job of it so far. This is all benefiting Harvey Lathrop, who can run his own race at the front, leading by 1.5 seconds. Chris Wells setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.644. Nathan Gardner and Gav Tappan battling for 10th place, a bit further behind, with Derverlane in 9th position. And again you see Chris Wells charging down the inside, can't find a way past Daniel Pearson, as Harvey Lathrop maintains that gap at the front. Down the straight he goes, number treble 2, all on his own. But here's all the action for second place. It looks like James Mostiker's gone through to 4th, as Pearson holds on to that second position. Through the hairpins they go, and still looking strong there. We just saw Harvey Lathrop going out of shot. You can see just how much of a lead he's establishing at the front, and looking strong at the front. Shout out again for the Northern Ireland crew, say for Jack and Brian Hamilton. The Cunninghams, of course, over from Scotland. As we say, great to see so many riders coming from all over the UK. Even from the likes of the Hamiltons from outside the UK mainland. So here we see this great battle of a second. 2 laps to go here. Harvey Lathrop having a great ride at the front. He's done the hard work. He's just going to maintain that gap as Chris Wells goes down the inside, takes the second place, and holds on to it crucially. Now let's see what Daniel Pearson can do. Can he fight back? Chris Wells immediately trying to pull away in second. And Daniel Pearson holding on to that third place and pulling away slightly as James Mostiker moves through into 4th. Michael Med drops to 5th. Oh, and look at Mostiker down the inside, tries to go for that move. Brave riding there from James Mostiker. Has to bail out. This is fantastic race action here with less than 2 laps to go. Harvey Lathrop clear away at the front. With all these riders scrapping behind him, he can run his own race, but look out for Chris Wells in second. The gap is 3.1. We're going to have a look at the timing charts when they cross the line in a few moments, because, well, there's Lathrop looking over his shoulder. He's got the race under control at the moment, but he can't afford to be too complacent here, because Chris Wells in second is closing up. Let's have a look at the lap charts as they go through, and yes, indeed, he's closing the gap on Harvey Lathrop. The gap goes down to 2.6 seconds. Now, let's not get too excited here, because there's still a fairly big gap between Lathrop. Oh, is that Pearson in trouble? Smoke from the back of the machine. Oh, and what a shame for Daniel Pearson. The bike has let go around the back of the circuit. He rode so well in that battle for second place, and it looks like he is going to go away with nothing. Drama at the end here as Harvey Lathrop down the back straight through that chicane for the final time. Chris Wells still charging in second place, but I think time's going to be against him. Again, you can see Harvey Lathrop looking over his shoulder, and he knows this race isn't sewn up yet. Look at Chris Wells in second. He doesn't know when he's beaten, does Chris Wells? And Harvey Lathrop having to work here. He's done all the hard work, but still far from over. Even in these closing stages of this race, Harvey Lathrop round the final 2 hairpins. Chris Wells still charging in second place, but time is going to be against him, as another great ride for Harvey Lathrop to take the checkered flag. Chris Wells brings the gap down to 1.8 seconds, but time against him. Michael Med in third in that great battle. It's going to be James Mostiger fourth, Ryan Clark in fifth, and of course with the unfortunate Daniel Pearson dropping out of contention on the final lap. And I don't even think he was able to nurse the bike home. It means everyone else gets promoted in the top 10. We've got Simon Wadsworth up to 6th position, Brian Hamilton 7th, Nathan Gardner in 8th place, Derva Lane in 9th, Gav Tappenden rounding out the top 10 from Rob Overend, Michael Nealons, Gary Jacobs, Peter Wadsworth in 14th, Andrew Rayfield in 15th position. Looks like it's going to be Simon Pattison on the number 200 over the line. Then this rider, the 105 of David Linsdell, Michael Judkins, and the unfortunate Daniel Pearson. Cruel luck for him. Will end up in 19th position with only Kira Williamson going a lap down. That means he pretty much tumbles down the entire field. Terrible luck for him, and we saw the smoke coming from that bike and he pretty much ground to a halt at the top of the circuit. Very bad luck for Daniel Pearson, but congratulations to Harvey Lathrope. Great riding again there from Chris Wells. We'll see him again 2 races time, I'd imagine. The Minibike 140 Group 1 getting underway after the next race, where he really battled hard with Ben Lord. We'll look forward to that final clash between those riders later on. We've got 3 more races to go. Great riding there in the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160, incorporating the veterans class, of course. Don't forget that the rider lineup will, the championship positions will be displayed on the BritishMinibikes.com website. But great racing there on the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160. In the meantime, we have the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s and the Junior Supermoto 140 riders down in the waiting zone, waiting to get things underway for their final race of the day. And they'll be underway very shortly. Away they go out onto the track. That's Ugly & Co. Mini GPs, Junior Supermoto 140, incorporating, of course, the split grid start. Thanks, of course, to Ugly & Co. for their continued support of the championship going into 2022. As we say, we hope you've enjoyed this afternoon's race action. Still, of course, with 3 more races to go, including the race that's about to get underway. Great weather for this first round of the championship. We've had a few rounds last year where we were anxiously looking up at the skies. Wilton Mill, of course, we had floodwater had to clear from the track last year, but no such problems today here at Teesside. It's been a very warm spring afternoon here at the Middlesbrough circuit. Quite warm and hazy out there. It's been warm work here in the commentary booth, I have to say, but great views and great action out on the track today. Talking to Derva Lane earlier when he was on the mic, he was saying about a lot of the riders looking for the slightly softer compounds. It's warm out there, but it's not too warm, and then it's going to eat up the tyres. So fairly decent conditions for racing. It's always nice to be spectating. Remember Pembrey last year, it was a fantastic weekend to be out on the track watching the event, but very hot for the riders, and one of the big issues for the riders, of course, was maintaining the tyres as well. It was so hot out there on the track. Not quite at those levels this weekend here at Teesside. You can see in the background just how hazy and warm the sunshine is. Quite a warm southerly breeze here. So on this Easter weekend, we have certainly been greeted with some fantastic weather here. And for the final time this afternoon, Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140 is about to get underway. Followed shortly, of course, by the Junior Supermotos, 1 or 2 of the novice riders at the back there, just getting a bit of final advice. As you see, one of the great things, of course, when you watch some of these parents down on the start line, there's quite a few riders, quite a few parents, I should say, in riding leathers. And that's one of the great things, of course, both the father and son or father and daughter. I don't think we've got any mother and daughter combinations out there. Maybe that'll change in the future. But generations of families can race together as away we go with the Mini GP charging into the first corner. I'll let you know once the Supermotos get underway. Green flag drops and away they go as well. So everyone away and racing as they make their way around the back of the circuit. Tyler Humphries with a good start there from Wilson Dilks. Arnie Carr, who's been in good form this weekend, leads Joel Grigg, Toby Skaman away in the Junior Supermoto. One rider in a bit of trouble at the start was the number 25 of Tyler Swift, who's just got away, and look how aggressive those riders go over the curbs. And they've really got to be careful there, treat those curbs with respect, because we've seen a couple of times they've got the potential to throw a rider off the course. That, of course, is what curbs are there for. It's a track limit. It's something to be respected by the riders. So they're certainly riding very well as Tyler Humphries just starts to break away slightly from Wilson Dilks and Thorley Trevorrow, who's improved as the day's gone on. Thorley Trevorrow, who lit up British Minibikes last year and has returned with a bang once again. A very tenacious rider. Quite a nasty spill earlier on today, but you'd never know that. Looking at him riding around now, he's certainly showing no ill effects. And Trevorrow, as the day goes on, he's been getting faster and faster. Now clear in second place, getting past Wilson Dilks, who tries to catch up once again. But Trevorrow is not giving up that second place lightly. Tyler Humphries just breaking away in his early stages, trying to pull away from this battle for the second place. Down the back straight they go once again. And Humphries leading the way on number 19. Here's Trevorrow in second place. Dilks looking down the inside, can't find a way through. Look out for Lewis Mullen just behind as well. And look how aggressively Trevorrow is guarding those apexes, making Wilson Dilks do all the work. Lewis Mullen behind. And again there, Thorley Trevorrow riding defensively, drifts a little bit wide here to get the sweep into the hairpin. But he is certainly not prepared to let Dilks down the inside, as Lewis Mullen has a peek down the inside of Wilson Dilks and can't find the way through, stays in fourth place. Tyler Humphries enjoying his own race at the front, just a little bit further ahead of Thorley Trevorrow, Wilson Dilks and Lewis Mullen. That great battle for second place. We've got Wallace Doherty, Laken Payne in sixth, Luca Wilkinson, Charlie Cunningham in eighth position. Good to see Cunningham back on the track after his unfortunate spill earlier on in this block of racing. Jack Newton in ninth on the 135. There's the 88. Wallace Doherty battling away with Luca Wilkinson and Charlie Cunningham. So it was Jack Newton in ninth. Travis Shaw into 10th position. Keir MacDonald 11th. And the rest of this bumper field of riders made up of Ethan Dunning, Arnie Carr, I think still the lead Supermoto rider in 14th. Toby Skaman, Joel Grigg, Alfie Flynn. Brooke Champion getting passed by Joshua Herring, Alfie Flynn, Tyler Swift and Finley Bagshaw rounding out the field. Back at the front though, Tyler Humphries continues to lead the way. And Wilson Dilks, the pressure pays off as he gets through to second place. So Dilks through the South Bank hairpin. But Thorley Trevorrow doesn't know when he's beat, does he? He's going to try again, and we've still got the treble one of Lewis Mullen battling away in fourth place. All good news, of course, for Tyler Humphries as he goes over the line to complete another lap. Catching up one or two of the tail enders there. I think we've got Alfie Flynn and Finley Bagshaw just a bit further ahead. But those novice riders, again, you can see that was I think it was Finley Bagshaw there. Just holding his line, letting the faster riders find their way through. That's the way to go about it. It's very easy to be intimidated by these faster riders. There we see the 25, Tyler Swift, just being lapped. And especially on a very tight part of the course like that in the corkscrew, it'd be very easy for a novice rider to perhaps get intimidated and maybe think they're doing the right thing and moving to one side to let these lead riders through. But that would be the wrong thing to do, because they could potentially just move straight into the path of somebody else. So it's tough for these newcomer riders, but they've just got to hold their nerve, just hold their line and let the faster riders find their way through. And the 25 of Tyler Swift in 19th place doing a nice job there of just keeping their nerve, keeping their own race. And now the faster riders have gone through. Tyler Swift, who is in 19th place, can get back on with his own race. I always say that the riders further down, it's just as important for them as the guys battling for the front the weekend. Back in the front though, we have 2 laps to go for Tyler Humphries, who has set the fastest lap of the race with 1:15.097, and still lapping consistently in the 1:15 marker. Thorley Trevorrow is back into second place though from Wilson Dilks. And we just saw another one of the back markers going through, the number 18 of Finley Bagshaw, who's got past Tyler Swift. There is Tyler Swift, about to be lapped by, I think that may have been Jack Newton and Travis Shaw going through. 2 laps to go in this very closely fought race. Well, not at the front at least. Anyway, there is the number 44. Neatly through the top corner, Travis Shaw and Keir MacDonald in there as well. I think is the recovering Alfie Flynn. And here we see the battle for second place. None of this, of course, bothering Tyler Humphries. Will go through very shortly to take the last lap board. But down the inside goes Lewis Muller and Wilson Dilks. Got to be brave down the inside there. Wilson Dilks has to let that place go. Can't afford to shut the door because they'd both be down. And Lewis Mullen, with a brave move down the inside, takes the position. There's a slower rider in front of them though. They'll have to line up behind that rider momentarily as they make their way through the left-hander. Here they come. I think that was Brooke Champion. And again, Brooke Champion holding her nerve in 18th place, just letting the faster riders find their way through. Good cooperation between those riders. As, look at this, Tyler Humphries all on his own at the front. Now, effectively in second place, we've had Brooke Champion almost acting as a pacer there momentarily to bunch those riders in second position. Up here they come. So there goes Tyler Humphries all on his own. Will hopefully catch the second place battle in a few moments because it's all very close. Tyler Humphries all on his own there. We just saw the second place battle. Just behind the race leader, all very close. Trevorrow in second place, but Tyler Humphries making his way through towards the South Bank hairpin for the final time. All on his own at the front. He's done all the hard work. And he's just got to try and bring it home. There is a slower rider in front, but he can afford to take his time. So the number 912 of Joshua Herring goes a lap down as Tyler Humphries takes the checkered flag. And here comes the battle for second place. It's going to be Thorley Trevorrow after all that, finishing in second place. Lewis Mullen third, Wilson Dilks in fourth, Wallace Doherty and Laken Payne all going through a lot quicker than the time it takes to say all of those names. That's how close they were. Luca Wilkinson in seventh place. It's going to be Charlie Cunningham in 8th place on the number 34. And there he goes. Jack Newton just a bit further behind on the 135 in 9th, and Travis Shaw rounding out the top 10. Looks like Arnie Carr will finish in 12th place in a few moments. First of the junior Supermoto riders. So Travis Shaw 10th, Keir MacDonald 11th, Arnie Carr in 12th. First of the JSM riders. Oh, and it's all very close after that. Keir MacDonald 11th, and Arnie Carr. Then it was Joel Grigg just ahead of Toby Skayman. And Hudson Cooper, Ethan Dunning rounding out the rest of the field on that lead lap. So we've got, looks like Ethan Dunning there. Tyler Swift and Alfie Finn still out on the track. Hudson Cooper over the line to finish in 15th position. And there goes Ethan Dunning. Great race there as well for one of our newcomers, Tyler Swift. And I think Alfie Flynn, who was delayed at the start, should be coming around very shortly to round out the field in 21st. Last position, but will get some points in terms of the championship. 2 more races to go after this. We have the Simoto Minibike 140 Group 1 getting underway very shortly. And our final race of the day will be the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and the Bucci 190 Cup. So plenty of action even in these closing stages throughout the field. Lots of very close race action here. 2 more races to go here at this first round of the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. And always like to see some of the regulars on social. There's a rider in trouble there on the final corner. I think they've all crossed the line. So yeah, look at the background. There's a rider hitting some trouble there on the final few corners. I think the rider's okay. Whether it's a mechanical issue, I don't know. So let's hope that rider's okay. Just echo out, of course, to Colin McCann, one of our regulars who gets in touch with the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. Some wise words there. I would say well done to everyone from the first to the last. As you always say, every rider is important here at the British Minibikes Championship. Some riders, of course, get themselves on the camera more than others by virtue of their battles through the field. But well done to everyone who's took part today, and best wishes to the injured riders for a speedy recovery. That, of course, would be the main negative of the day. We had a few red flags earlier on in the day, of course, and sadly that's part and parcel of motorcycle racing. It is a dangerous sport. We do all we can to make it as safe as possible, but inherently there's a danger and a risk involved, and sometimes, of course, the medics are kept busy, and it was the case earlier on today. So certainly we pass our best wishes on to those injured riders, wish them a speedy recovery, and hope to see them soon. We go back onto the track then with another very big race coming up for you. It's the Cymoto's Minibike 140 getting underway very shortly. Big group of riders here. And yet again, a good start, absolutely essential. We saw some great racing earlier on today. I think there is a broken down bike on the track, so there is going to be a short delay before this race gets underway. Somebody has dropped some oil on the track. Must have been from the previous race, and sometimes you may think that sounds a bit pedantic, but very important, of course. There is a dedicated track crew here for the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship, and any word of oil on the track, and the track crews will be straight out there. Goes without saying, really, when the riders are on two wheels, any dropped oil on the track could be catastrophically dangerous, to put it mildly, and very quickly out there with the cement dust. I think they are actually on the exit of the South Bank hairpin, that little hairpin complex. So a brief pause before this penultimate race gets underway. I think it was the number 34 that hit some trouble in that race, and possibly reports of oil being dropped on the track. No riders going down, but with reports of oil on the track, quite understandably, the track crews very quickly on the course. This is down by the South Bank hairpin. Just making sure that the track is safe and ready to go. And there we see, just cutting back to the mule, there is the track crew. And you'll see that cement dust going down on the hairpin, so that's where the bike broke down. So no accidents, no injuries on the track, but preventative measure here, just taking a few moments pause from the racing just to get that cement dust on the track and absorb the oil, as you can imagine, quite understandably, in interest of safety. It is on a relatively slow part of the track where we're looking at right now, but that is pretty much bang on the racing line. So as you can see, track crew just taking a moment to get that cement dust down, make sure the oil is all absorbed, and hopefully we should be getting the Cymoto Minibike 140 Group 1 underway for their final race of the day. This will be the penultimate race of the day, of course. There are the riders in the waiting zone, and the mule is now leaving the circuit, so hopefully the track is safe and ready to go. The riders, of course, do have the catch trays underneath the sump of these bikes. You look underneath, when you see the close-ups of the bikes, you'll see those catch trays that they have to have as part of the regulations. That's there. Of course, sometimes oil can seep through the bottom of the sump, and especially if they drop the bike, it just helps to try and catch any loose oils or petrol that may drop the machine if they drop the machine in the corners. But sometimes we do get oil on the track, and looks like the track crew have now left the circuit, so hopefully we should be able to get this penultimate race of the day underway very shortly. We've got the Minibike 140 Group 1 waiting to the right of your screen there in the waiting zone, and hopefully getting things underway very shortly. And right on cue, away they go. Chris Wood's in there, and quite a few riders could be in with contention of victory here. There's always a lot of competition in this Minibike 140 group. Never really seems to fail to deliver, you would say. So here they come through the corkscrew on their formation lap down the back straight. course, these later races of the day. We're in, of course, well into the British summertime now in terms of the time, but nonetheless, we've got that low sun coming down. Whether that'll have a part to play making things a bit more difficult for the riders in these final two races, we shall wait and see. The meeting, of course, is running on a bit later than scheduled due to those stoppages earlier in the day. Good work, I would say, from the BMB team to keep the meeting on track despite the hard work earlier on today. There were a couple of delays, quite a few lengthy delays due to accidents, so certainly well done to keep the meeting on track, albeit running a little bit late. I think we are about an hour over schedule roughly, but we've also had the time to be able to get the break in for the marshals. So you get again that wonderful view of the Teesside circuit, Middlesbrough in the background. Very much an urban-based circuit, you would say. Cumbria next round at Rowrah, quite the opposite. We're quite close to Whitehaven for Rowrah, but very much out in a very rural part of the country. Much like Pembrey, of course, down in South Wales as well, not too far from the M4 corridor and the likes of Llanelli in South Wales, but it is still very much a remote circuit. Not the case here at Teesside, right next to the main A19 road as the race is about to get underway. One or two riders at the back just looking to get themselves lined up into position. And of course, in the interest of safety, the race cannot start until the riders are safely in position. With, of course, it being a standing start, they have to be lined up correctly. Green flag goes up, flag drops, and away they go. It's a good start. Everyone seems to go off the grid cleanly. Into the first corner they go. Great start there from Lord into the first corner, number one. And one rider gets it all wrong out of the first corner onto the grass. Bit of motocross there, but saves the bike and gets back on the course. So quite a fast, frantic start to this race, but Ben Lord has got the jump on the field. Chris Wells in second. So in these early stages, possibly a repeat of what happened in Moto number 2. Where we saw how closely they battled. And they'll be very keen to try and break away from the rest of the field. It looks like a good start there for Owen Mellor. Harvey Lathrop also well placed as they make their way through. Looks like a good clean start. All the riders staying out of trouble. There was a bit of banging and buffing out that second corner, but they've all stayed on the course. And Ben Lord trying to break away, but look how close it is for second place. I think Chris Wells initially was pulling away from the rest of the pack. There's two riders pulling away, but all of a sudden we've got a whole group of riders here. Harvey Lathrop in there, Owen Mellor I think also amongst that front running group. Here they come over the line, and look how close they are as they cross the line. 1.6 seconds covering the top 5 riders. So Owen Mellor in third, going down the inside. And Harvey Lathrop having a look as well. This could all benefit Ben Lord if they all start scrapping for second place. And all Ben Lord can do here is just try and concentrate on the track in front of him, not worry too much about the riders behind. If they start fighting for second, that could really allow Ben Lord to get down the road. That's what he'll be hoping for. But Chris Wells is fighting back. What a move there into the chicane. Lord down the inside. Oh, look at that. Chris Wells running wide, and Ben Lord says thank you very much and goes straight through back into the lead. And now that means that looks like one of the Owen Mellor I think is now into second place. So the first real flashpoint of this race. Chris Wells showing his claws there, but comes off worse. And after all that, Ben Lord stays in the lead. But down the inside goes Owen Mellor. Can't find a way through. Lord holding on to the lead. Here they come over the line. So Ben Lord leading the way. And Mellor having another one through the chicane. A little bit of bar bang in there, but Ben Lord holds on to the lead. Owen Mellor second, Chris Wells third, Harvey Lathrop in fourth, Michael Med in fifth. 1.5 seconds covering the top 5, and less than half a second covering the top 4. Med is getting back involved in this as Owen Mellor now goes through into the lead. A bit of a mistake there from Ben Lord, I think has dropped down to about 4th position. That's how close things are. Ben Lord has gone from first to fourth. That's how close it is, but he's still very much involved in this race. There he is, the number one in fourth place. So it's now Owen Mellor that leads the way. 3 laps to go at the end of this one, and still far too close to make a prediction here. Still got Michael Med tagging on to the back of this little battle here in 5th place. Ryan Clark in 6th, Mick Lord in 7th, Simon Wadsworth 8th, Alan Armstrong 9th, and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 10. Gary Jacobs, Dylan Mellor, Joe Mills, Stephen Humphries, and Tommy Ullman just a bit further behind. Trouble in the midfield. I think number 75 is in trouble. Tom Swift has had some kind of mic issue. Seems to get back underway. The race goes on at the front though, of course, with Owen Mellor leading the way. Fastest lap of the race for him is 1:17.385. Chris Wells half a second, well, 6/10 of a second behind in 2nd place. Then we've got Harvey Lathrop, Ben Lord now in 4th position, Michael Med in 5th. 3 laps to go, and the race still too close to call here. There's Simon Wadsworth on the number 5, closely followed by Alan Armstrong, number 99. These riders battling for 8th position. Ben Johnson, oh, yellow flags go up and the rider down just after the finish line. Further down the field. So, incident further down the field, rider down. There's a wave yellow on the finish line, and the rider off to the side of the course, so hopefully won't affect the running of the race. Let's hope that rider will be okay. I think he's gone off to seek some medical treatment. And here we see the number 2 of Harvey Lathrop battling away. Owen Mellor, number 30, still your race leader. Here they come with 2 laps to go. Mellor trying to break away and pulls the gap at the front to 1.1 seconds, and here comes the battle for 2nd place. Harvey Lathrop now to 2nd position. Wells fighting back, and you can't write off Ben Lord in 4th place either, number 1. Very experienced rider, and he is still hanging on in there in 4th place. Michael Med just on the back of this one in 5th. Oh, down the inside there goes Chris Wells. Tries to find a way through. A bit of smoke there coming from the back of Chris Wells' machine. Could be a bit of excess oil. Let's hope that's all it is, and nothing else too serious. We've seen 1 or 2 bikes going bang this afternoon. There you see it again, the smoke from the back of Chris Wells' machine. Let's watch that again as he comes out to the hairpin. We saw it under the... he backed off for the hairpin. Look out for the number 2. Let's just check the smoke from the back of that machine. So hopefully that's nothing serious. Doesn't seem to be affecting those. He has a look down the inside of Harvey Lathrop. Tries to find his way through. As they all go charging over the line into the final lap. Owen Mellor still leads the way. Last lap is now underway. At the moment it looks like Owen Mellor's got the race under control, but all the action for 2nd place now as Harvey Lathrop tries to hold on to that 2nd position. There's Mellor, number 30, the race leader, looking strong at the front. Just starting to break away slightly. Through the corkscrew for the final time, the gap goes up to 1.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd place, but still Harvey Lathrop looking very strong in 2nd position. Down the back straight they go for the final time. So it's still Chris Wells in 3rd. Ben Lord there in 4th. Michael Med just dropping back a little bit in 5th as Lord tries to fight back through the hairpins here. Here we are again with our number 30, Owen Mellor, and you can see just how close the battle is between 1st and 2nd position. About 1.5 seconds. But it looks at the moment like Owen Mellor's got things under control as he makes his way around the final couple of corners. And back towards the finish line. Number 30, Owen Mellor, has fought hard to take the checkered flag. And a great ride there. Here comes the battle for 2nd place. Oh, look how close that all is. Owen Mellor then taking the checkered flag by 1.4 seconds. Harvey Lathrop in 2nd place from Chris Wells in 3rd, Ben Lord in 4th, Michael Med in 5th, Mick Lord over the line in 6th position. Rest of the top 10 come charging through. Ryan Clark in 7th, Alan Armstrong, Ben Johnson and Simon Wadsworth rounding out the top 10. Dylan Mell, it seems, hitting trouble on the final lap because Gary Jacobs goes through in 11th place. There is the number 31 of Dylan Mellor. So Stephen Humphreys in 12th, and Dylan Mellor has to settle for 13th from Tommy Ullman. Adam Weston over the line. And battles throughout the field. Brian Dodd from Andrew Rayfield. James Sidebottom in 18th position. And a bit further back here we have 91 Danny Cohn and Tommy Champion. David Linsdell and Joe Quinn, the 686 there as well, Wayne Oliver over the line. They all go. This is just outside of the top 20. Action throughout the field. So Luke Weston 23rd from David Linsdell, Daniel Cliff, Wayne Oliver, Joe Quinn, and Liam Booth in 27th. Robert Med and Tom Swift running up the field. Tom Wise in 30th position on number 17. Joe Milnes, I think, was the rider that went down midway through the race, and let's hope he's okay. And no sign, unfortunately, of Mary Ann McCartney. So let's hope those two riders are okay. But our penultimate race of the day, the Saimoto Minibike 140, drawing to a close, and yet again it delivers on action there with Owen Mellor taking a dramatic race victory there, getting to the front and holding on with that 1.4 second advantage, but all very close behind. Harvey Lathrope continuing his great day with second place in that final race from the hard-charging Chris Wells. The unfortunate Ben Lord, who's been there or thereabouts all weekend, has to settle for 4th position. But I'm sure Ben Lord won't be too worried. He knows, an experienced head like that knows that it's a long season, and a good, strong result is all that is needed. Michael Med will bring it home in 5th place. So all the big names in some very close battles there. We're going to move on then very shortly to our final race of the day. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s coming up very shortly. We hope you've enjoyed the afternoon's race action here at this first round at Teesside. Great weather for it, of course. The only negative you'd say is the incidents we had earlier in the day. A few red flags going out, and I would echo the thoughts on social media. We certainly pass our best wishes on to the injured riders and hope to see them fully recovered. Speedy recovery, and hope to see you back on track soon. But we've picked up on that with some great racing during the afternoon. The Teesside circuit, a great way to start the 2022 calendar. Very fast, spectacular circuit here. And we have just one more race to go then, the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s, incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup. They are about to get underway. And a big shout out, thanks of course to OMG Racing for their continued support. Here they come out onto the track. Kobe Perry, of course, has been the rider to beat this afternoon. Down the back straight they go. So let's see what happens in this final race of the day. We've seen some pretty close action further down in the pack in this one, but it's all been about Kobe Perry throughout the afternoon, I would say. Don't forget, of course, this is just the first round of the championship action throughout the season here on the live stream on the Rich Energy Facebook page and on YouTube. Next round of the championship on the 29th of May in Cumbria at the famous Rowra circuit. And then we have pretty much one round per month during the season. Round number 3 at Red Lodge, down on the Cambridge-Suffolk border, 26th of June. Pembrey on the 17th of July in South Wales. Ella Park on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. Round number 5 on the 21st of August. Three Sisters up at Wigan in Lancashire on the 18th of September. Wilton Mill near Daventry, Northamptonshire on the 2nd of October. And down Dorset on the south coast, Clay Pigeon rounding up the season on the 23rd of October. Don't forget, of course, if you're close to any of those venues, feel free to come along and check out the action in person, or you can catch it all on the live stream throughout the year. One rider then, oh, that's Luca Wilkinson stuck on the line as the riders get underway. So here we go, our final race of the day underway now. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and the Bucci 190 Cup, and yet again, no surprise to say, going on his past form throughout the afternoon, that Kobe Perry has got through into the lead. Tim Patterson and Ian Wareham second and third, Simon Bogg in fourth, Izzy Carter and Dan Deering a bit further behind. But we'll keep an eye out though on the number 76 of Luca Wilkinson, who was stranded at the start, lost the engine and is already catching up a bit further back. Already on the back of Izzy Carter and Dan Deering. So we'll watch out for Luca Wilkinson as the race goes on. Kobe Perry charging away at the front. Tim Patterson, Ian Wareham a bit further behind, Simon Bogg, and here they come up towards the finish line. 88 Ian Wareham just ahead. Simon Bogg number 10 in there as well. There's the number 13 Tim Patterson in second place. Full championship roundup will be available on the BritishMinibikes.com website after this race meeting. Going to check out all the overall results and the latest positions as we move into our final race of the day. Kobe Perry, then number 53, leading the way by 3.5 seconds on that previous lap. His best lap time so far, 1:16.509, and there he is, number 53. Thanks, of course, for R&G in there for their support in this category as well. Kobe Perry looking very neat. Makes his way through that little chicane, heading towards the South Bank hairpin. The warm evening sunshine just starting to settle in here at Teesside as the final race now well and truly underway. And it's just starting to settle a little bit down, just a bit further behind. We've still got the number 13 of Tim Patterson just behind in second place. The gap increasing lap by lap though, because Kobe Perry looking very good at the front. In this final race of the day, the gap goes up to 4.5 seconds, and Kobe Perry has been on top form throughout the afternoon and increases that gap yet again. Looking at Luca Wilkinson, number 76, moving through the field now up to 5th position. Cut adrift at the start of the race, of course, and has pulled back quite nicely, getting past Dan Deering and Izzy Carter. Still Tim Patterson in second place, Ian Wareham in third. We have 4 laps to go, 3.5 now to be precise when we look at where the leaders are. Number 53, Kobe Perry all on his own at the front. Tim Patterson just breaking away a bit now in second place from Ian Wareham and Simon Bogg, but Luca Wilkinson still charging. And I think maybe just catching up now with Simon Bogg. There's the number 53 though of Kobe Perry, the race leader, down towards through the South Bank hairpin. And there we see number 13 Tim Patterson in second place, looking strong to hold on to that second position. 4.5 seconds between the top 2 last time round as Kobe Perry makes his way over the line to complete another lap. 2 laps to go. 3 including the lap they're on. And look out for Luca Wilkinson, there he is. 76 making a great move there on Simon Bogg up to 4th place. So Wilkinson, was problems there for Simon Bogg. Number 10 goes onto the grass, trying to fight back on Luca Wilkinson. There he is, number 75. He's had a fantastic race so far. Lost the engine at the start. Of course, not that many riders in this final race of the day, but nonetheless has fought back very well. Nothing to take away from him at all in that one, as Kobe Perry fighting back and taking the lead. So I say Luca Wilkinson actually starting to close up on the top 3 now. Ian Wareham and Tim Patterson really could potentially be within striking distance here. This race has all been about the number 53 though of Kobe Perry, making his way through the South Bank hairpin. Tim Patterson in there in second place. And Patterson through the hairpin. Luca Wilkinson closing up on the second and third place riders all the time as Kobe Perry goes charging through. 2 laps to go. Patterson over the line in second place. Wareham third and Wilkinson still charging in fourth. There is the number 76, the youth rider, really starting to close up now on Ian Wareham. And there he is, Wilkinson, taking nothing away from Kobe Perry, of course, has been a class above in this race. I'd say Luca Wilkinson has been the star of this race on this comeback so far. Simon Bogg appears to have got back underway after that trouble on the previous lap and is now in fourth place, just ahead of Dan Deering. Izzy Carter rounding out the field as the number 53 of Kobe Perry winding his way back round towards the finish line to complete another lap. There he is, number 53, down towards the South Bank hairpin. Meanwhile, Luca Wilkinson with a great move into third place. There he is, right on cue. Although Wareham trying to fight back there. Ian Wareham on the number 88. I think we are on to the last lap now for number 53, Kobe Perry. Still at battle of a third here with Wilkinson. Now into third place, Kobe Perry meanwhile taking the last lap board. Final lap of the day here at this great first round of the championship at Teesside. Fantastic weather, fantastic weekend for it, and a great track as this final race drawing to a close with Kobe Perry leading the way. Tim Patterson in second place, Luca Wilkinson with that great fight back into third place now. He is 3 seconds drift of this rider, number 13, Tim Patterson. He's having to look over the shoulder there just to make sure that Luca Wilkinson stays at arm's reach into this final lap. Here comes Kobe Perry. Another, wouldn't say easy race by any stretch because he's having to work hard to stay at the front, but another race that's very much gone his way. He's been able to lead from the front, run his own race, run very smoothly at the front, and he's just got to try and bring it home over the last half lap or so. Kobe Perry just taking it easy through the South Bank hairpin complex for the final time. Nice sweeping line around the outside. And 53, Kobe Perry winding back towards the finish line. Last race of the day is going to go to the number 53, Kobe Perry, over the line and takes the checkered flag. It's going to be number 13, Tim Patterson in second place, and look how close Luca Wilkinson got on that final lap. The gap goes down to 1 second, and Luca Wilkinson on the final lap of the race setting the fastest lap, 1:15.046. As I say, taking nothing away from Kobe Perry, I would say that Luca Wilkinson was the rider of that final race with that great fight back, stalled the bike, but still brings it home in third. Ian Wareham putting up a fight in fourth position. Simon Bogg over the line in fifth, and there is the number 80 of Dan Deering, who's moving up a class in 2022, and will bring it home over the line in sixth position on the number 80. And then our final rider home will be the number 46 of Izzy Carter. I think he's heading towards the South Bank hairpin, back towards the finish line. And Izzy Carter winding back towards the finish line now, number 46. Carter over the line. And that, of course, draws to a close the first round of the championship here. Rich Energy, British Minibikes. Round number 1 here at Teesside. Been a great afternoon's racing throughout all of the race classes. Congratulations to our winning riders. And as we say, of course, speedy recovery to those riders who picked up injuries throughout the afternoon. So that brings to a close round number 1 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Teesside. Round number 1 of the championship. Don't forget, of course, the second round of the series taking place on the 29th of May at Rowrah. The whole season, of course, will be live streamed here on the Rich Energy British Minibikes Facebook page and also on the YouTube channel. Big shout out goes out to Rich Energy, all of the event sponsors. Thanks to the crew here at Teesside Karting and everyone behind the scenes at British Minibikes for all their hard work. As always, big shout out to the marshals and to the medics. Without their hard work, the meeting simply could not go ahead. So We're going to make the long journey home very shortly from this fabulous Teesside circuit. Been a great round here, number 1 at Teesside. See you again in just over a month's time. I've been Chris Solya. Pleasure to take you through the afternoon's race action, and see you on the 29th of May at Rowrah.